should be. Hopefully this is what it should be. This is your boy N.O.R.E.
What up, is DJ EFN?
And this is Miller's Hip and Drink Champs Crazy Raw Radio. Make some noise! And this, I would like to say is, I'm sure, quite possibly, this is one of the specialist episodes. I know specialist is not a word.
It's a word here.
Not the way I used it.
That's all that matters.
Where we dissect and deteriorate and put together and take apart and put together an album that, in a lot of ways, you know, I wouldn't be here. A lot of people sitting at this table.
We wouldn't be. All this wouldn't
be here. Yeah, this show probably wouldn't exist. That legal marijuana that's standing in front of you might not exist. You know, a bunch of this beautiful things that we got going on wouldn't exist for this album. But putting this album together, what a lot of people don't know, it was a lot of kinks. It was a lot of things behind the scenes. A lot of things in front of the scenes. So when I thought about it, I said, wow, we're coming up on 25. I wanted to invite people, not only the artists, because a lot of times when something is great, people always credit the artists, and they don't understand the people that's behind, right, who's helping booking these sessions, who's calling these producers, who's putting it together, who's cutting the check. Pick up Edward Holmes. I don't know why I just thought of him.
Edward Holmes,
I don't know why I just thought of him. I think of an accountant. I'm a foul guy. I don't know why. It just crossed me. But you know, everyone,
the nuts and bolts
from
of
marketing to retail, you don't know how good this is until you don't have it.
Right.
You know, I can remember working in this record label that I'm about to, introduce, and it was like 12 workers. And I remember getting things done. I remember going to a label after that with 3,000 workers, and the marketing department would book me to the same tel as the retail department, and then the radio department would book me to the same time. And I was like, don't you motherfuckers communicate? And I realized, no, they don't. So being on this little boutique label meant something. So in case you don't know what I'm doing right now, what we're doing is we're not only introducing the War Report, people who signed it, the people who put it together, the people who, was there when the group first got formed, and the people who did it. But we're gonna show some love to that album. So in case you don't know who we're talking about right now, to my right, to my left, we got Mayhem, motherfucking, in the building. Make some noise for Mayhem. Mayhem, Greg Taylor. Greg Taylor, Mayhem, goddammit. Martin, motherfucking Moore. Make some noise. We got the motherfucking guy that put it all together and made it all happen, Neil motherfucking Levine. Then we got Geno Sims, I think was like the intern. He was like the real nigga at the front desk and shit. You know what I'm saying? He went from that to the big one. Make some noise for Geno motherfucking. And then
the afro. That's why I recognize the afro.
And then even before me and Pone actually got together, there was one guy who knew Capone, and there was one guy who knew N.O.R.E. And on that level, put it all together. In case you don't know what we're talking about Tragedy. Motherfucking Khadafi. And last but not least, we shared a lot of marijuana in jail, and we smoked Bible papers together. I'm not proud of this. It's just something that happened. And now we are home together. I just had a daughter graduate college, right?
Congratulations. How far we've come.
Look, you know what I'm saying? So, in case you don't know, Capone-N-Noreaga is in the building. Now, Capone, I'm gonna obviously start with you.
What's up, baby?
Because there's been these famous stories of how we met and what we met. Because really, what was our first plans when we first met each other in jail?
Our really first plans was basketball. Like it was basically like, yo, how can I get you to my side of my jail to play basketball with me? Because you nice, but your side of the jail don't got no players, but y'all won the championship because you was on the team.
And big up Sherman the Worm.
Big up
Sherman the Worm. Sherman the Worm, yeah.
You got Sherman the Worm, man. played, like, it was intricate parts.
No, he sucked at ball. Let's be clear. I wasn't bigging him up because of the ball part. No. I was bigging him up because he was like, yo, you remind me. He was like, you remind me because, okay.
Him, Maldonado. Let's give it up for
Carlos Maldonado. Damn. Carlos Maldonado.
If it wasn't for them two, we wouldn't be together. And Billy Wade. Like, we got to give it up for Billy Wade.
Church, yeah.
Church. We met at church, and it was like, all right, that was our pastime. Right. But we had to have a common ground where we could meet, and that was the basketball court. Mm-hmm. So your side of the jail happened to play my side of the jail. And we had Kurt James, who played with Magic Johnson, by the way. Right. Kurt James was dope. He went to the University of Michigan, went to the NBA, blew his knee out, and became a correction officer, if that's what you want to call it.
Yeah.
But, and hold on, you guys didn't know each other before jail. This is where you met.
No.
First time.
I knew of him because the school that he got kicked out of, I got kicked out of and went to. Does that make sense? I know it's terrible. But he got kicked out. I think you got kicked out of 125.
No,
or you left.
I graduated.
You graduated. Okay. So when he left there, I went to RS 125. And that's like the first time my encounter with Queensbridge, period.
Yeah.
Because although it wasn't Queensbridge, it was 46 and Bliss.
Yeah.
So that's a 7 train.
That's 7 train.
And then you could actually see you guys' projects, but I didn't know. I had met somebody named LJ.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
so all right, but you was finished your story?
No, but like it's basically like
playing ball.
You know what's crazy is that when you look at it, like, you know, our age, we grown now and all that, but we was like neck and neck of life. The junior high school I went to, he went to after I graduated. The jail that I went to, he went to after I left. I went up north. So we was right neck and neck on meeting each other, but we didn't meet till Harlem Valley. We didn't get to that level. And then it was straight basketball. We never talked about music. It was straight basketball. So, and then I got him pulled to the college dorm.
He's trying to floss on me, just trying to floss. That was trying to floss. In case I ain't know.
I was strong. You know.
right.
But you know, I got my brother pulled to my house, and shout out to Shadned, because Shadned is out there right now. He was with us. There's a lot of people that I met in the 15, 16-year-old age bracket that we're still together now. That's a blessing. But this is one of the things that made it. One of the brothers that made a difference. But you know, we got to basketball, and then the first time we met, he was like, "You don't play no D on me. I don't play no D on you."
It was facts.
And then
He's trying to fix the game. He's trying to fix the game, yes.
We had a fix. He had about 28, I had 30. Though.
Yeah,
he had 28, I had 30.
It's true.
But from there, you know, we got him pulled to my house. Shout out to Pam's.
Right.
You know,
Paul Rivera. Pam's, yes.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? He got him pulled to the crib. And then from there was history. We never talked music. It was basketball, selling drugs. It was it. And that became my best friend in jail, besides my
And what year is this exactly?
92.
Okay.
But okay, now coming home. No, that's in jail. But coming home now. Now we spend our time now coming home. You and Capone knew each other prior to seeing each other upstate. Because when did y'all first see each other? Didn't y'all see each other in Yorktown or where was y'all? Like y'all was. I think you was out of.
No, I was in Troy. I was in Troy. Yeah, I was in Troy doing one thing, and he was in New York doing another. And my man Wonderful hooked us up together. I came to the studio, and Trav was
Wonderful Malik.
Yeah, Wonderful Malik. And
Malik is she?
No. Remember Malik from Southside.
Okay.
But he was like, Trav was like, you know what? I'm not really feeling this shit. Let's get the fuck out of here. And we left the session. And by the way, Jam Master Jay was there.
It was his studio.
Wow, rest in peace.
Jam Master Jay's studio. We boogied on
Rest
him.
in peace.
Yeah. Rest in peace. We boogied on him.
Very careful.
And we became CNN,
We was inseparable.
CNT.
We was inseparable since then.
At that point.
Because as I remember, y'all, and that's your daughter you walked in with?
That's my wife, bro.
Oh, your wife. Okay.
Funny man.
No. Because I was about to go.
I know you.
Like, let me be honest. And these guys can attest to me. Because y'all was like the horny Montana bunch.
Hey, what are you doing, yo?
I mean, I was talking about back in the day. Back in the day, I'm saying.
Let me get this one. What are you doing? This what we doing? Let me know.
First of all,
No, I'm asking. First of all, that was a question. That's how you know.
I swear to God, I knew this was happening.
He's doing investigative reporting right now.
And you wait till I bring my lady now. You wait till I bring my lady. You never did this to me.
I'm fucking with you.
I know.
But,
Slime, no,
you know,
nah, we're not gonna let you slide like you didn't have the box.
No. Yeah. I had the Pacquiao. I had the Pacquiao. I used to hang out with Butch Rock. I had the Pacquiao. Yes. No, but what I'm saying is, so what was initially y'all relationship? Because just be clear, because just because you from Queensbridge don't mean you get along.
That's true.
You know what I'm saying? And you from an enemy block almost, right? You from Vernon, y'all.
I'm from an enemy block according to his block.
And he from an enemy block according to your block.
Yeah,
so your block is enemies, nigga. What are you talking about?
Oh shit.
What did you want to be breaking down the science?
Why not?
But so what I'm saying is y'all out of time.
Yeah,
y'all link up. How does this?
It was like this, man.
Okay.
I think it was wonderful. He's like, yo, you don't know my man?
Right.
You know, and I was like, nah, who that? Yeah, one. My man won. Mm-hmm. So I was like, nah, who that? He was like, yo, that's Kai. Mm-hmm. I was like, nah, because, you know, son's a little younger than me. So I'm like,
would you like a rosé, sir?
Thank you, my
Anybody
brother.
else want some champagne? What do you guys, you like some champagne? What would you like, I heard you ain't drinking in a long time. Today's a goddamn fucking day. Today's a great fucking day to drink.
How did you stop drinking?
That was 40 days ago, sir. But I'm back. You back. So, but, no, I guess I think you misunderstood me. I guess, what was it? Like, was it the fact that, you know what I'm saying? It was the Queensbridge thing, or was it?
Nah, it was just we vibed. Like, we vibed and
That was the Queensbridge thing, because if I didn't know Trash, like I know Trash Queensbridge, I wouldn't have went down.
It wasn't a Queensbridge thing for me.
It was Queensbridge.
Because I didn't know him. I knew a story of him. So when the story got put from me, I was like, oh, word, that's son?
Yeah, Biggie though, that's what he doing.
I'm like, oh, that's the number man son. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
At the time, whatever. You know, peace to the big bro, the OG Kenny Do. Love him. Yeah, so I was like, oh, I heard that story.
Ooh. That's for the dead homie.
Drop on the truth, you know?
Yeah. That's for the dead
so,
homie.
I was like, I heard that story. I remember the story.
Him shooting the police?
I didn't say that, but I just remember a story. I remember a specific story.
My bad.
And in that story,
whoa,
that story. So when I heard that story, I was like, oh, word, that's son? And I'm looking at him like, he don't look, you know what I mean?
Right.
He look all right, you know? And me and him clicked up, and me and him just clicked up. We was inseparable since then, and there's been a lot going on since then.
Okay.
But go ahead.
So now, boom, moving on to you now. How do you and Tragedy even link up? Did y'all have a relationship, or was that Martin Moore?
Well, I actually knew Traj because I promoted his records because of Round the Globe music. That's when Round the Globe was really popping, and you were signed. It was tough.
Evan Forster.
Yeah, Evan. So he had a deal
via Alcafaro. Yeah, via Alcafaro.
So we met, and I was promoting and stuff. Then Martin brought the guys in. He said, Traj. I said, yeah. And he brought the guys in. Brought you guys in.
No, but I'm saying you guys had a relationship prior to that?
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. So
that's what I'm asking. Had Beyonce already been formed or not yet?
No, it was Round the Globe.
No, it was Round the Globe music.
Right, okay.
It was Round the Globe.
Right.
And Martin originally started working around the Globe music, doing radio promotion.
I was the worst.
He was not a good promoter.
I've been listening to Martin, I'm gonna be honest. I've been listening to the old Wu-Tang thing, and when you come on, I be like, yo, my man, you just do that.
But he's on a classic, though.
He's on a classic.
He's on a classic. He's on a classic. And what was that, college radio at the time?
NYU.
That's interesting, man. That's interesting.
So okay.
So Martin would be my radio promoter, and someone would come in and be ready to, pay us to promote their records. Martin would be like, it's okay. It's like, this isn't gonna work.
Martin's a very tough critic.
Not gonna
He's a
work.
very tough
But I
critic,
said, I want to start a label, and when I do, I want to bring you in on that side, in Pickens-Jet. So Martin and I go back a long way,
He is a tough critic. He told me my verse on Calm Down. I said, what? I did my best. I did my best.
I'm gonna try to go too fast. Hold on. I'm saying. Remind us to go back to that. So, okay, I'm trying to understand. Now, how about you and Martin? Did you know him?
I've seen Martin around.
Okay.
Like, we in the same arena, so to speak.
Okay.
So I would see Martin around. But Martin's quiet, and then I wasn't really too much of a social person in that way if I didn't know you. But I definitely remember seeing him. And so when it made it easier to kind of parlay a meeting with him and connect with him, you know what I'm saying? Because he was always smooth and quiet, but it was good motion for us to line up and me to come through and play the shit for him. And when I played it for him, he was feeling it, you know what I'm saying? He was definitely feeling it.
Okay, now Mayhem, same question almost. Did you have a relationship with Neil? How did this happen?
I met Neil through Martin.
Okay.
So me and Martin did NYU together. I used to listen to like all.
So you was in the college radio with him. You ain't want to claim that just now. I noticed you ain't say yes, brother.
Right. So I used to listen to like all like the underground radio shows, and I used to listen to him when I was in high school.
Right.
So when I got into NYU, I gave him a tape, and I said, "Yo, you need a DJ.
Right.
I need to be your DJ." He was like, "Oh, word, all right." And he listened to the tape. He's like, "Yo, kind of all right."
Yeah.
And then he brought me on, and then we did the show together. And
At NYU.
At NYU.
Okay. Wow. Okay.
And then I brought him on to penalty.
Yeah.
Wow.
He put me on twice. He's
Okay.
That's good.
Now, Geno. Now, how did you get involved with this?
Well, it's crazy because it was actually two ways, right?
Okay.
So I used to hustle with a guy by the name of L. Ness.
L. Ness.
Ness.
My
Yes.
man, yes. Who was friends with Jula.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
you know they from my hood. So
Yeah.
but me and L used to hustle together on 129. And he was like, yo, I'm doing my thing in radio, boom, boom, you know. And I was like, yo, I'm trying to get into music, but I want to work behind the scenes. So he was like, yo, you come up, just, come up and figure out a day to come up. So I was like, all right, cool. So then when I went up, I started there and then I run into Kylan Williams. I knew Kylan Williams through Pete Rock, and I was cool with Pete and his brother Grap from when I used to try to get, rap and get into music.
Oh, because you used to rap?
Yeah.
I heard about that. It wasn't good. Continue.
So it was through Kylan and L. Ness, and then,
Kylan Williams, though.
Yeah, Kylan
That's
Williams.
right. Okay.
And started off with that and, answering phones, ordering you tuna melts and all that.
All right. Pluck you?
Pluck you.
Pluck you.
Yeah, Pluck You. Pluck You. You know the guy who did Animal Dog on Pluck You? He owns Pluck You right now?
That's dope. Word?
Yeah. The guy who did it, the guy who did the skit. Yeah, you did the skit with me.
Kidding me.
Oh yeah, he bought Pluck You.
And he was just working it at the time?
No, after the skit.
Yeah,
he
was working
figured
at
out.
the time.
He figured out. He was the first viral without being viral kind of person. You saying the skit helped him buy it? Yes, man. That man owned the same joint you work at, bro. That's the real So, cause I look at Rockefeller, right? And you got all these beautiful stories where you say, all right, cool, but it all comes from this one tree where you got, Aaron over here and all this. And I looked at that penalty and I said, wow, we have a lot of great people who work that penalty. Did y'all know that this little boutique label was a magical label? Did you know that, Neil?
Well, I knew we were doing some special stuff, and I just, you just felt the vibe. So yeah, I knew something special was happening. Did I know we'd be sitting here 25 years later? No, who could have imagined that?
Drinking Ace of Spades? Come on, hey, let's see the bottle down there. What kind you want? Rosé or what kind you want? Rosé or gold? I'm drinking the gold. Go ahead. Give him the gold. Give him the gold. Give him the gold. He drinking the rosé. Come on, Trash. You want some? Yeah, give some rosé. You know Harlem niggas. Give him some rosé.
Geno gonna take it easy, but we gonna make sure Geno pop up.
No. He want the rosé. He want the rosé with you, brother. Come on, let's go, baby.
Come on.
Or you can pop a new one. It's okay. It's okay. Whatever we want. Yeah. Okay. So boom. Because wasn't the label before you moved on? Wasn't it on 25th Street at first?
It was 25th Street, yeah. That's where.
Or was it
No, it's
24th
on 28th Street.
28th Street.
McDonald's is up the block.
25th Street.
All the flowers used to be outside.
By the garment district.
Yeah, it was 28 before I went to jail.
No elevator shot.
It was very real. It was very real leaving the hood and saying, I feel like I'm kind of going back.
So I have to say one thing. So penalty started, really with Round the Globe was really popping in those days. So Martin was actually the first person I brought over to penalty. So Round the Globe was on 28th Street.
Right. Okay.
And then when penalty started popping, then I started moving the people from Round the Globe to the label.
Right.
But 28th Street was great to us, and then we
That was
got
the
that
rooftop,
big floor on 25th Street.
25th Street, and that was next to Jive.
That's right.
Next to Battery Studios,
That's right.
down the block from Violator, which was across the street, which was up the block from 4040 later, and across the street from fucking later that block became the shit. Jimmy Henchman, yes.
No, but wasn't 25th Street, 28th Street? We had the rooftop, right?
Yeah, the rooftop.
We had the rooftop. Let me
Be
tell you
out there
something.
all the time.
We didn't have no place to hang out. We didn't have no place to hang out.
Right.
We knew we could go to 28th Street and smoke on the roof, hang out, order plug.
There's a freedom there. I like to say it was a freedom there. And I think that's one of the important things about a label like Penalty is because when you have a boutique label, it's not generic.
Right.
There's not people afraid to take chances.
Right.
Sometimes less is more. Like you said earlier,
Absolutely.
there was 10 people there,
Right.
3,000 people over there, but the 3,000 people couldn't get it right because the 10 were focused.
Right.
And they were willing to take chances.
Right.
And that's what gave labels like that. And I gotta commend, Neil, Martin, Mayhem, Brother Geno. That's what gave labels like that a strength because they weren't afraid to take chances.
Only other labels
Yeah,
like
Holmes
that
kinda
existed.
check.
Only other labels that existed like that. And Def Jam did
When
later.
it started.
But I would give it to Loud.
Yeah.
Loud,
Factual.
for sure.
Steve knew how to.
What's the reason label?
Ruckus.
Ruckus.
Yeah.
Raucus was later. Yes. But yes. Raucus. But
Did Penalty already have its Tommy Boy distribution when you started it?
Yeah, I mean, I started it, and then I did the deal with
Tom
immediately
Silverman?
with Tommy Boy. I had another label before that, Assault Records, at the DFC, and that
That's
was
right.
part of Atlantic.
That's right.
So, and then I didn't make money from it. I spent all my own money promoting it. And I said, "Oh, this doesn't work." And I went to Atlantic. I said, "Hey, let's change the deal." It's like, "Nah, we're good." So that's when I did the deal. I started another label because they owned the name. I was in business with them. I started Penalty. And since I was promoting a lot of the Tommy Boy records back then, it just kind of made sense.
so, boom. Let's get to it. We established how everyone knows each other. That is good. Okay. All right. Boom. Now.
Sound like it's gonna get crazy.
No, because I want. This is why I wanted to
And it starts with
ask
you.
Trash this, and I actually wanted to ask this in front of Trash. It's because even when I were announcing that I was signing with Trash, right? Trash had a certain reputation, right? He had a certain it was certain things that came with doing business with Trash. Was that ever reflected on y'all? Like when you heard about the group, did you hear about the group, or did you hear about things that was attached with Trash?
Not really. I really love Trash, so I had a relationship, and so I didn't. No, that wasn't a factor at all.
How about you, Mark?
Yeah, no, for me, it wasn't a factor. I mean, it wasn't really like relevant to me signing. It was just like the music was there. It was like, all right, that's it. It wasn't even, this business antics wasn't even a factor.
And then you, right, Trash? Because for the most part, you're known more than the label. You know what I'm saying?
He's already a legend.
You're already a legend. What made you say?
But also, I'm sorry,
Go
but
ahead.
the thing about it is that like Trash had a vision, and what I liked when he came, he laid it out, and I was sold. I was
Right.
like, oh, okay, now I get it. I heard the music, but then when he came and laid it out and laid out the vision, I was like, okay, this is we could work with this.
Okay,
But hold up, I think that you guys are jumping a little bit because
Yeah, we are.
How do you
Because
get to the group to start with? Like, how do you say these two sound good together? This is a group.
No. Okay, I'm gonna get to that part, but this is the part I was trying to get to with Trash was the same way it was a chance and a risk for Penalty to kind of fuck with a new group. It was also a risk for Trash reputation to fuck with a new group too. You understand what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to, excuse me, a new label too. So what I'm trying to say is, what made you say that, you know what? Because at the time, there were other labels that existed like that, but there was the Steve Rifkins or whatever. There wasn't no other to base Penalty on.
I appreciate you saying that too, but you know what's wild? I look at everything like music. Sometimes that's to my default.
Okay.
Because life is life, you know what I'm saying? But I don't, like when I choose a beat, I don't choose the beat. I let the beat choose me.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't necessarily go and be like, what it was is I let the shit talk to me.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going over here, I'm seeing how different labels work.
Mm-hmm.
I'm coming off a situation with Marley. No disrespect, love Marley, but it was a type of situation that taught me a lot the hard way, you know what I'm saying? It's three ways. The best lessons are paid lessons. You can learn you know, by way of time and or money and or you know whatever,
right.
and or all the above. So it's like going through that whole chamber with Marley. I was like, yo, you know, I want to do things how I see it, how music should be, and how the artist should be. I didn't fully have it down. Right. I kind of went along, you know, learned as I went along too, a lot. And then learned later after it was done, so to speak. So, but I let it talk to me, and I'm going around to different labels, but I'm kind of, you know what I'm saying? You know how I am, you know what I'm saying? So I'm going around, but I'm really not asking what I really want. I'm kind of just feeling people out, because I figure like by the time I get to what I want, I'll know how to ask for it. You understand what I'm saying?
Right.
You get me? So I'm going around, and I'm like, all right, cool. You know, and this is before you even got involved with the picture.
Right, that's exactly where I was trying to go.
Let's get to the
Yeah, let's go. Let's go. I'm ready.
So, and we all come with antics.
Let's go.
So boom, I'm basically working with him. I'm basically
let's describe, because if you're gonna go there, let's
carry on,
describe
dog.
that. Okay. I gotta take it from I come home from jail. I go to Queensbridge. They tell me homie is on the run.
Who?
The y'all is on the run.
What? I didn't know that shit.
That's why they went to Troy
Oh
or something, whatever.
yeah, I got you.
So after that, I find out he got a record deal with Faith Newman.
Okay, listen. See,
I went too fast.
No, yeah, you kind of jumping.
All right, cool.
And it's the same track.
But you got to realize, hold on, that's how it looked for me.
Yeah.
I came home, that's all I saw.
But this is before you even.
Okay,
he didn't have a record deal, right?
Okay.
What it was is, we had like a bullshit demo deal.
No, we had, fuck demo deal, we had believers.
Yeah, we had supporters. Yeah, we had supporters.
Like,
so,
you know what I mean?
Factual. So
we had Butt Nigga Tim Dog.
Yeah, Faith.
And Faith. You know what I mean?
Was Charles Suit around at that time?
Yeah, Charles Suit was around.
Charles Suit wasn't.
Charles Suit.
He wasn't Charles Suit, but he wasn't directly attached to us like Faith.
Right. Or Tim Dog.
And Tim Dog. Tim Dog took it upon himself to say, I'm going to fuck with this guy.
But Tim Dog's thing, well, piece of Tim Dog too. But moving on, good dude, because he didn't say, look, I can't give you a deal. He didn't say, I don't want to give you a deal. He said, I can't bring you over here, your type of music, but I see what you're doing.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna give him, and it was a demo deal. Yeah. He said, I'm gonna give you a demo deal. Basically, you know the
money
demo.
Was that?
Yeah. What the fuck? We broke
That's when we was making
the
records.
We had a demo deal.
You know the demo deal.
Shout out to Trash.
The motherfucking liar. The motherfucking liar. He jumped right on that. I feel like I'm in a trap. I feel like it's a lot of trap shit going on. Where's the door at, man? You are good. God damn.
Good, continue though.
Everybody had a demo deal though.
I gotta get that book. I gotta get that new book you reading. So anyway. So boom, we go and do Get the Cream.
Yep.
Get the cream.
We go and do Get the Cream, right? So mind you, a fucking demo deal's like a stack.
Right, yeah.
And
it's studio time money.
It's a stack, okay. So boom, I'm working with Ayatollah. I bought Ayatollah Beat Machine, MPC, and
the demo deal?
yeah, of course. Hell yeah, how you gonna get beats? You wasn't giving up none of your star money, and none of your try money. Somebody gotta pay for this. I always shoot back, baby. So we working with Ayatollah, but this dude, like, respectfully, he's in and out. Yeah, he's in and out. You know, sometimes he comes through, sometimes he doesn't. If it's some street shit, he's always there. You know, might be studio, and he might be like, yo, I gotta go run out of town. Or, I gotta go do some other things. Whatever. So, and I'm getting that vibe that, because at the time, he's nice to me. He's still gracious, but at the time, he's nice. And I'm like, yo, what are you doing, bro? So he's like, yo, that's when he brings you up. So I'm like, yo, that wasn't the fucking plan, son. What are you doing? So he's like, nah, it's my man, So now I'm like, man. So it kind of throws me off for a little second. Because it was like just a sneaker.
You was prepared to put it on solo.
Yeah, because you know how it is. Like,
and now he throwing you a curveball.
Threw me a curveball. So
especially a nigga you don't know.
Yeah. At first. This where to me it gets interesting because I'm like, you know how I am, man. I'm like, man, fuck that dude.
Yeah. And let's
I don't know.
did he tell you where I was from at that time?
No.
Okay, all right, cool. Continue then.
Because I didn't even. As soon as he was saying it, I was like, we might be in the crib doing whatever we're doing. He's like, yo, and I'm like, I don't even want to ask nothing. I kind of want him to forget about it. So I'm not gonna feed this shit. But I keep, every now and then I throw it around like, yo, y'all go back in and do some more songs. Yeah. And he's like, yo, but my man. And I'm like, all right. So he's like, yo, I don't know. Time just flew, and he's like, yo, my man's coming home. We gonna meet him. I was like, your man's you was telling me about? He's like, yeah. I'm like, don't see who the fuck this nigga is, man. I'm dead in this nigga. You know what I'm saying? Dead him face to face. This nigga's out of here. So boom, fuck that. So boom, we go to the train station, and it's this nigga that I met when he was probably like 10 or some shit. Because his sister India, God bless India, trying to save her little brother. And at the time I was in a different school of thought. You know what I'm saying? Right. So I got the white on. You know what I'm saying? The jalabia, the kufi. Right. You know what I'm saying? Right. She's like, I actually go to his crib because she's like, yo, I see you always look like a positive. Yo, talk to my brother. Like, it reminded me of that DMX kid. He's like, yo, your pops told me, I know your pops. You need to go to the mosque. It was just like that. Yo, why your eyes all red? You need to find yourself. So when I heard that skit, I was like, oh shit, that's funny as hell. So long story longer, I go to the crib, ding, rings the bell. This nigga comes out in the hallway, right? Automatically, I'm like, hey, listen to this motherfucker, like. So when I go in the train station, I'm like, oh shit, this dude? Right. And I don't know, it was no more question. But now it's like, I gotta see what he got. It wasn't like, I'm dead in this nigga no more. Right. It was like, this nigga's kinda high, he's fucked up. You know what I'm saying? We'll get along. So, this little time goes by, we building, kicking it, throwing back and forth ideas. We go in the studio. I grab up Jay Supreme from Queensbridge, who happened to produce damn near every big dude from Queensbridge's first demo.
That was Hot Day's little guy, or no?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. Okay. He was Hot Day's partner.
Okay, my bad. Okay, my bad. No, I was asking.
All right, yeah, Jay Supreme, beautiful dude, still work with him to this day. We actually working on a project, but we got the beat first. That's when tapes was still rocking. We got the beat first.
For $500,000 you talking about?
Yeah, of course. So, which was, I think was a great, dope song. I don't even remember why we didn't put it on the album. What happened, Martin?
That was, you gotta figure that out. Nah,
what song is this? $500,000.
But you gotta realize also too, that wasn't part of them.
Yeah, it wasn't, but
I'm gonna tell you why $500,000 was one of my favorite sessions, and you could pick up right there.
Wait one second. This is the first Capone-N-Noreaga joint?
Yes, wait a minute. Let me do that.
Solo record that night.
Cool.
He just put it up to the studio.
I know what you're doing.
Come to the lab.
So it's your record, he jumps on it, now it's Capone-N-Noreaga.
No, it wasn't my record. I was working on a whole nother record with Budden and Tim Dog.
Yeah.
And he pulls up to the session.
Yeah.
And Jay Supreme has music, his beats in the session. And then I'm like, my brother's here. I forget all my solo shit out the window.
We was actually trying to get you on the, what's your name?
The soundtrack.
The soundtrack.
Yeah. I forgot what soundtrack, but at the end of the day, I was doing a soundtrack record. Right. And then Slime pulled up.
Was it South Park?
Maybe one of them.
I think it was South Park, yeah.
Time. But Slime pulled up, and it was like, my niggas here.
Oh,
but the
studio.
funny shit is, the funny shit out of everything is I still never heard him rhyme either.
Wow, that's crazy.
So,
I've never heard this shit. You vouching for him?
Ever hearing him rhyme?
On God, we never rhymed together.
No, we never rhymed together, but you heard me rhyme.
No, what I'm saying, what I'm saying is though, when you rhyme on like that's different than going in the studio. I'm on studio time right now.
Yeah, you're right.
I still don't know what Slime could do. I'm vouching for him, but I don't know if that shit
very true.
he was doing
I understand what you mean.
was gonna resonate to the booth. Right. So I'm vouching. And then
me, I'm super 5% of the time. So every rhyme I got here. I don't got the rhymes down here. I got it all here. So I'm not only singing it from here, but I'm singing it from here.
Yeah.
But go ahead.
Yeah, so the whole shit was that's how that session came to play. My nigga was here. It wasn't like we got a record to play.
I wanted you to finish what you were saying, Track.
know what I'm saying? I fall back to move forward.
But
listen,
it's all right.
About that.
Chill, young blood. So
groceries.
So now we in power play. We get Jay Supreme to come through, and this is my first time really hearing N.O.R.E. Like, cause you know what? Like he said, I heard him when we be in the crib and we just be playing beats, and you know he spit some shit, and I couldn't put him together right away in my mind. I couldn't grasp it. You know what I'm saying? Like, so now we in the studio. It's different. And now I need to see if he understands structure. Now I need to see if he, you know what I'm saying? But he was just wild. Like his shit was all over the place, but it was raw. And you know, it's no, like he said, whatever the words you used. Crazy. This guy, antics. We get back to that. But I like that. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, not because it's wild or whatever, because to me, like at that time, I'm very passionate about music, you know what I'm saying? And to me, that comes from a real place that
it was authentic.
I relate to. You know what I'm saying? Like, so as I'm listening, I'm like, oh shit. But I'm like, yo, this shit, his voice sounds bugged to me. It kind of reminded me of like when Shan was here, he said, when him and Marley listened to Rakim. And they was like, yo, what the fuck? It's so over there that it's like, cause Pone is nice, but Pone has that Queensbridge vein in him. He has that vein, but N.O.R.E. came from a place that he couldn't take what he has from, you know what I'm saying? It's different. So it's like more or less he the father of style. And you know, for contrary to what belief is out there, I never wrote no rhymes for him. I helped him with his rhymes. I never wrote his rhymes.
But I would help him with the rhymes.
Listen, hold on, wait. Understand? No, he always get like that. Listen, understand. And I'm gonna keep it Greenberry. I'm gonna keep it Greenberry no matter what. So again, I like to know where the doors. My wife is good. You know what I'm saying? I'm not afraid. I gotta tell the truth. Listen, hold on. I gotta tell the truth. But when I say help, I mean it in a respectful sense. Listen, stop playing, man. That shit, I know he be bugging, but listen, he's my brother. But listen, because you know what? It's because of a lot of shit came up and you know been around us, surrounding us. Shit surrounds me too that didn't necessarily happen. But I don't care about that. I care about my brothers and my brothers seeing where I'm coming from, and I gotta see where they come from. And that's reality. All that outside shit I don't care about, so I want to make clarity now because this is something I brought up. You didn't bring it up, but I want to bring it up now as to say, when I helped you with song structure.
Yeah,
There's
like
a difference.
Saying, cut it at 16.
Or here, this is how you construct the hook.
Or like Blood Money when that was my first bar of my verse. Saying, you know what?
That should be the hook.
Should be the hook.
So now when I say that,
I accept that.
Yeah, but that's the truth.
Yeah,
Whether you accept it or not, it's the truth.
Yeah, but that's
I'm just speaking the truth, but hold on. You don't have to keep doing that. You know why?
No, I do.
You know why? Because listen, hold on.
I live in my skin.
I'm saying it. But I'm saying it so that it can't be said no more. Because when I'm talking about my peoples or what we did, it's like I'm not speaking it I'm not speaking it for the outside. You understand what I'm saying?
I do, but you gotta realize
how people take it. And you're right.
One, because you gotta realize when we looked at the War Report album, you look at the credits.
Yeah.
It says Sweet, publishing Sweet 12.
Sweet 12.
1202.
Sweet 1202, and then it says, Percy Chapman. People automatically like, wait a minute, we see what's going on. This is how Kane was credited on Bismarck Records. This is how such people was credited. So automatically, that's how people took that. And especially when it's on records that you weren't on. You understand what I'm saying? So like, I can see that they say it like, all right, cool, parole violators, that's N.O.R.E. trash, and Havoc. So what we gotta realize is, me personally, when we went through our discrepancies. And he was like, yo, I followed your style. You said that. That's what people did. People came in and that's how they put it together. And that year was tough because I didn't know how to go to every interview and be like, what nigga, I want my own. And not only that, let's just be clear. N.O.R.E. album the next year was more successful than the War Report. So if I was to say, well, if that's happened, what the fuck would happen with N.O.R.E?
No, but see, hold on, let me cut you.
It will automatically make it look like I'm shitting on my partner in jail. So I literally for a minute, because it would be like I'm shitting on the War Report. Like,
it's a totally different vein though.
No, but you gotta realize this is my life that I'm living. So I'm just telling you what I was receiving from my end when I was walking and after, blood type had dropped and things like that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm glad at what you said. Yeah, I'm glad. But it's very personal to me. It's very personal to me because of that factor, and because I didn't understand publishing at the time, and when people brung that up to me, well, why his name is on the publishing here? Why his name? And then who the fuck is Sweet 1202? You know what I'm saying? So I'm like, they still think it's some other guy, Sweet 1202. If it wasn't Drag,
and that's another. Hold on, I want to say this.
Yeah.
And respect to that, right? That's part of the reason why when you wanted out the deal, I didn't want nothing.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I didn't want nothing. And the lawyer at the time, Reggie Osei, who came on your show, wait a minute, and lied.
God bless.
God bless. Bro, I keep it green though. I'm gonna keep it green because I'm in my skin.
Yes.
So it's factual. So you know what I mean? Like that's why when it was time for us to part, I didn't want to do that because honestly, like I said, I was still learning a lot as I went along.
That's right.
So
and I know that now. I know that.
But you're still a little, still a little shaky about shit. I see the sweat coming on your forehead, baby.
No, I ain't sweating at all. I'm good.
Gracious.
But that always.
But I need you to be good with me with that.
Yeah.
I know you good.
No.
You great. I'm great.
Yeah.
But I need you to be good with me with that.
I agree.
I'm feeling chest piece.
No, but that's
the Jedi.
I like it.
As a person, who bust out, and I'm saying people said that about you too. Because of the publishing thing that was there.
I know. Only reason why I ain't gonna do it because I was in jail.
Because he ain't have a disc record with me. He had a disc record with me, so it got crazy. You know what I'm saying?
That nigga said this one is fuck that shit. I'm in jail. I'm speaking to him. He like, yo, Slime. I'm speaking to him. Yo, Slime. I'm like, man, y'all
you must have been in an awkward position.
I was in a super awkward
how did that feel? Because I remember coming to you.
on your ass now.
I remember coming to you and be like, yo, this nigga said, what about that time we went to the show?
You spit on the car?
This nigga's disrespectful, yo. We go to the.
Y'all go to NC without me? I can't bring motherfucking. Who was it? Rail and who was it?
Rail and Steph.
Steph? Fuck y'all niggas. Get out of here. I said this nigga crazy.
I don't remember none of this.
I told you remember what you want to remember.
Get back to positivity.
We not sugarcoating shit.
Nah.
Yeah.
Fuck that. Because this shit would make us brothers right now.
Yeah, that's real shit.
If it wasn't for them days, we wouldn't have these days.
Right.
Like them misunderstanding days. Them days where it was left, right, QB. Them days was like poem.
Yeah, what about that?
Them days made us. Fuck
The
that.
shit's called War Report,
We not
motherfuckers.
Fuck that. This nigga spit on the car. That niggas get out of left, right. What, nigga? Fuck you, nigga. Spit back, and we was on the highway, nigga.
That's some spitting out of pockets,
I got
man.
killed 2 days later, nigga.
God bless.
God bless. Straight up. When we was at NC like that, we wish my nigga was here. But then, it was a whole bunch of shit that made us though.
A lot was going on.
Okay.
I'm in jail. No, fuck that.
Yeah.
Y'all two niggas put me in the most awkward position because I gotta call him, collect, and listen to what he's saying.
And I'm sending you blood. Just be clear.
Listen.
I'm sending him weed.
You sending me weed, but you
I was the more important person at the time.
I ain't sending me weed.
I was the more important person.
You know, Branson back was triangle.
Not a triangle.
They didn't even balloon my shit.
That ain't my job. You want some bud, I'm sending you the bud. You figure out how to get that.
I had to get that back to the dawn. Like, I had to get that.
Right.
We don't want to imagine.
Yeah,
You don't want to imagine. I got it like Boris.
Blue.
Okay, so boom. Let's get back to the origin of the album, because when I first heard Martin, is you heard us on Funkmaster Flex?
No.
That's the lie?
That's a lie.
Way before that.
Stretching Barbie.
Yeah, Stretching Barbie.
Stretching Barbie.
No. You know what the funny thing is? Like, so I heard it. I was just you know, so to back up a little bit, you know, I was doing the underground college radio show, so I was always in tune to what was happening on the streets, music-wise or whatever. I had like heard about y'all, I had never heard anything. In fact, I had like read an article about y'all in Vibe. I think Sasha
Jenkins,
one of them wrote it, and it was a
We
bugged
gotta
out
go back
article.
to that too.
It was a bugged out article because it was like, but anyway, then I eventually got the demo tape. And what Traj was saying, what stood out to me on that demo tape was your awkward style. But it was different. It was like something that I was like, oh shit. Because you know, it was like a regular record, but this was, I'm talking about LA, right? And
stereo, you rhyme in stereo.
It's been hand together, but then your voice, your tone, all that. I was like, oh, this is different. It just stood out. And you know, but my mind frame in that time, you know, doing underground radio, doing all the other stuff, it was dope. I was like, oh, this is cool. And then that's how, you know, I got Traj to come in but I heard about y'all like do the vibe on the underground, like Stretch.
Okay.
You know what I'm saying? Stretch.
Fat Man Scoop played a big.
Fat Man, Fat Man
Scoop played a big part of our career.
Yeah, that's a fact. Fat Man.
We did a promo
a lot of people were like. So a lot of people were vouching for y'all. So it was like, you know, y'all was bubbling up. There was a lot of people was vouching, like Stretch, Scoop, you know, and then Traj, and then like the article, all this other stuff. Now, when I say article in a magazine, remind you, this is before social media, right? That was the social media. You had to, you know,
a physical copy or something.
It was like 12 lines. Like, it was like, hey,
which was big at the time.
And by the way, let me just be clear. At the time Nas came out, changed the trajectory of how Queens hip hop is supposed to sound. How's Queens hip hop? You know, we was just coming through this detrimental disaster from a guy named KRS-One talking about the bridge is over. Then Nas comes and restores our whole, you know,
pride in this.
Pride. Then this other group comes out, Mobb Deep, and there's no other group to compare us to. So I remember the first 3 articles.
Yeah, we was Mobb Deep. Look, we was Mobb Deep rejects.
No, that was
nigga. We was Mobb Deep.
The exact, I remember the exact paragraph. Because it bothered me. All right, shoot. I'm saying the exact word was quasi Mobb Deep.
Wow.
I don't even know what quasi means, so I'm not offended. Can you tell me what quasi means?
Basically. Nah, but quasi like a sub of Mobb Deep. Like a...
Nah, but what?
It hurts still.
No, but that was, you gotta realize though, that was before they knew where we were affiliated. Like they thought we was trying to sound
affiliated because of LA.
This is how it works. This is how it works. People need something to compare something to.
Yeah.
They need a gauge. And like that at that time, it just offended me because I'm like, nah, we not. Peace to Havoc. That's my brother. I love him. Love his mother. I love his mother. Rest in peace, Killer Black. I love his whole family. I love his sister. That's my little brother. You know what I'm saying? But it bothered me because we going so hard, and kind of like how you felt about Queensbridge and Left Rap. I don't want to be. You gotta understand. I'm the big brother. I don't want to be Hav is my little brother. I don't want me and mine to be associated in that way, like we trying to bite off of their shit. And when you struggling and you trying to get to a point and you know in yourself what it is and what you have, it could be offensive. But now that we older, we know and understand that motherfucker just didn't know how to place it.
Yeah, I agree.
Or he just didn't understand it.
Right.
Sometimes it's like that. You have situations where people bring a particular, sound to someone, and they just don't even know what to do with it. And they'll dead you, but you think they dead, and they just pushing you on to go somewhere else where you're supposed to be. Yeah, to be greater. So when they wrote that, I was like, oh shit, the fuck? Because we back in the hood, and then niggas looking like, oh yeah, niggas tried, like and niggas trying to be like son of them. But I know what I'm listening to is way different. Don't get me wrong, P and Hab is nice, but this is way different. It's coming from a different place, sonically. Physically, it's coming from the same place, halfway. Sonically, it's coming from a different place and a certain kind of sincerity.
The best thing for us is that me and this brother sounded totally different.
And complimented each
That's
other.
what
Of course.
If we sounded the same, it would have been like, because, even though P and Half sound a little different, they still sound the same.
Right.
You still get the same cadence, you still get the same. Me and this motherfucker's like a
tone. It's tone.
Totally opposite.
Their tone, him and P's tone is the same. They're rhythmic, you know what I'm saying?
That's the word.
They tone the same, but he's stereo. So y'all shit is like this. He rhymes in stereo. You know what I'm saying? When we did Half a Mil, that's what I ain't finished.
But that's what I ain't finished.
That's what I ain't finished.
Yeah, but
I was going to, but you start asking me other shit.
But I remember a guy telling you said.
But I wanted to do that because it's just better. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm sorry.
We already said. So we already shot earlier. We can shoot more later. We can go shoot more later. So when we in the studio, we had Power Play, which is now called In Your Ear, Axe. Remember Axe, Pyro, the group Pyro, Prince and them? They took over Power Play from Patrick and them. You remember Patrick and them? Power Play from back in the days where they did By Any Means Necessary, where they did Paid in Full, where they did Strictly Business. Listen, some of the greatest hip hop landmark of albums, staples of albums came out of this studio, which I used to go to when I was young and deliver things for a man named Dirty Red in my projects to Patrick, that was the owner. Never thought. Yeah, Dirty Red. So I was like 10, 11. But when I would go in there, I'd be like, oh shit, I wanted to be in there, but never thought that I'll be in there with my brothers later or myself. So we're doing Illegal Life, and Axe comes out, and he's like, yo, your man is ill. What you mean? He was like, yo, he rhymes in stereo. So I'm like, oh shit. I kind of didn't hear that shit, that the whole term in so long, like I forgot what that meant. So I'm like, that's why the nigga just sound funny but ill, like, you know what I'm saying? It's like he got a walkie-talkie almost, like, I can't explain, you know what I mean? So I'm listening to this, now I'm listening to him like, oh, that's ill. And his shit is off. He rhymes off. If anybody I could compare to, like, rhythmically, it would kind of be like P, a little bit in that sense. P rhymes off. But you wouldn't match it because of the tones. They got two.
He was monotone with it.
Yeah, his shit is monotone. His shit is stereo. You understand the style. Good looking, man. Help me out. I like a little help every now and then.
Let me just say how I kind of remembered it. I kind of remember it. This is how, and you tell me if I'm wrong. And I could be like a little bit wrong, but I know this is the fact. I think you described Poem as like, yo, this is like the gangster version of Nas. And then Homeboy.
Yeah, I did say that.
And Homeboy said to you, and your man is rhymes in stereo.
Yeah, that did happen. That did happen.
That's when you said stereo.
You tell the truth.
Yeah. And then you said stereo, and he was like, because I was walking to the bathroom. I think I was, what do they call this shit? Air hustling.
Yeah. And we was in the hallway part, like a little section. That's a fact. That is right.
Was a little
That's
small,
a fact.
so I'm like this.
I'm
trying to control my beats that I still want to live.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to do that.
That's a fact.
You could block the thing out. You know what I'm saying? So you figured that out.
That's a fact.
But all right, boom. Now moving on. We have this demo. Now, when you step to them, you have a demo already?
Yo, I'm not gonna lie.
I got the LA demo.
Yeah, but that was it, right?
That was a white label, right?
Yeah, because I don't remember us doing.
But isn't that what's called? What's called
if
then
you
a
press
white
it up
label?
yourself, you guys pressed up that
Stretch
before.
out.
Stretch's parents,
He had
right?
it.
Stretch's parents gave him the bread, right?
to cover it all.
Stretch gave him, yeah.
Stretch
Rest in
father
peace. Oh, his mother, Paul Cell too.
Right.
Stretch mom's passed away. Actually, as soon as I get back, yeah. Man, rest in peace to the mother.
Stretch actually went to his family and said, I got something I'm trying
No, but
to do.
this is not to cut you.
Yeah.
This is before the Stretch and the Bartos family factor came in, because I didn't tell y'all.
That was good though, the Bartos.
Yeah, it's the family. So I didn't tell y'all at the time, because you know at the time we was going around and you don't want to take, it's like having an army and you about to go to war, but y'all lost a couple of battles, or a faction, a piece of the army lost a battle over here. You don't want to keep telling motherfuckers like, because they lose morale.
Trying to keep the morale up, right.
You gotta motivate, you know what I'm saying? So it's certain shit that would go down and shit that would be said that I wouldn't necessarily say, because I know, I'm like, yo, in my mind, first of all, I'm a type of person, if I see something, nobody's gonna deny me. Flex will tell you that. Nobody's gonna deny me. Once I believe it, my shit is like this. And I'll die for that shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, yo, all right, cool. I don't want to tell him that I bring it over here. And
Russell Simmons was like,
this
whatever.
nigga shit in and that nigga. You know what I'm saying? I want to
Well,
smack.
it's 25 years later. Let's talk about these niggas. Who was he?
Oh, shit. That's what we doing? That's what we doing? No, think
unless you want to grow it up. Okay, I mean that's interesting though.
No,
It's interesting.
let's travel because
It's history. It's history.
Live their life.
Yeah, because like you can't fucking throw that in the air for some young dudes he's just coming off the street.
Right.
You know, and they may not be able to decipher that and break that down without it making them discouraged. So anyway, long story longer. That's when I started looking at, like, he asked, you asked and about having a vision or whatever. Like I said, I ain't gonna lie, I ain't gonna say no Christmas gifts. Because a lot of times what it was is I would go off the feedback. So I might have brung it over here, that motherfucker might have shot it down. But then I bring over here, and they say, yo, you know what? I don't even want to bring it over here, but I see what you're doing here. Let me just give you something to help you out. Balance the scales. I'm like, I'm taking all this in. But by the time I got to Martin, you know why I didn't bring a demo? Now I know why, I remember. Because I started saying, yo, you know what? If I make this shit like I'm pitching something, people won't take it in necessarily. But if I make it like I'm hitting them with some exclusive shit, they'll take more time to appreciate for what it is.
Right.
And I remember because I was like, yo, this nigga's like stretching Bobito. Not like that, but you know what I'm saying? Y'all use the underground.
Right.
So, and you know, where I'm home at, you know what I'm saying? So I was like, yo, you know what? Do certain niggas hit them with just the fucking song. Like, don't try to make no demo. Because initially we try to go and put and do the shit for Puff's mixtape.
That's right. That was for the Bad Boy Volume 1.
And that shit like had me like, damn, yo, that shit was like very discouraging. I really wanted us to make that fucking, you know, that call right there.
Puff committed to us too.
Yeah, he did. But we didn't necessarily make it. You know what I'm saying? Do that, you know, do that.
Paid up, all right?
It came full circle, man.
And
He's all right.
God bless him. God bless him. God bless him. Another thing, case in point. Another thing, case in point. Some shit it gets greater later.
Yeah.
But you know what I'm saying? For me, seeing what we was doing, seeing what we had, I just wanted us to keep it not so much orthodox, so we didn't get shot down. So dudes, like when we went to the source and went to different dudes, not straying away from it, because that all coincides. Right. That all coincides with around that same time. Because now we going to give, I forgot who it was, the editor at the source.
Sasha. No,
that's Vibe. Sasha Jenkins was Vibe. Who?
Not Matt.
Not Matt.
Carlito?
No.
It was around Carlito. Not Rodriguez, Riggs Morales.
Riggs wasn't the scene. He was the editor? No, he wasn't the editor.
He was a music editor. Like, I mean, he was just
Who
on the right
did that?
No, that was Riggs.
Outside Riggs Morales.
Yeah, that was Riggs.
He went on to work for Eminem, Riggs Morales. So, you know, at the time, all these things is putting little moving parts and shit. I'm not looking at it how I would look at it now, like a commander, and be like,
OJ Loco.
All press is good press.
The Jala.
I didn't look at it like that.
Right.
I was so personally connected to it. I'm like, yo, these motherfuckers is shitting. So now when we get the Vibe shit, that shit was crazy because, you know, it was crazy.
How was that big?
I felt in that article, in that interview, we was trying to like, at least I was trying to prove something.
Shit, you wrong.
And I went too far. You said the article's crazy, right? I went too far, Slamington, because
Go ahead and tell him.
you know, I was putting certain shit out there, and then because I wasn't looking at, yo, listen, this shit could come back.
You picked up the gun. You forgot about putting the safety on.
See, I came here to tell the truth.
Yeah, so it was the y'all.
Real life. I didn't say that. See how these niggas play?
Let me just tell you something.
I'm different, man.
When the article happened, two dudes was in the room.
3 dudes was in the room.
No, I was in.
I was in the fucking room, y'all.
I was admiring his green leather. He has a green leather sofa in the projects. She was amazing to me.
A white carpet.
And green carpet.
And he had a microwave.
And a washer and dryer.
Niggas ain't have
He had a
microwaves.
washer and dryer. I was like, this guy's rich.
Wow.
How you rich?
I'm not leaving. Rest in peace, rest in peace,
Did I just heard?
Leave me from the room.
And then when I looked, it was like 9/11, debris everywhere. And I look, and mind you, we gotta act like we do this shit. We can't act like
Nigga's funny, yo.
He magically alleviated himself from the room and tell a story.
Okay,
You know it's
He was there, wasn't there, all at the same time.
Who did shoot the gun? Let's just be clear. It's 25 years later.
Why are you asking?
I just know it wasn't me.
Gun. I don't know about this shit. I don't know about this.
I'm positive.
What Deuce say? Yo, Deuce, what's going on here, man? Yo, Mike Booth.
I'm positive it wasn't, but that was funny because Shasta Jenkins still want to know.
That's what you said.
Because Shasta Jenkins should do our documentary and he needs to know.
Shasta should do it.
Yes, he needs
Because
to
he
know.
was there at,
Go ahead,
like,
Trav,
we
just
had
admit
bricks
to
of
it.
flour.
Sasha should do. I just don't understand why you didn't say we was in the crib and the gun went off. Very easy. I like how you separate yourself from us. You're supposed to be brothers. Don't let them do
We
this.
can't do that. Not today. We are all together today. Okay.
Hey, listen, yo, E, fuck that. He can't run that trick shit on us.
No, hold on, because there's another thing prior to us getting to penalty that was a big campaign, a part of our thing was people kept calling me. It's like, I just seen on the train station, man, I ripped that shit down. And I'm just like, what? And I'm talking about for weeks because, you know, obviously back then we didn't have Twitter, we didn't have Instagram, so people were calling me or whatever I had, like, I don't even think two ways was
Beepers, you
back
regular
then.
beeping, huh?
I would call them back.
We
and
had regular. The
and you
regular.
gotta remember,
beepers,
they're not fully telling me the story, so this shit went on for weeks because they think it ain't holding me down. They're like, yo, man, I seen that shit. So I'm like, what? Meanwhile, what Trash was doing was putting up Capone-N-Noreaga wanted posters.
And myself. I was in there too.
Wow, you was on these posters.
Oh yeah, that's right. I put y'all first. You know why? Wait. Go ahead. I'm gonna let you say that.
I'm just telling you the result.
Go ahead.
If you still talking about the cause.
Go ahead.
So what I didn't know for weeks were there were people that was calling me and was warning me. But you gotta realize they're speaking in code. They're not just saying. By the way, no one called me N.O.R.E at the time.
I like this one.
So people say,
It's Bobby Mason.
yeah, Bobby, you know, I saw and I heard. So you know, when I seen it, I tore it down. So I'm listening and I'm trying to like, what are they? But I can't. And the next one call and it gets more decoded. Yo, I saw there was only one left, so I took it down. It wasn't until a week later that I actually got to see the poster myself, where I'm like, wait a minute. No one told me about this promotion. And then I found out, but I knew about it, but I didn't know.
I was about to say, because
We didn't know that.
No,
was
I didn't know.
legally. Like,
First of all, I thought we had to put up our posters. I didn't know that, you know, Omar, Agent 25, Malik the Sheik was actually the people that was out there. You know, just putting it up, and it was going to do it. So, by the way, when it came to me, even though I knew of it, I didn't.
You didn't understand what it was.
I didn't understand because of the code.
Yeah.
The code. It wasn't straight up saying, yo, I saw a warning poster from you and took it down. That arguably, I don't know how much money that took, but that arguably
it was the cheapest.
Caused just as much buzz.
That's an ill campaign.
Let me say, you know how much it cost? It cost $50.
But look, you know what the next step was that made it even iller? After that was the who the fuck is Capone-N-Noreaga sticker.
Yeah.
It was
And
not directly.
Okay, all right, but this was the original.
Now they know who
I don't believe you came to us for a co-star. I believe you just thought
I did.
And then you just did it. So
I came to you and I said, listen, I'm gonna do something. You know what it was?
Yes.
Thank you.
But I didn't know what the fuck you were talking about.
Yeah, because I was like, yo, I'm gonna do some warning signs. He was like, yeah, whatever. But I had the bro go to the library and duplicate. This is a library. We didn't even have computers like that. Public library.
By the way, some of these guys over here, when you said library, was like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah. So,
they didn't know Google.
and duplicate an actual FBI wanted poster. Yeah, because I had to get your photo. I told y'all to go get passport photo.
But look,
Right.
what was that unsigned hype picture?
It was the warning poster. Yeah, you didn't notice that?
Oh, I forgot.
So, what he's talking about when he says dudes is talking in code, because they thought the wanted posters were real.
Yeah.
But I said, if you have any information regarding these suspects, 1-800-223-9797.
Real as fuck.
It was Hot 97? It was Hot 97, yeah. I always thought it was 25.
Nah, it was Hot 97.
Okay.
And then simultaneously, that's when we came with LA, like right after that.
Right.
And it kind of worked together, man. It kind of worked out, man. It kind of worked out.
Because it's viral. Yeah.
Wow.
And if you think about it, LA, Tupac is a part of that record where Tupac is responding to us. He's like, whoever else is one of y'all,
yeah, he
didn't know our name.
He dead ass That offended me. Not that he dissed us, that he didn't diss us.
You know,
that offended me.
Let me tell you something. I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna take my glasses off. I want everybody to really, really listen. I'm 50-50 with that. 50-50 with me says I wanted Pac to diss us.
Yeah.
And then the other 50% is like, I don't know if I would have been able to take it.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. Like, I don't know back then. Like right now, like I know how to like respond because now I know how to fuck with my Instagram.
Yeah. And I can understand that. I can understand that too. That's what I tell you.
I won't want to be part of that.
Off the all the way Greenberry, I was like, I even told you as of recently, like not jumping off, but everything coincides with point. I'm like, yo, man, I'm proud of you. I mean that. You know what I'm saying? I'm proud of both of y'all, but I'm proud of you because I understand what this shit takes in a sense, like coming from that the fabric we come from. And not taking certain shit personal, because I would get comments and my hands start sweating. Right. Because I don't, where I come from, you don't, you throwing Franks and shit on my shit, like, I'll fuck, you know what I'm saying? At the time. Right. Because I don't understand how to take that in, you know what I'm saying?
There's a Frank emoji?
Huh? No, these dudes is suicide rhyme holders. They say crazy shit, and I'm like, what the fuck? But now I'll throw a fucking ha at them like because
you don't know about the block button? It's amazing.
Oh yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, let's go.
But you gotta get no freaky. You gotta get it hit to the block, because then you don't know
with the block.
There you go.
They kind of weird. Make some noise for that. So, okay. Now, Neil, I heard you say that earlier. Now, who the fuck the Capone-N-Noreaga stickers? You guys had one of those stickers as well, or no? This came along after the music came?
After the music came.
Okay.
And the music is LA at the time?
It's pretty early on.
On the single.
Yeah, it was the first single.
That was the artwork we used on the single, too.
And we flooded the city.
That was every fucking.
I still see it today.
I still see it too. Still see it on West Side Highway.
You gotta be in a dirty crevice creek, and you might see it. I've seen it a few places.
What's the single? What's the single that you're saying? Is it LA?
It's LA.
Life.
It was Illegal Life.
No, it was
Stick You. Oh, that's right. It was Stick You. Yes, it was Stick You. Yes, it was.
Bro, you gotta
it had the red and gray sticker. Yes, it was, bro.
Stick You.
Stick You. It's a factual.
Oh, because they was hitting us at the label, talking about they gonna do something else. What we gonna tell? That was the craziest thing of everything. They thought the record was real. Like we really wanted to stick them. We're not going to tell this thing, nobody. But we definitely get it. wasn't no social media.
Man. It's like Paul
We definitely was getting death threats though.
Oh man.
That was a fucking Stick You with the red and silver sticker. That's right. That's a factual.
I think we did like 500,000 just in New York.
Okay, make some noise for us. Fill up Neil's drink, man. Fill up Neil's drink. Make sure you fill it up. Yes, because you know, Neil, I'm gonna tell you something. The whole time being on Penalty, the success that Penalty had, I never knew it was an independent label.
That it was a major?
That shit was Def Jam to this nigga.
It felt, yeah. It
At
always
that time, it was
felt.
Def Jam for this nigga.
Yeah.
So he has major things of you then.
We worked 24/7, so that was it.
Yes.
That's a fact. I could contest to that. That's a fact.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was, saluting you earlier, because that's what I was trying to establish was, and that's with no disrespect to anybody else that was on Penalty prior to us. I think, big up to Lord Finesse, who was I also invited here and also was on the War Report album.
Buck Wild,
Buck Wild, but I didn't know any, like, with hardware at that time. And at this time, although Mobb Deep was a very underground based group, they was coming back with hardware.
Yeah.
You know, they was coming back with that, you know what I mean? So what was it that attracted you to Penalty?
Again, like just to kind of like circulate around it again, it's like, and I gotta, you know, we all go through our things, but I gotta say thank you, yo, for giving me a chance, man.
Well,
I we go through things, but thank you, brother. Thank you for giving me a chance. I'm chewing on my, tuck my stomach in, but you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? Because when you look back, you said something deep, man. Sometimes you get off, you know what I'm saying? No freaking. Sometimes. So, you said you don't realize what you had till you lose it, man.
Yeah.
So, when I look back now, I'm like, damn, yo. Like, I would do anything to have that right now. You don't have people take chances anymore. It's formulaic. The music is formulaic. You took a chance with somebody, man.
Well, now
I
it's
appreciate
all looking
that.
at analytics, and it's so different. Again, you know, for us, I didn't even have a demo. It's like, wow, you know.
Who does that? Who does that?
Hold on. He just said something so crazy right now. You heard what he just said?
Didn't even have a demo.
No. He said now it's all analytics.
Analytics, numbers.
It's not A&R, it's research and
It's not.
development.
Yo, but you know what? As we say that,
It's not what you believe.
it's deeper. It's even deeper. It's so deeper though. As we say that, we gotta look at us. We gotta give motherfuckers a chance. You can't just look at the numbers. That's why shit is not being broken. That's why. Hold on, I gotta say this, man. Not to cut you. That's why shit is not changing.
And fill his drink up too.
Because it's math for math. Everybody's going on.
Have a good time, man. Please.
And they say math don't lie, but the gut, you know what I'm saying? The soul is gone. The soul in it is gone. The fucking, you know, the instincts. Like survival, it's instincts. You know what I'm saying? It's innate, it's natural. The naturality of this shit is being lost. Because it's all about analytics. Analytics constitutes dollars, which we gotta make. But you make money just off your instincts. I think that makes you greater later. You know what I'm saying? Everything count, but that's real shit.
But remember, math does lie because it's proven that they paying for that math.
Oh, yeah.
They're paying for that.
Then it's not math.
No, I'm saying they're paying for
They're paying for numbers.
For numbers,
They're paying for numbers. It's not actually math. Yeah, but it's not actually math. It's paying for numbers.
Alternate science. Altering science.
Because the science supposed to be this way. You're paying to get it changed. It ain't
So imagine how many creative or how many artists we're losing because no one's taking chance on a gut feeling, on an ear, on what they hear. Yeah. We're just going off of these numbers that are bought and sold easily.
And that's what I said. Let's keep it real, because dudes like, yo, this money. I was like, yo, but these dudes believe in this shit. Who's gonna put out T.O.N.Y. as a first single? You can't tell me. I don't care what nobody say. I know this shit. You can't tell me another label at that time would have put out T.O.N.Y. as a single. When they wanted that, I was like, yo, these motherfuckers understand. Because I was like, that's the one.
Hold on, I think we should be doing that.
And to that point, we were on a different wavelength. Like, you know, this guy, Neil, when he, you know, plucked me out of college to work at Round the Globe, he was like, you know, I'm here from New York, but he was like promoting like Ice Cube, promoting like shit from the Dirty South, like before it was popular in New York. My ears were like tuned into what was happening in New York, but he was promoting records from all over the globe.
And
like, you know what I'm saying? So
David Banner. That's a fact.
That's right.
I mean,
that's the first time I heard about David Banner.
Different wavelength in terms of just finding like you said, zoning into like the gut and zoning into that, and not the math and magic. He did have math. Martin, you have only this budget to sign and this budget to do an album. That's why a lot of shit didn't get signed. But
one thing I tell you about
Neil,
you make it make sense, make it make money.
You'll find it.
He'll find it, and I had to learn that later on. But you know, because the War Report, to tell you the truth, and I say this, I was telling Diego earlier, or Diego brought it up, and I was sitting there, and I was like, yo, to this day, you know, I knew how to not play with the budget because of what Trash would be in there like, listen, my dude, like, what are y'all doing? Like, I'm saying, and Martin, you know, because later on in your life, and Neil, I would never play with the studio because of the war report. So it was such of a so much magical sessions.
Yeah, it was.
What was your favorite session, Geno, being a part of or witnessing a war report session?
One of my favorite.
Oh, I said Geno, man, you going too fast.
I'm in it.
Looking at
You can't do that. No, I'm in it. You just took me somewhere.
Yo, to be honest, like you can't even really like the sessions was so crazy.
Right.
It was more of the hallway action. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then on top of that, I wasn't really like official staff, so it was like you didn't want to overstep or whatever. But you know, like just seeing your guys and just doing it, and you know, of course, being part of the, you know, when we did the reunion and N.O.R.E. and all of that shit. Like,
right.
Yo, I was gonna say, Paul, I was gonna say that because the hallway action was crazy. That's why when he asked you, I just zoned off. I was like, oh shit. I remember it was a session. Was that unique?
47th Street.
Better stop that slick shit.
47th Street.
47, 701, 47th Street and Broadway. So 7th floor, right?
Paradise to me.
7th floor.
Yeah.
over some barrels.
Over some barrels. Tony Roma's across the street. So we up in the.
I didn't know that. I
know. I used to creep over there. I used to creep over there and get a rack of beef ribs and the coleslaw.
I'm also the barrel guy.
Nah, that was on me. Your budget was plug you and fucking. What's that called? We get to it. You was taking the car uptown to re-up. They was taking them town cars uptown to re-up. I remember coming there, you showed me the statement.
We were locked out every car service.
Now, you see, keep trying to shoot some shit out of me. No, yo, I was in the budget now. Neil, let's keep it Greenberry. Let's keep it Greenberry, Neil. I walked in the office one day. Neil said, Chad, I gotta talk to you. Neil, don't talk to me like that. Neil, no, you don't talk to me like that. He said, yo, Chad, I gotta talk to you. I was like, I'm going to the office. I go to the office and I was like, you know, what is this? No, man, I'm talking like, trash, what is this? I'm like, yo, what are you talking about? Yo, the budget for the car game was crazy. Oh my God. It was insane. I said, yo, man, and then he showed me, I think it had like an address and shit, like where and the time and stuff. I said, that's the like 24 hours. 24 hours. What are you taking this car to go free up for, man? And it was this dude. It wasn't really him. It was this dude. It was you, Slime.
The budget was crazy for that shit.
The car's there for 2 hours. It went to the connect to McDonald's. Then over the tri-barrel. I said, oh, he was working. Crazy.
I talked to Martin about it.
You were double dipping at the time.
I thought I was so I'm like, yo, and then the chicken wing budget is crazy. And who the fuck is all these niggas in here? So that's kind of like when he was like, yo, I'm bringing relevance. There's a lot of other little shit. Right. I'm like, man, fuck them niggas. You ain't bring them niggas to the show. Them niggas cost 10 stacks. And chicken wings. Chicken wings. Yeah, bro.
That was the days, though, man.
Yeah, so, okay. Boom. Now we was it Funk Flex? I know you said you didn't discover us on Funk Flex, but we did a classic monument to Funk Flex freestyle, and then that's kind of what set it off right before T. I think that's when we did the deal. And then, am I remembering this right?
I ain't gonna lie, that seemed kind of. I don't remember exactly that around because. I remember going to see Flex.
You know what? And Biggie was there that day.
No, this is later.
This is later, okay.
And this is a little later because I remember just even getting him to like even.
Yeah,
just
Flex was fronting on us.
Listen to the record.
He was.
He was fronting on us.
And
I remember.
He says it to this day. Like,
he didn't know. He gave me real.
So I remember him fronting on the record, and I'm like, yo, bro, like, what are you doing? Like, you can't do this. You have to.
Flex is a lot of things. He is not a liar.
And he like, when I seen him recently, he's like, ask N.O.R.E. what I tell him.
He be telling me all the time.
So
all the time.
I'm like, yo, bro, you can't like front on this record right here. Cause one, you didn't never listen to it. Cause I can tell you don't have nothing to say about it. You know how you give somebody something.
But you want me to defend Flex without defending him?
Hold on, let me get past it. Because this is
okay.
Because in essence, I'm really complimenting him when I get through it.
Yeah.
Because you know how you give somebody something and normally if they fucked with it, they're gonna tell you why they're not gonna fuck with it. He didn't do that. He just like, yo, cause so in my like, oh, you ain't even listen to this shit. But I was like, all right, cool. I see how I gotta do this dude. I'm gonna just be in his face every time he look up. I'm not gonna say nothing to him. I'm not gonna ask him to play it again. He's gonna know when he looks at me why I'm here. And I'm gonna just walk away. You know what I'm saying? So I would go anywhere he was at. I wait till he see me, break out. Where's Mo, right? No, really. I swear. I pop up at the tunnel. Sometimes I have no money. I'm gonna keep it Greenberry. But I got just enough to get a bottle. And if you went in the tunnel, the floor was like in. The booth was up there, and I go like this. So he can't not look at me. Because he's like this. He's like, nah, flex me. Yeah.
And he don't drink, but he taking your bottle.
Yeah, and I want you to take it.
Yeah.
I want you to take it.
He giving it to his little man.
Give me a bottle, and I break out. Kept doing that for dumb long. And then we went up to Hot 97. Now, this is when we go to Hot 97. And he's like, yo, y'all off to the side a little bit. And obviously, I can tell he didn't really know us, because even me, per se, because he was like, yo, man, I don't really feel it. But you know what? That's why I say he's official in his way. And he's a Leo like me. So he got to be cornered. You know what I'm saying? So, factual. You already know. So, I was like, something came to me like, there's a lot of magic in this album, man. This shit is L shit to me. When he said that, something came to my mind that I happened to be in the room when they brung him the Wu-Tang record. I remember what he said. He was like, yo, that's gonna never go nowhere.
What Wu-Tang record? Press again that?
Yes.
Okay, continue.
So now I'm like, he's like, I said, yo, you said Wu-Tang wouldn't go nowhere. He was stuck. That's how he did his head too. He said, with that like that. You from the Bronx? Oh. he said like this, so he said. No, Flex gave it to him, and he fucking, that's when we went up there. And we went up there. Big was there? No, Big was, that wasn't at that time. Anyway, he plays the record. I ain't gonna front, he plays the record. And after he played the record, it wasn't T.O.Y. though. It wasn't T.O.Y. You know what it was? No.
Nah, I wasn't even on that far.
Word is bomb. See, that time was shaky. I remember my shit, but that time was shaky because a lot was going on. There was a lot of stress in the air around the time. You feel me? Walk with me. Because Slime was about to go. Slime was about to go early on, remember?
Boom.
Huh? It was Thug Paradise.
Wow.
And that's why Martin convinced me. He's like, yo, you gotta put that on the album.
He didn't want to.
I didn't want to do it because I didn't want to take away from my mans.
Right.
I didn't want to take
hated that record.
I didn't want to take away from my mans. But Martin fought me every day to put that. And I was like, nah, because in my mind, I didn't want people, not trying to, at the time, I didn't want to overshadow them. Because I was like, nah, I don't want to.
But I got to stop you for a little bit because Thug Paradise was still after T.O.Y.
It was?
It was still after T.O.Y. before whatever, the driver's seat or whatever else it was.
No, Slime.
Because you know why? I'm going to tell you why.
Thug Paradise was before.
Because
me and him did
it's
it.
definitely before the album because they forced me to get that third verse when I felt like.
Yeah, I remember that.
I felt like Thug Paradise was perfect with just you and Poem. And it was like, to make it a Capone-N-Noreaga record, I would have to get on that record.
He's partly right because it was already, like, Flex was already into it.
It was already into it. I gave it to him.
Instead of a DJ, it was like, it had that beat
old school.
And
he loved that beat. He told me, I was like, I love that shit.
All day, so it's like, that got to be, for the
It was it.
For the DJs.
What it was, I'll tell you what it was. We were still working on the album. We did T.O.Y. But it wasn't in that form where we was even ready to choose the single.
That shit got added later too.
Yeah, because
in my mind, T.O.Y. came out first. I don't know why.
I remember that.
I thought T.O.Y. came
It
out
wasn't an official. It wasn't official.
Streets album before that.
We did the
Right, it
video
was
and all
just
that
out
shit
there. It
before
wasn't
we did
official,
jail.
right?
With T.O.Y. or Thug Paradise?
T.O.Y. came out.
I agree with that.
That's right.
I agree with that.
You got hold on. That's right. I remember that.
T.O.Y. came out when I was in jail.
That's right.
I was getting stickers. You remember? I used to.
That's right.
We shot the video when you
We
were just
did
going
the
away.
song.
I was going away like a week.
Yeah,
we shot the video.
You were going away. Well,
week.
that's right.
We
Well,
did
you're
the-
supposed to go away that weekend before we shot the video.
And I
if you
want to say
remember.
thank you for crashing your car and still making it to court. Getting out,
right.
leaving your car on the highway. Like, TOY was definitely after I went to jail, but Thug Paradise was definitely.
Yeah, because we did too. I kicked the judge in the face.
Kicked the judge in the face.
Oh, yeah.
You really kicked the judge.
We really
Yeah,
did.
well.
We had to switch actors.
But I
for the
told him,
video,
I was like, yo, I'm kind of big and shit. I don't think I should jump and run with these boots on, and I'm just gonna stop on a glass top desk. I did say that. And he was like, nah, you'll be fine. I'm running down the aisle like this, in the court. It goes like this. And I jump on the desk, but I'm supposed to fake the kick.
Kick the nigga right in
I
the
should
mouth.
split his whole shit open. That shit was crazy. But
Judge leaking. He like.
I remember Thug Paradise first.
Yeah, I don't remember because I ain't get no shine for that, so probably. I was probably like, fuck that record.
It was all
I'm still
shine.
like, fuck that record.
That's crazy because it was all shine.
wasn't mine.
That's like the moving parts. You know what I'm saying? Like those are all
And
moving
you gotta
parts.
remember in the beginning when you do something that you don't want to do, it feels crazy. Like I was who did I have here, and I was telling them Oh No was a record that I didn't like. Or was it Pusha?
ASAP.
ASAP, no, ASAP Rock. It was ASAP Rock. Okay, Geno. I forgot. We know you put on ASAP. Come on, Geno. But I was explaining it to him how sometimes you can make a record, put a budget behind it, and then you could not like the process or not like it. And that was pretty much what Thug Paradise stood for me. It wasn't like I made the record or had anything to do with the record, but once the record came out, I kind of was like, yo, let them shine. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's cool. And then when the label was forcing me to, because it was crazy because
See, so even small labels force you to do things.
I wouldn't say force. They made it make sense to me. They said, yo, listen, this is a Capone-N-Noreaga record. Yeah, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, and I did it, which is crazy.
It's for the benefit.
If you
It was really
really remember, that verse that I used on Thug Paradise was the verse that I used on the original I'm Leaving.
Yep.
This is the original I'm Leaving. It's the same exact, because I came in and they were like, that's no. And I was like, really? And I was like, all right, cool. So when they Thug Paradise, I used the same exact verse. And, eventually I was wrong.
Yo, fam.
Thug Paradise worked.
Unique Studios.
Yes.
Right?
Easy LP.
Boom.
Shout out Easy.
We out here.
Capone Trash just disappeared.
Yep.
We don't know where they're at. We established that earlier. We can't really go crazy.
Earlier.
Bet y'all be disappearing like a mice and a hamster doing little crazy things.
Don't be blinded. Don't be blinded.
I'm at Unique. I'm speaking to you on the phone. You like, yo, I'm at Sam Mash, 3 blocks over.
Okay, you remember.
And
Okay.
you're like, I'm in this green ES 300.
Right.
So I come over. I'm like, whose whip is this? Because I know it's not your whip. You're like, this is Nas's whip. I'm like, I'm in Nas's whip. What's going on? And you push play on a cassette, and it's I'm Leaving when you just came back from messing with Dre. I promise you, I said things are about
About to be over.
Okay, let me describe to you. This is exactly what happened. I was at my mother's house, and my mother played this record. Don't let it go to your head now.
Brand Nubian ended up using that.
No, not this time.
But the original.
No, I know, but they used that record.
So
They
I
said-
No, they used that before you. No, they used that record before.
No.
The time you talking about when you made I'm Leaving, Brand Nubians already made it.
Trust me, Trash, this means way more to me. Trust me on this one. I made it first.
What? Don't let it go to you?
No, that's their version of it.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'm saying, yeah.
I made that version with that beat called I'm Leaving. I will call Easy LP. Trust me, this was my first time producing a record. I'm not wrong with this one.
You use that beat? I got
Me
it.
out.
I gotta hear this
You
too.
on Capone?
A different part of it. Different.
You on Capone? Yo, this is my version. Me the honey one.
You gotta stop that, man.
You know what I'm saying? Fake popping things. It was
I don't know what you're
happening.
talking about,
It
right?
was happening. Okay. So we couldn't get y'all. I came from my mom's crib. I heard this. hit Easy LP. Easy LP said I know exactly, because that's all I knew. It was doom, 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 and Easy LP said, for some reason I knew exactly what the fucking record is.
Classic. Niggas know that.
That's when we said Sam Ash. I think you saying that because it was right around the corner from Right Track. So that's what me and LP, we went, we did it. The record came on, and for some reason I did. I'm leaving on the next plane. I don't know when I'll be back again. Kiss me and pray for me, and tell me that you'll wait for me. And I remember I thought I killed it. I was like, I killed this shit. Capone walked in, he was like, yo, that shit hard. Raj walked in 2 hours later, he was like, that shit whack.
I didn't say that.
No,
I did not say it was whack.
You're right. You know what?
I did not say it was whack. Don't lie.
You know what? I'm wrong for putting it that harshly. You definitely said something more
But
nice.
you took it that way.
I heard this is whack. That's what I heard.
You didn't hear what you wanted to hear. That's what
I
it
was
is.
like, oh,
He didn't hear what he wanted to hear.
So I was like, damn, oh shit.
Listen.
And then hold on, Capone ain't backed me up. So I was like, this nigga's this motherfucker just told me it was hard. He just told me. And then when Trash said, I'm looking like, you don't remember? What we just said, you just said it was good.
I said I ain't like the record. I did say it was whack. But
So hold on,
okay,
let's just finish. So I'm like, man, I know this record is good. I know this record is something, bro. I know this is some poem you get incarcerated. This is actually, if you wouldn't have said you didn't like that record, there would be no N.O.R.E.
That was
So thank you for not liking the record, nigga. Hold on. I'm being funny. Let me just finish. But I'm being funny. I am being funny. Don't take it like that. But what happened was, this was my first time because I started to understand that Puff Daddy doesn't really produce. Puff Daddy takes something that he thinks is dope, brings it to someone, and someone helps create his vision for him.
I was going to say that.
I was trying to do that. And this is what you compared it to. You said, we sample like Havoc and not like Puff Daddy. And let me just tell you something. For the moment,
I did say that.
Definitely right.
No, but you know what? I did say that.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm not always fucking right. I can take 1 or 2 or 3, 4, but
I
100 of those is right.
I like that. I like
my hundreds is right.
I like that.
Wait. I said fucking just a friend was whack. I was a bad call, rest in peace, man. That was a bad. I ate those words. I told Prodigy he was whack. I ate those words. I'm not always right. I'm accountable for my shit. I ain't gonna throw no rock and hide my hand. But you would have made N.O.R.E. regardless, because it was destined for you to make it.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. Respect that as well. But what I'm trying to tell you was that was the motivation, was because I sat there and I was like, damn, this is a record I felt fitted on. I was ready for the Neptunes almost before the Neptunes. Because I was sitting back like, you know.
Martin.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Yeah, I mean, what?
I think what that was is, like, just how I take it. It's my perspectives.
We need it.
You was like, and because you said it too, that's why I'll admit it. You said, yo, that was, when it's your first time venturing outside of influence,
right,
and you see your independence as a man, it's a great feeling. Yeah. And you gotta get that because, and I understand that, because you just said it. So that was you going, oh shit. Boom, boom, boom. I'm putting this whole shit together. And I get that now.
Right.
At the time, I didn't get that. I'm just hearing what the original vision was. Mm-hmm. So that's in my head. You know what I'm saying? Right. And that's what got us to that point. But the vision evolves.
Right.
And that's just fucking life.
Right. But you know, I was grateful for, because in the next session, just like that, identical, was Bloody Money. Was I remember Unique Studios. I'm sorry, because I don't want to feel like I keep blowing y'all up, but y'all was doing something.
When you tell the truth, you're not blowing me up.
Y'all was doing
but just make sure you tell the truth.
Yeah.
And don't exclude yourself from your truth.
Y'all was late again.
It's crazy.
Y'all were late again.
All right.
Raheem was there in the session.
Listen, we're right.
Put Raheem in his shit.
He's on the record. He's on the
Let Pone talk. Pone never talks.
Okay.
Let Pone talk.
Your man act like he was never late. He ain't never sticky woo. He ain't never.
Bro, that's why on the phone I said.
Never heard. This is
Yo, Mark, I don't remember being late, man.
Now this guy.
I don't remember being late, boy. Give me, thank you, Mark.
Because Martin, you weren't there to go get him for show. Don't fold.
Don't fold.
Man. Tell the truth. But that's late. But that's late. The volume don't drop me out.
I'm gonna be honest. To tell you the truth,
I know. I'm admit to my fault. I know what the fuck I was doing.
I'm gonna be honest with y'all. To tell you the truth, y'all was more experienced than me in the studio. So I can't say y'all took it for granted or something like that, but y'all kind of came there when y'all wanted to. When I was when y'all said 5 o'clock, I would be there at 5. I would be there at 4:45 and be scared to say I was there early.
Bro, I can come there. I can come there at 6 o'clock. I can call you and be like, yo, you at the studio?
Yeah.
Studio's at 4. I don't need to be there at 4. I need to be there before closing to make sure it's good. I don't need to be there at 4. I gave you the right tools. Well, I gotta be there for you. I'm prices. I'm chopping. I don't need to be. Why I gotta be there?
Nobody listen to that advice.
Keep it in green. I'm like, yo, listen. Okay, I respect that. But don't go act like you was fucking, know what I'm saying?
Nah, I'm fucking with y'all. Overall, I'm fucking with y'all. But what I'm trying to tell you is, a lot of the solo records, let's just be clear, a lot of the solo records that were made on the album from me was because I was just sitting there bored.
Listen, no, it wasn't because you were sitting there bored. You were sitting there because you was hungry. Don't make it seem like it was an accident.
Hungry and talking to. Yes, exactly. Hungry and bored is
nah, you was hungry.
Bored.
You know why?
My bad. I
but listen, you weren't the one about to go to jail.
Yes, very true.
You went to juvie, and now you're about to go to a real prison. You weren't the one about to go. And this man to tell you, we both was like, yo, son, you gotta make records. And I'm gonna keep it clean.
I wasn't late even before he was going to jail, though. Let's be clear.
Let's past that. Come on, let's move on.
Is the even guy here.
Listen, I don't need Martin to tell me about stuff.
Martin talk.
Martin, come on, Martin.
I ain't come late till I wear black. I thought we're black.
Martin, stand up, Martin.
I thought I put the grenade.
Don't fall, Martin.
No.
Fight.
N.O.R.E is a beast. Like, he's a hard worker, right? So, he like...
We never said he wasn't, Martin.
I attribute that to you, so I think you said you should let this
No. I can take a compliment and a criticism. They both just said you know what I'm saying? It's the same thing. Bro, hold on 1 second. Martin, keep it green, Martin. This nigga ain't show up to every session on time, bro. Cause you called me a couple times where they at. You didn't say where hold that. You said where they at. So that means he's not excluded from
popping.
See, look, no, stop letting him do that. Stop letting him do that, man.
Yeah, bro.
Don't go, bro.
I'm fucking around.
You're dead ass serious.
No, I'm dead serious.
I know you did.
Dominant finger popping.
I ain't gonna lie. I used to save my tokens. I used to save my tokens because I knew 47th Street. No, you know why? I love to go to Manhattan at that time.
Oh my God.
To go to Manhattan.
Yo, this nigga need to rewrite the Bible. So this nigga will make. Not me. I'll put you. Come on, you can't be with that parable, man. I know. Super Shakespearean slime version. Y'allington. Who are you talking to, Pappy? Talking to us, nigga. Oh boy, this is fun. I'm having fun now.
That's my side of the.
Oh my God.
Everyone can have their own side of the truth. They book, but
I swear I wish I knew back then. You know what I fucked up? You know what I fucked up on? I'm gonna tell you something. You see right now, technology leveled the playing field.
Right.
With everything, right? I wish I would have recorded everything.
Yeah.
The story would be fucking different.
Right. Listen,
the story would be fucking different. Oh my God.
Slime make himself look amazing.
Every time. It's almost as if he thinks about it before the shit even comes to the table. You scary, man. You scary. You're scaring me.
You look like he said, where you guys at? I'm at the studio waiting. Where you guys living?
No, I'm gonna be honest. I was really blessed.
Hopping out of cabs.
I was really blessed. You know what it was? I'm gonna be honest. It's not.
Cabs we hopped out of.
Listen. Let's just be clear.
Come on.
It wasn't. I don't know. No matter how much I say this, it doesn't mean if it comes off in a crazy way. But Queensbridge was privileged. Y'all had
You
MC
keep
Shan.
saying this, bro.
Y'all
Nobody
had
gave
Marty
us
Most.
nobody
Y'all had
gave us
Craig
one
G.
too.
Y'all had
Yo, let me tell you something. But at the same wait a minute. This is the same man.
Y'all left the War Report episode. And
Listen,
some other shit
this is the same man who said, because now this real brothers coming in. It's not a scripted politically correct shit. This is the same man. That's how we get him in the shit. Listen, go back a few episodes. The same man that says, yo, but Queensbridge niggas hate each other. So when you say we had this and that, we didn't have that. You obviously said in previous
I love how you put oranges and apples together. It's not gonna work though. But let me just tell you.
Not tangerine.
Listen, it's just
You going there?
No. Let's be clear.
Bro,
I used to go to Queensbridge.
Queensbridge artists wasn't sticking together at that time.
Queensbridge, I used to see Maddie C on the hill. What other neighborhood you're gonna see Maddie C, the guy who signed fucking Biggie Smalls and Mobb Deep, hanging out in the most drug-infested corner in America?
Because
that's not normal.
Because this is the time for Queensbridge now, but the artist wasn't necessarily being unified.
Right.
This is why a lot was going on. Because if I went to,
we didn't know that though.
Yeah, but that's the reality of it. You know what I'm saying? Like I was surprised. I'm gonna say this: a lot of things happen because they were meant to happen. Because it was so much backstory shit going on that people don't know about.
Right.
That's the
And there's certain things I'm not gonna get deeply into because of my integrity level and what I am. Like I'm a journalist as well, but I'm not gonna go too deep in certain things because we're friends, we family. But it was a lot of behind the scenes shit going on that people didn't realize. And to me, if that weren't there, things could have went different directions. They obviously went where they were supposed to be.
factory.
But there was a lot of work because, we looking at working with Have, but there's other shit going on with other people in his camp, with my people, so to speak. Right. And that's why I gotta say, I gotta thank Nas.
Yes.
Thank you, brother.
Yes.
I gotta thank Nas for getting on Calm Down. All these things are moving parts. I gotta thank Havoc because even with a lot of back shit going on,
Still
as far as his brother, as far as us, with his kind of his entourage, so to speak, the bro still came through for me, us, when we asked him to.
Yes.
And when you look at that in retrospect compared to now, that's an amazing thing. For this to happen is amazing. Don't forget that, bro, because shit could have it could be a lot of alternate realities and endings for people. Right. Don't forget that, that shit is real important, man. You know what I'm saying? Shit could have. That's like a fucking. How many times that happened? The universes came together. Now, not to get too deep, but it's reality. All of these things going on that y'all don't even know about, but niggas still showing up. Got feelings towards each other for deep shit, but still showing up. That's deep to me.
It's beautiful.
Cause it's amazing. You're right. Yo,
who's behind the mask here?
That was Chi, right?
Yeah,
Is that Chi?
In the conference room next to the
I thought that was Buck.
We're all wrong now.
She kind of came up with that whole concept.
In the conference room, there's a plant in the corner. That's
What? Nah, it was
I don't remember that.
Wow.
And then what's the story here?
Who's the traitor?
I know all that.
Reveal it.
Let Raheem say it.
Who's the traitor?
That's a beautiful.
That's a beautiful song.
All right, here, cause
Half stop, one half pub.
yeah, all right. So by the way, this is what a lot of people don't know. All right, one, we begged Queensbridge niggas not to come into the Left Rack niggas picture. Who's the one nigga that's in both pictures? Y'all didn't even peep this 25 years old secret. Look at that. Huh? You don't know who's in both pictures here? You should know, brother.
So that was a joke? The traitor part?
No, not the traitor part.
How was you going? This nigga's crazy.
No, he calls him traitor. But I said before.
I know. I'm saying though.
You're not hearing what I'm saying. Listen, when we took the picture, we said everybody from QB, you make sure you stay on your QB side. Everybody from left rack, make sure you stay on your left rack side. There's one person in this whole thing that is in both. I'm so glad no one knew this shit. I thought this was. I didn't know. I mean, I was one of the. I went to the art director. I was there.
That's a deep signification right there.
Okay, look. No one knows.
That's all.
Well, you don't know what it is?
It's your cousin, sir.
Bottom left.
It's your cousin, sir.
Bottom left. Yes. I just heard that.
What's your cousin's name again? In the middle. Okay, what's his name again? What's his name again? Wally. See Wally on Creepy.
And then right in the middle.
And then Wally. All right, here, Hakeem Emo.
Where?
Hakeem Emo. Bangada. All right. So.
But he's not the trader.
No, he's not a trader. That's not the point. It starts from there. It starts from there.
That's the story?
Yeah, it starts from there
This
because.
nigga's crazy.
Fuck me up.
It's the origin story. Let's go.
So I forget what's the art director's name. He went on. Eric. It's Eric's. Oh. Can we Google his name? The art director for the War Report.
Eric.
He's doing his thing. He's very ill guy.
Really successful.
Yeah, it's really successful.
Oh, it's on there.
And by the way, he kept working with us just because of this. He was just like, yo, I'm blowing up. I'm way beyond this shit now. I'm way beyond messing with y'all, but I'm gonna still fuck with y'all because of the love it got. So what happened was,
that's Eric.
Yeah, Eric.
Altenberg.
Yeah, Altenberg. That's right.
So what happened was, after I came to him and he showed the picture, someone from my hood took the stand. Or, I don't know if he took the stand or word is he snitched on Eric. I look at the inside of my album cover, I'm like, wow.
This nigga gotta go.
I can't do this.
He said, wow.
Eric presents me Wilder. He goes, Wally. He goes, Wally is in both pictures. So we got bigger problems than this. And we eventually forgot about and we just. But he said, so we was obviously because it was my fault. It's my problem. So they probably didn't reach y'all at all. And he hit me and said, why don't we silhouette him out? And I was like, silhouette him out. And I was like, what does that mean? Like the Coke bottle shape? Like when they do the girls and the girls in the background? He's like, yes, like that. And I was like, all right, cool. And then he sent me an image and it was like gray at first. Then the next image was black. And then the next image he sent it and he put snitch on it. Oh. And I was like, damn, because we don't really know if he snitched. We know he gave up information.
He snitched.
No, but we didn't know if he full-fledged was dead. And then they was like, all right, cool. So he said, how about trader? And I was like, that's perfect. And we went there. And that was it. But we never actually corrected the real mistake. Which is your cousin. It's not cracking QB. This thing is just me and him is not cracking QB. Me and him are even calling.
That's a good one. That's a good one right there. That's a good one.
Fucked up.
That y'all didn't know that.
Nah.
I'm not gonna lie.
Never knew that. Right now.
Crazy. Listen, I'm not gonna lie.
We didn't know it.
Listen, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This whole time, I'm thinking y'all good at actors.
I was confused.
No! Wally was. Because you gotta remember. No.
Right?
Oh,
Wally Clark.
You took this very wrong.
You did too.
I described this that wrong.
This is where it all starts.
It's how it looks. You described it ill.
Everybody up right there.
No. You described it ill. That was genius. But how it looked crazy.
Okay.
The trader was the original question. Am I wrong?
Yeah. When he feels
The trader would have.
The wild.
You gotta realized I didn't meet with him because of the trader. I met with him because he said, I got a problem. You gotta remember, he's in the middle of the hood, Left Rack and Queensbridge. And remember, he brought him sand. Because there was no sand. We had to sit on. So we in the middle of Left Rack and Queensbridge, and he's making sand. And niggas is sitting around like, what the fuck is he doing?
This nigga's a loose grape.
Who the fuck you think he is bringing sand to the beach? That's it. Sand in the streets. You know what I mean?
It's a loose grape.
So that's what I'm saying. I'm not even sure if you got to pick out the CNN pictures. I know you got to pick out promo pictures. I remember that. It's one of my favorite memories. Me and you sitting around with Aniche, picking out us with Aniche on. We thought we was fly.
I thought you was fly when you got them Aviations.
No, we definitely
that was
fly.
That nigga's still showers.
That was after. It started with Aniche. So did you get to pick out the War Report pictures?
Oh, I mean, I got to see the prototypes, but I didn't get the actual. Remember, I was getting stickers on notebooks.
So don't tell me when you first saw a trader, you saw that live, or you knew that?
No, I knew I was physically there, but.
Because Neil, you went down those print. This was when it was a mail system, right?
Yeah, I remember. Me up with the Wiley shit. I'm going.
No. Wiley safe, brother. Wiley safe, but that's my man, by the way. Big up the Ron Artest too.
Because I know the origin. I know the origin. So now being that, but I was getting all my promo work on notebooks because you can't have stickers in jail.
Right.
So they would send me a black and white notebook and send me proofs to approve. Like, you like this? You like this?
Yeah.
Man. So I had 10, 15 black and white notebooks in jail with actually my prototype.
You know what's crazy about you is, and I didn't realize this till the other day, like you were becoming a star, and then as you became a star, you were in.
I was gonna say that. Nothing because I was talking to Solo from Screwball. My man, so Kyron and shit. Right, yeah, he got some shit coming too. But he was like, yo, son, like besides Slick Rick,
right.
which is ill because Slick Rick made it, then he went to jail. Paul is like probably the first one
making it in jail
and came home to the situation. Yeah. Most dudes come home to a burnout. Their career's over. Matter of fact, he is the first one.
But can you describe what a burnout is?
A burnout is basically you're at your best.
And it's done by
you get locked up and you come home and you fizzled out because you can't keep up with the pipeline. You know what I'm saying? So I call it. You know what I'm saying? So he's the first. Nobody even looks at that.
Right.
He's the first one to do that.
Right.
Because I thought about Slick Rick too when Kyron was talking to me. Solo was talking to me. I'm like, nah, Slick Rick ain't even really do that because Slick Rick was made already. Paul wasn't necessarily made. So that to me, that was kind of ill. Like that gives another interesting dynamic to his career because nobody else did that before.
But how did you feel? How did you feel behind bars?
The crazy thing though, when the alley-oop came, it changed my whole life because it started in jail. Like my success, his success started in the street, mine started in jail. The COs start treating me different. The niggas start treating me different.
And when you say COs, good or bad?
No, both. I was in the box. How many
Okay.
times I was,
Okay,
you know, like at the end of the day, it's, same shit, but.
You still felt the success in there.
Yeah. Because at the end of the day.
You finished with this? This done? That's why you put it over there?
Yeah.
Okay, my bad. Okay, all right, cool.
And for me, as an independent label, so I didn't even know that you had a case.
Right.
So like we're recording.
Hold
Yo,
we kept that out.
Count through the same. One, two, three. I'm so sorry, man.
He's got to go away for a little bit.
when you compared this media could have helped. It could have helped the process along. Instead,
we couldn't take that chance.
When he was ready to get sentenced.
We couldn't take that chance.
Wait, so time
I know you would have helped now. We couldn't take that chance.
What the hell's going on here?
Neil, you crashed your car on the highway, got out your car, and still made it to my car.
A brand new Infinity at that time.
Let me tell that story in terms of him finding out. That's a real story.
So how did you find out? Was he in jail?
No, he wasn't in jail. It was like a week.
We found out in passing. We found out in passing. Post going to jail.
So I couldn't
Sounds just like Chad. You fucking asshole. You might have closed out.
could at least try, but I didn't know what was going on.
Right.
So finally, he's being sentenced. So I was going to court. I'll never forget this day. So I smashed my car, got in a cab, made it to the courthouse.
You left the car.
I left the car right on the highway. I show up, and there's this judge, this gray-haired guy. It's like really conservative guy, and and he's ready to be sentenced. And I said, "Excuse me, or the attorney said, you're someone that wants to say something to the judge." So I said, "Hi, my name's Levine. I have a hip-hop label."
That must have came out of left field.
I see
and he's part of the group Capone-N-Noreaga.
Even better.
They must be a rap group. I said, yeah, as a matter of fact, they rap. And so I pleaded to him. I said, we're finishing up the War Report album. and
perfect words.
Because we need to shoot a video. Still finishing the record. Yeah. And so he gave us more time. Then the judge got sick. Yeah. So the 1 week turned into what? Like
months.
Like 3 months later. So we're able to finish the bulk of the album. We were able to shoot the video. It was meant to be. But it was just crazy. It was crazy. Crazy time. So here we are, 25 years later, talking about this. It's a classic.
But look, I want to say one thing. The realest alley-oop would change everything was when MTV came to jail to interview me. When he dropped N.O.R.E. That changed my life, bro.
Yeah, for sure.
Like, they didn't believe me. Like, they didn't believe it till it was real. Like, when Pac, they knew Pac. So when MTV came to interview Pac, it was nothing big. But imagine a nigga like me that got an underground album that niggas is hearing, niggas buying the cassettes, but then MT motherfucking V come to the jail.
Yeah, that solidified it.
I was Tupac, nigga, a year later. Wow. Mind you, I was Tupac a year and a half later. The nigga that interviewed the first time was Pac. Nigga that interviewed the second time was me.
Same jail, Collins?
No, different jail.
Okay.
Different jail.
Pac was in Clinton.
Yeah.
Pac was in Clinton.
Pac was a Mac. He was a medium.
Yeah. Nah. That shit was way different. Way different. That's when Neil let me call 30 times a day instead of 5. I could call, right? Geno, you bear witness. Geno was my guy. Geno was my guy. That was
Geno had the afro, man.
Geno was in.
Don't forget the curly fro. I didn't know that was Geno. I just showed up.
Geno had an office.
And for some reason,
Geno was lit. Geno had an office.
When I remember D Ferg, I remember me first meeting D Ferg through you and my friend D Boss. And I can't remember whether it was you who told me to go to D Ferg and get the shirts, or was it the boss who told me to get the shirts and you co-signed and said, yo, that's the people to go to.
With shirts,
I thought it was the
N.O.R.E.
It's the N.O.R.E.
It was N.O.R.E. Yes. It was
N.O.R.E. shirts.
At first, I thought it was the black and yellow War Report shirts, but then I realized no. So it had to be after Capone was in jail, correct?
Yeah, it was after, but it was like, I forgot how it came, but I think I was talking to you and Carolyn about it, because Carolyn just took over marketing or something.
Right.
Because also what was crazy was we had got penalty hoodies made, and D Ferg made those too.
Okay, that's what it was then, I think. Okay.
He made those. That was the first. That was the first.
He was in Harlem, right?
Yeah, he was in Harlem.
Right on the east end, right?
145th.
On the east end, across the street from the gas station.
Yep.
145th.
Willie Burgers was up there.
Up the block to the left, yeah.
Yeah, that's a factory. That's where y'all did that scene from Paid in Full at. Ferg was
we did that on 143 in Linux.
Word?
Yeah.
That wasn't over there?
Nah, it was 143 in Linux.
We did. Y'all don't want to fuck with us right there.
Yeah, faction.
Video. So, okay, now let's move it on. Boom. Neil. Martin, I imagine Martin and Mayhem. Telling you. Because somehow and Trash will probably could attest to this, I have no idea what happened with T.O.N.Y. We threw it out. I did not feel like the record reacted, but this is me talking to you now as the experienced person that knows how a record is supposed to react. But back then, I did not feel that. felt like the record was a dud. I felt, but then out of nowhere, people were saying they hitting people in the tunnel.
Yeah.
In the head with for T.O.N.Y., right? Because this is how it felt to me. I'm an outsider looking in. You guys are actually the analytical people. But hold on, let me finish it. Let me try to make my point, and then you turn in. It felt like there was months that went by where T.O.N.Y. was actually playing, but it wasn't months that went by where it actually was successful as a record. Then it actually became successful, and it felt regional because we had no internet. We had no idea that they were
what was going on the other side
in North Carolina.
In order for it to get back, it took time.
It took me to travel to be like, wait a minute, maybe I do have, maybe we do have something. Right. When was the time that you guys knew that maybe we have something?
So remember, we were going to release another record, right?
That's right.
It was Closer.
That's right.
Right? So this is, but before all of that, we had an internal office. Like,
and that
what
back
do y'all
conference
think
room,
about?
yeah, that
Did
back
y'all
conference
think
room.
about Closer, or do y'all think about?
And you have the whole album, or you have predominantly most of the album at this time?
We had the whole album.
I think we had
the whole album. We was
Okay.
about to shoot a video for but then there was Anne-Marie.
Anne-Marie
Strickland. Like, and she was like, if y'all go Closer, y'all gonna kill them. She was like, that record is crazy. Y'all need to go with T.O.N.Y. She was adamant about it. She was so adamant.
That's a fact.
Wait a minute. You telling me a woman?
Yeah, a woman.
Yes.
A woman picked the hardest.
Give it up for Anne-Marie, man.
We gotta give her props because we were really thinking, and then when she said it totally made sense of y'all what we was really trying to.
It summed up what they were.
And then the process of making that record, making it with Nasheem and all that whole it was dope. Like they knew how to make records.
You brought Nasheem to the table,
right?
Whoa!
But if you listen to T.O.N.Y. and you hear in the background, "Rest in Peace," that was my barber.
Wow!
I went to Cuddy's one day on Parsons and Hillside, and I was getting a haircut. I was in a chair, and we had a session right before that to go to hip. What was that shit? Huh?
Hip Factory?
No. Puffy Studio.
Puff Studio. Daddy's house.
Daddy's house.
That's where we made that.
Talk back. Yeah. So boom, I was getting a haircut. Rest in peace, my man Sean Brown. He started saying something. You are everything. You got that crazy old school whine over the garbage can shit while he cut my hair, and I'm like, and I just heard him going, Allahu Akbar Allah. So I said, yo, come to the studio and say this in the background. He's like, what? And I said, but we did it, remember? He came in, but I wanted it so low that you couldn't really make out what he was saying.
Damn sure did that. I remember.
And I gotta thank Dr. Dre because Dr. Dre gave me that, yo, let me start putting moving parts.
I remember you did that.
And sounds in the music. So then my little man was like, yo, son, I ran into this violin. I'm like, what? So he's like, yo, you gotta listen to this shit.
Nah, Trash. Don't you claiming the violinist?
No, listen.
Violin beat? I'm giving you the Allahu Akbar with the
listen. Put me on. Hold on, time out.
I don't know this part, because you about to take history right now. The violin?
I've never heard that.
It's crazy. Listen, you didn't write everything.
I wrote everything.
You didn't write everything.
What I didn't write? What I didn't write? Okay, that one here. Tell me what I didn't write here.
Whoa, listen. Jesus.
What?
Jesus Walsh. So look,
guys are crazy.
so boom, now me and Nasheem was talking. Nasheem put it in.
The violin.
Yeah, Nasheem put that in.
The violin.
Yeah, but we was just throwing shit around like, yo, my man, it was Agent 25. It was Agent 25.
Little light-skinned nigga.
Yeah, so what? But he had a great concept. I'm telling the truth, man. I ain't taking nothing from nobody because I got mines. I put mines in. It was Agent 25. That was my little man. I said, yo, son, I ran into a violinist. You know, people that play instruments on the train.
Yeah.
Agent 25 said a violinist. So I said, why you? He was like, I don't know, violin is ill. So we spoke to Nasheem, and Nasheem put that in there. That's facts. Get Nasheem on the phone.
I mean, but you gotta understand, like Nasheem is under Puffy, and under Daddy House, all those producers. His mindset in making records was crazy. So that was an experience within itself. Like,
didn't know if it would work, but it just sounded like a good idea. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it was Hennessy on the mix.
No, that was not.
That was a big thing.
That was driver's seat.
Oh, that's right.
That was driver's seat.
Uptown, downtown.
That was uptown.
Yeah, what studio was that?
So with the TONY, it was all about radio at that point, right? Because
this is the opposite of radio.
You didn't have internet. You didn't have, so okay, we have to shoot a video and we got to get it on radio.
Yeah,
it was radio.
We serviced radio. It's like no, it's like we can't play this record, and so it took a while. I mean, Nick shows played it, right? So the video played. But it took a while.
It made commercials. It went commercial.
I don't know what the big show was.
But
not crazy commercial like how you were commercial records. Before that record went commercial.
But she was like, yo, this is these guys, right? And like, if y'all go with this, y'all gonna take them out of their zone. Like, so I agreed. I was like, this is it, right? Let's, the reason why I signed you guys is because of that reason. Like, we wanted TONY. That's what we wanted, and that set the tone.
But then you're thinking like a label, and you're figuring out this is how we get the radio. Ultimately, this is how.
No,
we
closer.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's why when I moved to that day.
Closer was a Clark Kent version, correct?
Yes, that's right. That's right.
But Sam Snead.
Sam Snead did the remix.
That was afterwards. Remember, I didn't even go in and record that Sam Snead version.
We were trying to work so hard.
You guys were working a bunch of records.
I was like, nah, that's not it.
Y'all gotta press this shit up. Y'all press this. Capone-N-Noreaga. Y'all press mad records up.
I had to force Capone to do that record. Don't lie, Poe.
Nah.
Don't lie, Poe.
You did. Because I was looking for another Marley type of vibe, but you said, nah, this need to be you.
That's who you are.
Yeah.
Come on, Slum.
You half like that?
Nah, not like that, Slum. Come on. I ain't
By the way, the War Report, was all the drama just throughout making the record. I mean, there was so much drama, and you listen to the record today, and you really get it. I mean, it's a special record. It's a really.
Wait, you guys
it's not
really had
manufactured.
hope of commercial records, like commercial success?
No.
Yes, you did with Closer. You thought Closer was. If you would have went Closer.
Listen,
that
was the label saying we need a radio record.
You're the label.
No, I'm the A&R.
You're the label
I'm
too.
the label too.
But,
yeah.
No, the A&R's the label.
But what I'm saying is like, right, so the balance is this, right? So you gotta, like, the artist has a vision, and you came to me with a vision. It's like, all right, this is what we're gonna try to see through, right? But then there's also like, all right, yeah, we want some commercial success. We're gonna try to make this record. That's why we did a lot of those remixes. But the thing that we came back to the core of what CNN was, and that's TONY. And that's what she called out. And when she said that, I was like, that makes a lot of sense. That makes a lot of sense. And then that's what we went with TONY, and that set the tone.
That was the tone.
I'll be honest, if I sign an artist right now, I'm not going with TONY.
But listen, but
that was a time
and place for that.
But that's probably why it would work. Because you wouldn't go with it.
25 years later, we're talking about it, right?
Yes.
Right.
You know, it's 1,000,000% correct, because what I'm trying to say is the thing about Penalty, what makes Penalty, and I'm going to give it to Penalty in its totality, is that it had to be you guys together sitting there and saying that. Trage is happy, and you stop me if I'm wrong, is happy for getting us out the hood. Like, yo, fuck it. You know what? Maybe if we pick a wrong record or not, but if we get them out the hood, that's a success. Me, if I get out the hood, that's a success. You, if you get out the hood, that's a success. What made y'all say, let's keep it real with the hood? Because easily, like right now, if I have an artist right now, and she or he wants to go with the commercial success that I can identify with personally, me, I know what Super Thug did. I know what Oye Mikando did. I know what Homeboy did. I know what certain records did, Fuck With Us did for me. But I don't know what this record can do.
But you said a key word there, right? Super Thug. Think about that. That sound, that sonic, that sound.
It was a transition.
That was when we heard that record, and remember, we came to Miami to do that record, right? You said, yo, I'm gonna wait until I get to Miami to do that record. That was
to listen to the record. I'll get to the record. But TONY, that's the main focus, because to me that was traditional underground New York. But we did that traditional underground New York and went for ads and went.
Well, the thing is, from my background around the globe, I had NWA and Eazy-E and all these
That's what that was we wasn't concerned about.
So
what
we
was
weren't trying to
happening.
turn you into something that you
And the
weren't.
era still called for it. Allowed it. The era
I think
still allowed it.
that's mad important. I want to say this again. When I said he just brought up the whole scenario of when I went into the office, you go in, the conference room was in the back. He called me in the conference room first. You guys came in later. And when you came in the door, the stereo was right here. And the table was here. Never forget, because I went around to the end of the table, and I was like, what this motherfucker got for me now, man? Because he was always coming, and I'd be like, damn, nah, I don't. But later on, a lot of those things turned out to work out. But I didn't see that vision. But when he said, we want to go with I didn't choose that single. But when he said they want to go with T.O.N.Y., I was like, yo, they understand. Because while you're making the project, you don't like, I didn't see everything until I heard it in the body. I don't know if that's making sense.
Yeah, absolutely. It makes sense.
Like, you had to hear the total.
I had to hear the body to know, all right, you know what I'm saying? Like, when you're doing a project, some people go in and they specifically make this type of single for that.
Right.
Like, we were making a project, like we was talking about before.
Full body of work, right?
Yeah, where it was like, you embrace Snoop. You embrace DMX. You embrace Pac because they bring you into their world. Right. When you do a body of work, you're bringing the people into your world. When you formulate and set up singles, you're catering a little more to them, and it could work. Your lifespan may be different. It depends on what your goal is. You may want to bang out and make a formula hit and get it. I don't know what your goal is. But when you make a body of work, it becomes a timeless piece. Because within that body of work, you identify with who you are. You give the world a piece of yourself. That's why.
With you.
That's why I respectfully, and I'm gonna say this. Some people, I love Biggie, man. I knew Biggie. I didn't know Pac, but they both taught me something. Pac gave you a piece of his vulnerabilities. I believe Big ain't really have enough time to give you all of himself. Yeah. He had a great influence over him, Puff, but yet and still it was an influence. So you didn't really get all of Big. Pac was kind of like alone at times, so you got on the Pac, and I think with this, to relate it to T.O.N.Y., what I always tell an artist, I need to hear a song that identifies you. T.O.N.Y. was their ID, like their fucking driver's license. It identified everything. It was the total sum of everything, if that makes sense.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what I want.
Absolutely. It wouldn't work on a commercial, on a major record label, T.O.N.Y.
Nope.
They would have picked it. It would have never happened at a major record label.
We could take the chance because we were independent.
Just like Protect Your Neck wouldn't have worked anywhere else.
Factual.
I got a question for you, Trash, real quick. Hearing you talk, hearing the passion that you talk, even when these records first came out, look, this record right here in particular was your record, right?
Yeah.
It felt like you were ushering in Capone-N-Noreaga.
I was. That was what I had
But
to
hearing everything, did you feel Capone-N-Noreaga was Capone-N-Noreaga and Tragedy? Was that really a group in your mind?
I did feel that way. I did feel that way at the time because I felt like I had to make up for him. I felt like I had to cover for him. Because he wasn't listening. I'm like, yo, you about to go in. I'm dead ass, man. Fuck. You gotta go in and do some songs. Because it's gonna it might as well not be a CNN album. It's gonna be a N.O.R.E. album. He's working. You gotta go in and do some songs. That's why it was hard, but he wound up doing Capone Bone, but he probably might not have did that. His mom he knew he had to go do time, and he was just,
yeah. So if he had been here, you would have taken more of the executive role.
Totally. But
him going, you knew you
let's
had
keep
to
it
step
green.
back.
I didn't want to rhyme.
Right.
I didn't want to rhyme. But I'm glad
You
because
take 2 verses of one song.
I had to. You wouldn't do one. You would do the other one.
Staying out of this one. You doing shit. I've been this whole time.
That's right.
Okay now.
Good work, baby.
All the time.
No, it was.
Thanks for asking that.
Yeah.
That's a deep question.
We gotta give
It
these
was.
flowers.
And it was put eloquently. That's why I said Daniel. He's kind of nice.
Yeah, he's nice.
He's kind of good with his shit.
So for me, by the time I signed CNN, I've been doing this for a long time already. But in my career, probably the most special project that I've ever been associated with.
Wow.
And that's why we're here. And you listen to it now. I was in the studio a few weeks ago and with a bunch of drill rappers, and they're talking about their shit. I said, you got to hear the War Report. I started playing. It's like, you know, so I'm really proud of you guys and proud to be talking about this 25 years later. It's amazing to me.
Well, we're proud of you guys. We're proud that you guys was a part of our journey, my journey, all of our journey, and we want to give y'all flowers and y'all real time.
Got you.
To y'all face. It's not really about being wrong. It's really about you guys. Hey, come on. Where's everybody? Come on, y'all.
Yeah. I want to say to you again, Martin.
Yeah.
You know, as I look back at things, I might have been a little rough around the edges, but I gotta be. No, I'm serious. I'm a man. I want to be. What the fuck is that?
Give him up, buddy.
Give him up, motherfucker.
Give him up.
Shit.
We gonna be here. You on service, brother.
Tragedy.
Oh, that's what's up.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wow, it's nice.
Your flowers, man.
You know what?
It wouldn't be complete if we didn't give flowers to the one that gives flowers to my man.
I don't like to take flowers, but I just want to say something. Because this whole journey is beautiful for me.
Thanks.
You know, even the discrepancies and
discrepancies.
All that shit. Like, if I thought about it the other day, and I probably wouldn't change much. Like, if say you do it all over again, I would change 2 things.
It's just
if I could.
It's your eyes. It's what you remember.
In retrospect, it doesn't matter what I change.
Yeah.
It brought us here. It brought us to this happy moment. That's why today, Trash. I might have called you today more than I ever called any grown man in my life.
Okay.
And it's because, one, I do listen to the fans. And sometimes when I listen to the fans and we'll say something like the War Report, why are you gonna, pick up the War Report without picking up Trash? Impossible. No, the War Report is being Capone. It's your baby.
Thanks.
Mm-hmm. And it's everyone's baby here.
That's a fact. Artifact.
Me and Capone are actually the parents. I know that sounds a little crazy.
No, go ahead. I like that.
No, it sounds a little crazy.
It's okay. It's all right.
But it's also everyone's baby. I listened to it the other day. Listened to it today. I listened to it, and it's really a masterpiece. It's really a classic. It's really something that stood out to the test of time. And what's funny as hell about it is when I made that album.
When you made it?
We made it out. We collectively.
Because if I say that shit, whoa, you see that shit right there?
No, but I'm saying together because that's
I know.
about.
I'm talking back.
But what I'm saying is,
when you what?
I really despise this guy named Puff Daddy. And it wasn't nothing personally. He was representing the exact opposite of what we were representing. We was the dirty Timbs, scuffed, gum under the table, kicking judges in their noses.
Shooting.
Hey, man.
I thought you were going to say that.
No.
I'm waiting. You're waiting, man. Do something.
Then here's this guy, is the exact opposite. And for us to come back 25 years later and to be sitting here with the people behind the scenes, people that was in front of the scenes, people that lived the scenes, and for us to, be able to sit here and have drinks, it's a beautiful thing.
Life goes on.
I got to meet Martin's son. Got to meet. I would like to meet your wife officially.
Yeah, I met your wife. I met his wife finally.
This is beautiful. Like, this is actually grown man shit. And it's not what we signed up for. We signed up for, everyone's for their own self. You know, this is why this show, Drink Champs, is so beautiful, is because it's not really about me and EFN, it's about giving everyone else.
Right.
And for us to sit down right now, this is just a beautiful moment.
It's amazing. It's amazing.
You know what I'm saying? I personally made these phone calls.
It's like a natural high, bro.
There's not one person that can say, yo, you know what? I called everyone individually. I wanted everyone to be here, and I wanted everyone to get their flowers. You know, what y'all actually are getting, because it's real.
It is.
If it wasn't for Mayhem, Mayhem is in my most famous skit ever.
Mayhem was a solid dude, man. Mayhem was a solid dude, man.
Mayhem
always
was
been
there,
solid.
and been a part of it. Geno has been a part of it. Then Geno went on and helped discover A$AP Rocky. And I said it in front of A$AP Rocky.
Appreciate that.
Neil, as much things as you've done, Martin, as much things you've done, and Trash, and all of us.
Didn't Neil have triple bypass surgery or something like that? You had
No, but I had.
You had a serious surgery,
Yeah, I
right?
had serious.
You look good, man. Word up. Look good, brother.
I had liver cancer and I beat it. So.
What's up, man? You know what I'm saying? That's some real shit right there. Real shit, man.
And so what I want to say is,
but hold up.
Yeah.
You and EFN met because of Penalty.
I didn't know that.
Well, I was
taking the phone calls.
You
met him through the phone.
Don't tell me this.
Yes.
Well, that's
and you booked. He was trying to get records and book a show.
But that was after. Actually, that was right after I met him.
Okay.
Yeah, but remember when you first came to Miami, I was like, yo, N.O.R.E, you need to get with EFN.
No, it's real what he's saying.
I'm joking.
But
I'm joking.
to add to that, because I want that story is ill. I met you and you came to my store. You were on the.
You in the picture.
It was a promo run for CNN, and Pone was locked up. And Phil the mayor, local promoter, brought them, because back then you had to go do in stores when you're doing runs in the club. And I was one of the few. We had Crazy Goods, one of the few hip hop stores. And N.O.R.E.
So I'm putting on the shirt.
Uncle Wise came through.
Crazy Hood
He threw on the shirt. He did the freestyle for the mixtape.
In the background.
And then I called Geno.
The
then I called Penalty, because I was like, I gotta get down with these dudes because y'all show much love. And then how did that phone call go?
Yeah, it was funny because
that's crazy. You knew that, Geno.
It was because I was always taking Pone calls. So Pone would always call, and when his shit run out, boom, he'll bang you. I'm gonna call you back in 5 minutes. Then I got the call.
Pone was running it up.
Oh yeah.
Pone was running it up. He's still always running that call.
So then when he called, the EFN called, and I was like, just say Pone. And I was like, yo, who's this? And then he was like, yo, I'm a DJ, and just being me. Yeah. We just connected over the phone. And whenever he needed records, he wanted freestyles.
Yeah,
and then he was like, yo, I want to book a show. And I was like, fuck it, we gonna make it happen.
Which went through Violator. Nah, look, that show we booked was your first N.O.R.E. show out here.
Yeah.
And it was through Violator. And then
Mike Lighty.
They called me a week before and said someone else was trying to book him. I had just set the deposit. That someone else was Khaled.
Wow.
And I was like, hell no, I just sent my motherfucking deposit. We doing this show.
Yeah.
Wow. That's ill.
Him and Khaled had beef since.
Never forgot that, right?
No, that's my whole thing. But Geno always took care of me. Martin always took care of me. The whole team took care of me always, man. Martin, I know that I was always blowing you up for freestyles and everything. Then I did the Pone Home show that you guys had me take care of it here in Miami. That shit was ill.
It's always been a family, so forever he was always there for us.
Shit already be connected, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Shit already be down the line already. Shit be like Nas album was written, you know what I mean?
Well, for me, it's really full circle. I mean, to see this right now,
Right.
it's just amazing. It's just,
I agree.
I mean, the War Report lives on, and let's
live long, live strong.
Yes.
Yeah, man.
And then look, and let's just think off the top, right? Okay, we can't fully claim like an Easy LP, right? Because Easy LP was already
but
give it up to him.
He gave you classics.
Clark Kent, but this added on to this, and then from that comes a Swiss Beats, comes a Pharrell, comes a Drink Champs, comes in reggaeton.
And there's gonna be more, right? We got kids, we got family.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
And it's gonna keep going. I like that. That's what I'm talking about.
It ain't just about us.
It ain't
just about us, man.
It
We
ain't
got
just-
babies, they gonna take us further. I know yours is, mine is. He says we gonna.
Yeah, my son is working on the set right now.
That's my geyser, man. That's my geyser.
Yeah. My son is working on the set. Yeah.
That's my geyser.
I seen working on set.
He's working on the set.
We got a lot of people we influence, man.
Smoking. That's crazy.
We got a lot of people we influence.
I mean, he's past 21, but you know,
He's feeling, you know. I know. Good kid.
Yeah, but you know, I want to just in case I individually, you know, one by one, you know, no problem. In case I didn't individually, one by one, you know, thank everyone because that's important. Is the journey. I see people so much times, and they talk about the beginning, and they talk about the end. And they forget the journey. The journey is what makes you. Facts. You know what I'm saying?
What builds you. Journey's life.
The journey's life.
Yeah.
Oh, the journey stopped. You're not breathing.
Yes.
More heartbeat, more sunshine.
That road may be rough, but it's a fucking road, man.
Yep.
It's probably the hardest album. It's probably the hardest thing I've ever been a part of. But it's also the foundation of everything I've been a part of. So, making the War Report album, it was hard. I mean, getting on the train,
hopping out of cabs and shit, man.
It's got fabric.
You don't know when you don't know when you start to feel like the man, but you gotta hide it.
Yo.
And you gotta go and be like, man, I'm about to do a record with Nas, but you on the art trade. Like
I know how that feels, bro. Yeah. See, that defines character, bro.
Yeah.
Everybody want to make it, but what the fuck you willing to do to make it?
What can you
how
endure?
Bad, how hard will you go? Like how much? I know how far you'll go. I know how far you'll go. Yeah. How far you willing to fight, man?
Sacrifice.
That's right. Because if you got everybody can talk this shit. A lot of times, man, we do things, man. Especially, you know, not to jump off. I gotta be intelligent, hello. Especially with these kids, we do things to kind of like up over the next man,
right.
But not really, because we want validation. But real, like to me, real achievement is looking in yourself and pulling that shit out when nobody's in the bleachers cheering for you. Can you do that? I can do that. Can you keep going when everybody else is going like this? That's championship to me.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So when I see this right here, I think about all the times those is going through crazy shit, damn near dying. Just everything's going, but you want everything to go right. Right? You want everything to go right, but it is going right. It is going right. You know what I'm saying?
Real.
It is going right.
I'm gonna take me a Japanese deli on.
I ain't fucking with you. I'm gonna go to the bathroom, man.
Hey, go to the bathroom. You can go to the bathroom.
Yeah, anybody's allowed.
Hold on, we didn't want anybody to be kidnapping nobody.
I'm a professional. I'm gonna hold it down.
You know, I would go to the bathroom every time I'm drinking beer.
I apologize. He drink beer.
Hold on, time out. I gotta say this.
I'm a bathroom holic.
Yo, son. I was like, yo, this is a real Spanish nigga. He's drinking mad Modelo's.
Oh, yeah.
Yo, he's drinking about 10 Modelo's.
Oh, you have no idea. Puerto Rican beers is about to be famous.
I ain't a Puerto Rican, so I'm drinking mad and shit.
Puerto Rican beers. The Puerto Rican beer is about to go up.
My son Marlon, man, he only drinking Modelo's. That's what I know about him.
Yeah, but so mayhem. Yeah. Because today, I text you just to make sure you was here. Yeah. You send me a picture.
Yes.
This picture was of what?
Uh-oh.
Wait. Oh, shit. Wait. What is that? Oh!
What's that, a mic?
That's like a picture of this.
Got Master's Dash.
Oh!
This is Dashes. What's going on?
These are backups. Come on.
What is that?
Yo, what name is on that deck, yo? That's him.
You want
Wow.
Original version?
Wow, that's hot.
What version is that, though?
Engineer.
That's the last version?
Yo, this
for radio, it gotta be.
Serious.
Oh, this dude
What's
is
the name of
L.
this studio? I know the logo. Oh, that's the mastering plant, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
What else is in there?
Oh,
Yeah, right?
wow.
What else is going on in there, bro?
Let me tell you something. I've played for 20-some odd years of different. You got a copy of this. Hey, you would say, make a copy of this, so I have it. And I would have it.
Right.
And whatever.
Right.
Things happen, but
That copy guy. The copy guy. The copy guy.
Mark knows from doing radio. We would get so many freestyles, this, that, and third. We archive everything.
Wow.
Literally.
Right.
So at the end, yes.
Wow.
The label got everything, but in terms of just
That's amazing. That's great.
Because you would have to prove your work, meaning to Martin and Nell.
Yeah.
I don't know what stats it's on the side, though. I gotta be honest. 25 years later,
You bust that out like, woo.
Yeah, that is
So I do
beautiful.
want to say,
Yes.
I'm really happy to be here.
Yes.
Proud of you.
Yes, thank
for
you,
all
Neil.
these years.
Thank you.
And Pone and Tragedy and this whole team.
son.
It's an amazing team.
Right.
So love you guys.
And shout out for the others that ain't.
Yeah, and when I first got the penalty, what was the girl that she was light skinned? Monica? What was her name?
Terry.
Terry Ferguson. Yes. I want to. Yes. I don't forget you.
And Karen's wife.
Oh wow.
And Christine. And Mike.
Ed Holmes we mentioned earlier. Carolyn Williams. Zenobia. Who else are we missing?
El Ness.
We said El Ness. Yeah, big hit.
What we talked about.
Yeah, Chi, Tyrone.
We can't forget the Jula. We said the Jula earlier. Jula was around.
Yeah, Tom.
Yeah.
You might as well add Cool to Love to that too.
Cool to Love, man. Let's pick up Cool. Let's not forget Cardan. Yo, Nelly.
Mace too.
And Mace. You still. Yeah.
Lives on my calendar.
Country Grammar came from
I feel like I played for a lot of
Country Grammar came
haircuts.
from.
I'm gonna throw it out there. I'm gonna throw it out there. You know what I
Country
mean?
Grammar came from Super Thug.
Listen.
I met Nelly at penalty. I met Nelly at penalty.
Signed him.
Yes. He was cheap back then, right? That's true. Let's just be throw it out there.
We
had the budget. The deal was like,
Had a
fuck
budget.
it. Okay, so Neil, let me just ask you.
Yeah.
And this is real shit. It's one of the saddest days of my life. I know. You know?
Yeah.
I think we're about to drop
Yeah.
Union.
Yeah.
We have this meeting. In this meeting, Chris Lighty, God bless the dead. We sit down.
Sorry.
This guy named Tom Silverman sits down with us and says, penalty is no longer. You guys are coming. You guys will come to, I believe it was on 23rd.
Mr. Childs.
No, don't talk about the meetings at Mr. Childs.
Yeah.
But I believe
And it was supposed to be my dinner, by the way.
your dinner.
Yeah, it was my dinner.
So I don't think you ever said this publicly, or we've never covered this publicly. This is a meeting where, and Pone, you correct me. Are we about to drop Reunion album?
Nah, this is right before.
Before that, I think we just
We
just closed the Reunion deal like that. Yeah.
Yes.
at that moment.
What is you going through? Because a lot of people just, and this is beautiful for people that, is going to open up a company, be a CEO, do whatever, get in business with people, and then not realize what was going on. Because, I mean, obviously you were the elder statesman at this time. Me and Capone were really, we just ride whatever Neil said, whatever. But you went through something with this. And if you could share this story, because you never showed up to the meeting. We kept looking like,
well,
okay.
It was the hardest day of my life.
It was one of mine as well.
And and we had a huge rainstorm, and my apartment got flooded that weekend. It was just a very, very difficult time. I went from being the man to not.
Right.
And in retrospect, it was a cleansing period in my life. And I became stronger and I knew who I was more. But that time was really tough, and in business it's really tough, and it was cheaper to get rid of me at that point, and and they exercised a buyout on the company.
Right.
Oh,
and
buyout. That's
Hey!
story. It's not like it is a buyout.
Call it whatever you want to call
Money, it's not enough.
Call it whatever. Listen, because this is my baby. So penalty is my baby. It wasn't about. It wasn't about money. It wasn't about. It was who I was. And you guys were part of that legacy. And it was a difficult time, but in retrospect, it was meant to be, right? For those times. And I'm looking back. Difficult day of my life. But looking back years later, it was actually a cleansing period for me. And I realized, I wasn't defined by all these other things, and I could still be who I was, and I came back stronger than ever.
Right.
So,
because at one point, I just wanted to use
that's real.
Because this was kind of like, I don't know if you felt like this. And we didn't understand business at this time. So when it was like, you know what, so you guys are just Tommy Boy, we was like, well, why ain't Nil fighting? Like, why isn't Nil saying, fuck that, they're not Tommy Boy, they're still penalty. We didn't understand business like that. And I felt like that with you at one point too, like when it was like, all right, well, why Trash ain't fighting for me? He's gonna let me go. Well, so I wanted to start with you, with this situation, and end it with you. If you gotta go to the bathroom, I'm
gonna say this. I'm gonna say that's important.
But that was one of, because we were so naive. We like, what? So Nil is just gonna give it up, and Chris Lighty, who was supposed to be our mentor, he had never heard of this neither. But he had to wait till we left the meeting. He couldn't even give us something positive in the meeting.
I mean, it literally happened hours before that dinner.
So you and Tom had never had any discrepancies?
Hours before the dinner, we had this meeting. I was supposed to go to the dinner. I set up the dinner.
Right.
And that's when they said, oh, we had a...
That's crazy.
We have a way to...
Did they padlock the doors and all that?
And all that stuff. And by the way, I was going to fight to get it back. And I talked to my attorneys, and it's like, oh. And so, looking back all these years later, most difficult period of my entire life.
Wow.
And if it wasn't for Miami, I came down to Miami. That's when I met Khaled. Right. And I got into business with him at that point. And Cool and Gray. So it was a really, and it was a wake up call for me. Wow. I mean, to be honest, because it was my baby. So penalty was my baby, and suddenly I didn't have it at that point. I ended up getting it back.
Because I'm gonna tell you, as an outsider looking in, and I was not an outsider looking in, I was an insider that was inside, but I felt like I didn't believe Tom Silverman. Like, what I thought was this was like a cahoots for him to just get rid of the penalty. I didn't think that he actually fucked you over too. Like, I thought it was just us that was being fucked over. Because what he said was, you guys are making money, we'll just take you guys. And he said it like
he told us totally different. He was saying, I'm going to take everybody that was working on your project from penalty.
Oh, yes, okay.
He was supposed to take...
Yes.
That's the game. That's the game. That's the game. All the people around that help. That's the game.
Most difficult time of my entire. If I look back over my years, that day, that night, the dinner, I knew that dinner was happening because I set it up. The fact that I wasn't there, the fact that we just finished our business together, it's like...
We seen Latifah there too.
I can totally relate to that.
She was telling us no.
I can totally relate to that.
She was telling us, she was going.
Yes.
Oh, wow.
Yes, Latifah was
like, no. She seen us with Tom Silverman.
Because she's like, don't do it.
Don't do it.
But look, I can totally relate to what Neil's saying. Because, that's what it was with us.
Right.
It was like, yo, what the fuck? You know what I'm saying? These is my little brothers, man.
Right.
These are my little brothers. Nah, we can't do it like that. You know what I'm saying? And looking at like what I went through with like Marley, I'm like, what the fuck is this, man? Like, so when it came in front of me, I'm gonna let you tell it. Yeah, you tell it.
Well, no, I mean, you know, that was a whole experience for me because I didn't know how harsh business was. I didn't know that today, me and you could split a turkey and cheese sandwich. And tomorrow, and tomorrow, if that's what happens, then it was just like that. Like Tom Silverman was, he was so nonchalant about it. Like, you know, tomorrow, I know you guys hang out in Penalty every day. And I was like, yeah, we enjoy it.
I'm talking about.
Yeah,
you
I was
felt like,
getting to that. I was getting to that. So I was like, yeah, we enjoy it. He was like, yeah, but we got a gym over at our spot. And I'm not. He's like, yeah, we got a gym.
Season,
And by the time I'm like, oh, really? I'm like, oh, okay, we blowing up. I have no idea. He's like, yeah, you, nobody else. Like, you guys, and that's it. And then he's like, yeah, so you guys just don't go to Penalty no more.
That's crazy.
And you're not realizing what he's saying is,
They did.
everything that you've been doing for 2.5 to 3.5 years, enjoying yourself,
over.
It's over.
But everything that happened in Penalty, it was the barbershop, it was every single thing you could possibly think.
But for him to say he's gonna take the like immediate staff connected to
the artist.
that was ill. That's some real shit.
Like Cardan, like you know.
That was some ill. That was an ill manip right there. Like
illustrate. It was like illustrate. So we automatically our guards is down. It's like, all right, cool. And the staff, and the media staff, everyone who works with Capone-N-Noreaga,
they coming, yeah.
Not one of them came.
Yeah, I heard that shit before too. That shit is straight G.
But
that's straight G.
We're 22, 23. We're like, word? All right, cool.
And they giving us some great paper too, though. Like it was like that was his thing. Like, I'm gonna throw you this in your face.
Well, I didn't know that at that meeting. It was afterwards. He just felt like
at that meeting, he was just letting us know he was just be taken care of.
Yeah.
He was warming. He was warming to you.
Like,
warming to you.
You gotta give yourselves. Y'all were young men.
Something
Y'all were
I
hella
wanted from
young.
you, Trash, was I wanted that phone call. I definitely wanted that phone call from you, Neil, because I got explained to it through lawyers, and through lawyers they were like, you know what, Neil will be okay. He'll fall back on his feet. That's what their exact words. He'll fall back on his feet.
That already sounds bad like that.
So for me, if I have one regret in my life, right, that I didn't talk to
anybody,
you guys, I actually disappeared.
Right. Leo Coles did it to me years later, but I was numb to it because you did it first.
By the way, it's a real regret in my life. If I have any regrets, it's that I didn't.
That's how I felt when he wanted to leave.
Did you abandon them?
That's how I felt. Come on, let's get to that. Let's get to that.
Wait, but listen, you know what's the craziest shit about that shit? If we would have talked, he gave us enough money. We could have bought ourselves back. We could have fucking said, yo, listen.
You wasn't thinking about that. You wasn't looking at it like that.
We got some money, we bet on ourselves.
You wasn't looking at it like that.
Yeah, I think it was a lot of stuff going on.
We didn't even think like that.
Right. There was the atmosphere of that era, too.
Bro, the shit you know now, bro, if you could, come on, everybody, you can hear that forever, bro.
That's a good point that you're making. And I got to say that before that happened, I had left Penalty. But I regret leaving Penalty.
That's what you went to.
Like, I regret. I think I went to
Epic. You went to Epic. No. It was somewhere before Epic. No, it was somewhere before Epic, wasn't it?
Nah, it was Epic. I remember it was Epic.
That's when you was dealing with the R&B guy, right?
But that was the thing, right? Because like I think had I stayed, things probably would have played out a little bit different. I think I left. Neil gave me my first shot, but I think that, and he actually offered me a fair deal to stay. But because I was young, didn't know, and chasing a check, made a bad move, right? And it wasn't like the best thing. So I regret that. Right. And we could have, probably could have, played out a lot of different. I left Mayhem, I left Geno, I left a lot of things on the table, unfinished business, I would say, right? Because there was still a lot to happen. But everything worked out the way it worked out.
Man, it's meant to be, but
right. So it is what it is, and we here, we celebrating 25 years, and we're gonna keep it going.
And it's fucked up to say, Neil, But I'm glad that you said that was one of the saddest days of your life because it's one of mine. All of
Saddest
them.
day.
So it's fucked up.
It was
Like,
not
your
one of the
pain is
saddest
my
days,
pain.
the saddest day of my life.
Yeah. It was definitely
I
one of
like
mine.
changed with Edwin Holmes was the man. Edwin, I need 20,000. Neil, hey, listen.
Hey man, I got nothing to do with this. I don't know. The man got nothing to do with this.
You plug you.
But I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm in Hollywood. I'm gonna take a shot at Japanese whiskey. Japanese discount. I'm in Hollywood. And it comes across the table after Entourage. Comes across the table is what's going to be Empire.
With the series?
Yeah.
Okay.
These guys are sitting with me, they send me the script, I look at the script, I'm like, this will never work. This story is so false. I was wrong, just be clear. Because, what is it called? They fictitiously describe this story. And sometimes the truth is so dope, you don't need to add on or nothing to it. What I would always wanted to do and always would like to do was to recreate that penalty situation where it was exactly that, where these hood artists came up to this little prestigious record label, got to get out the hood, but then make some of the most amazing music they ever did.
Dope.
Get to roll and stuff. Like, that story has not been told. I've seen Entourage. I apologize, y'all fell short. I've seen, what was I just talking about? Empire. God bless you guys. You came little, but I'm talking about the realness of the record label, like the realness.
I would love to see something like that.
Of going to
That's
Rush
dope.
Management. The realness of going to a penalty
That's the
record.
type of shit you can't
and
make
being
up.
a hood nigga like Geno and saying,
Can't make that
who
shit
you
up.
coming here to see? And this nigga sitting there eating a turkey sandwich. I'm like, man, I'm
With
not
an afro.
sure.
With an afro.
I'm not sure we're gonna get in or not. And then you smelling Bud in the background, but this dude being corporate in the front like this.
And the gun is going off.
See, like, sometimes you don't have to exaggerate the truth. The truth
You
is
can't
so
make
beautiful.
this shit up.
Yeah, you can't make it up.
Listen, it's a lot of shit we not even really, like you could make, they pay for shit like that. Like,
Yeah.
this shit is all organic.
Well, this
though.
is called Japanese Delion.
Yeah, but you know what? Oh. You know what though? That's how I felt, bro. That's how I felt when it came to me like, yo, someone, I'm like, word? That shit was like a hard blow to me, son. No freaky. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Well, I'm gonna be honest.
No freaky.
I'm gonna be honest. Trash. Whenever I want to disappear in life, I'm calling you for advice.
Whenever you want to disappear?
You are the best disappearing act in America.
Are you serious? Are you serious?
Make some noise for me, y'all.
Don't clap with that nigga.
No.
Everybody don't clap. Because I will see you after the fucking interview. Fuck out of here.
No, but Trash, you are.
No, you know what though? Let me tell you this though. Seriously.
Like even
Nah,
today.
listen, hold on, wait, time out. Capone, you can't say that. Stop.
He really can't.
Cut it out. See, when you start, look, you cut it out with the games, man. I vouch for, listen, he do vouch for me. You're not, listen, I know he vouches for me. You can't manipulate the situation like that.
Did I what?
I know he vouched for me. You heard me say that. Cause see, like I know my peoples, man. You're gonna sit there and you had to get that off. That right there, what you just said. I'm not gonna retract it. You know what you
You want to
fucking.
take a shot Japanese?
Nah, we good. I want to talk to my brother. I can wait on the shot. I want to talk to my brother.
La cosa está seria.
He couldn't wait to throw that at me, see? I knew he was gonna hold that, just that one. I said, it was getting late. I said, he might not throw that in the interview. But that's who he is. Now we're going to the bathroom.
I go to the bathroom. Nobody
One thing we're not bringing up, think about this, right? At that time, who was dominating the music business?
I said Puff Daddy.
Puff Daddy,
Yeah.
right?
I don't know what you're thinking on that.
Because holding your Versace.
That's why I said that.
The opposite.
That's why I said that.
Directly the opposite of what's popping and still made it.
Yeah, that's why I said that.
Think about
That was kind of a little big joint.
Right.
Wait, you said cut holes in your Versace or blow holes in your mosquito?
Versace, blow holes in your Versace.
Yeah.
I said blow holes in your mosquito later.
But I think that was also like what was happening, like publicly, like masses was dancing and whatever, singing, but what was really there was this other thing happening, and that's where we was at. We was on this other wavelength, like
We was on
something
that.
else was
I ain't
happening.
gonna lie, I'm gonna join you on the piss.
Like,
It was a lot. Everybody take an 8 ball
All
break.
y'all motherfuckers going back. Fuck it, we taking a bathroom break now.
Whoever needs to sniff, yo, whoever needs
Japanese bathroom break.
Pass it to Geno.
Yeah.
Pass this to Geno. This is spiritual right here.
I drink this with Jay-Z. No
Yo,
more
Martin
shit.
got his intelligent Harlem glasses on.
Not trying to flaunt.
Look
Yeah, I
at
ain't gonna lie.
I can't see.
I ain't gonna lie. You killed.
Shit is all body.
You look just smarter than everybody in this room as soon as you put them on.
Damn.
I'm being honest. I'm being honest.
John Lennon joints on.
Don't let them hate on you, Mark.
Cheers.
We got your back.
Cheers.
Cheers.
Hold on, everybody.
Eye to eye.
Yo, I ain't gonna.
We gotta go around the table.
More memories,
Yo.
better health, better times.
More health, more heartbeat, more sunshine.
Hold on. Capone got a shot. Hold on. Can you give him a shot? Can you pass me that? And I'll.
That's that Japanese shit?
It's that Japanese.
Oh,
Get that Japanese.
I'm good. I'm good.
Japanese.
Japanese, everything Japanese.
Is the y'all walking through?
Origato.
Y'all know.
Matter of fact,
Origato.
You ain't telling y'all to walk through?
y'all pass me a cup. I'm gonna be out of you.
All right, yeah.
Origato.
Cool, take double. That's what I'm talking about.
Where double at? Where double? Speaking of double, where double at? Double ain't around?
More time.
Cheers, fellas.
Cheers. That's like, you know,
Amen.
I'm
Appreciate y'all.
Cheers.
I'm watching Smoke Champs episodes on my motherfucking
CNN.
Yeah, this is
nice.
smooth.
It's good.
Delicious.
Nice.
This shit is delicious.
This ain't like the
That is
the
smooth.
Mr.
Wow.
with the leaves and all that.
That's the picture though.
It's delicious.
Four of those will throw you over. Four of those will throw you over.
Talk to you.
Let me get that top.
That's hard. Oh shit, the God.
In a car. That was good. Go down and you feel good.
That's a fact.
He said he's the one who had to fuck the cat, but but listen.
Damn, it's your fault.
I'm younger than that.
Out of. Come on, guys.
What, N.O.R.E?
That's it, right?
No.
Come on,
So what do you remember? Because
with E.
listen.
My man.
Because out of all the records that we're on, one of the most famous records, one of my most proudest records, is Bloody Money. Not only he was there for that section, he was actually on the record. When they say Big Rob, regulate the chord, Big Rob, man child, we say all that on the record. Not only in the back of us talking, but you're actually talking with us in the background. What do you remember about Bloody Money session? I didn't prep you on this.
Point one of the mics at him, please.
I mean, it
Boom.
was,
Yo, put this mic on.
You just point it at him.
Yeah. That's a big rod right there.
I mean, first of all, we was kids.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Now that I look back at it, it was a special moment because, you know what I mean, I grew up in Queensbridge, Left Rack. I'm happy, you know what I mean? Left Rack, Queensbridge, Ravenswood, all these neighborhoods. And y'all was already established in Long Island City. So when he got his platform to do it, we were just so proud.
Yeah.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, even Kenny Smith used to be like, yo, why are y'all so proud to be from Left Rack? Like, it was because of really him. Like, you know what I'm saying? That was great. Left Rack wasn't like y'all, but it wasn't a soft place either. Like, we was known for, we had all the big names, gangsters and everything. But when he did it, it was like, oh man, like we was just happy. You know what I mean? But what people don't know, he used to go in the booth. He ain't go by himself. He used to bring like 10 people with him.
I didn't particularly like that, but it worked out.
Remember mine? Like,
I didn't like that. I didn't like that.
He was like going to the booth. He's like,
yo, I remember Marty.
Like,
you used to pull me to the side.
Like 10 of us, and sometimes we be
money bags. Rest in peace, money bags.
Sometimes
Money bags have me nervous.
quiet, and sometimes we wild, and the blood money was the time for us to be wild. But we was just proud, man. I was like,
as you should be, man.
See, what a lot of people don't know was
money bags.
I started writing rhymes in chaos. What that meant was I wrote rhymes in a place called K Unit. In K Unit, I would only see the light from the other people's cell, right?
Yeah.
And then, sorry for every lady that's in here, but it's hard to write rhymes with someone's jerking off next door.
See? The home bag comes out. See, if you listen.
I never said me.
If you listen.
I said someone else's jerk. When I was writing rhymes, that's so what happened was.
Okay. You said I don't know his words. Okay. Carry on, Don.
Listen, I'm very confident. You guys
carry on, Don. Carry on, Don.
But what I'm trying to tell you is how I started to do that was it was through chaos. It was through noise. It was through the next spot. You gotta also realize there's also somebody to the left that is crying for their mother because they want to be home. Ma! No, that's the other guy. That's the guy to the right. The guy to the right is going. The guy to the left is going. The guy to the left is saying, "My Jordans is missing." The guy to the is saying his high drops. So chaos.
They said high drops.
Oh man.
You know they don't understand what
I fucking love this shit right here.
So a lot of people don't understand that chaos was normal for me. Me going in the booth and hearing silence was the enemy.
Whoa.
I needed to go in the booth and I needed to hear how I started to rhyme then, and then it made sense to me. Even successful, right? Even after being successful, like I remember Pharrell used to be like, "You need these guys there," and I was like, "Nope. I just want to see them there to remember." And these guys would be in there playing the piano, like, "Yo, you know this shit picks up."
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, but that actually soothed me.
That created your comfort zone. That was your comfort zone.
Yeah,
makes sense.
Every other artist
does
is the
make
exact
sense.
opposite. Kick him out the booth, and they're in there by themselves.
I ain't understand at the time, but now I learn to appreciate it.
If you listen to Super Thug, you can tell that was a chaos record.
Right.
Like you couldn't have made that under your right mind. Under the thug.
You gotta be where you feel comfortable at.
Yeah.
Like when you first said, it was like, yo, I forgot what show you was on. I ain't gonna lie to you. Not gonna say you no Christmas gifts. Don't believe in no mystery gods. Listen to the radio, and you said, I thought I had to go back to Left Rack. You said, nah, I just need to bring Tragedy to Miami. He's a walking project. I took that offensively at first. No, just keeping it Greenberry with you.
But hearing it, he meant
No.
it in a
But you know what?
way.
I didn't understand what he meant.
Right.
Because, you know, he's
I remember that.
But when I thought about it, I was like, that's a compliment.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious. All jokes aside.
Yeah.
I'm just not used to getting compliments from you, so you gotta understand how I feel.
I always get compliments.
No, now, yeah. But at the time, like, you gotta understand.
Even back then.
Okay, I like how you try to, but listen, I didn't look at it like that. I was like, what the fuck is
You
this
guys have
dude?
always been like this, huh?
Word is born. Every time.
I can see this.
I got another friend, right? He been around us. He said, yo, y'all are always posturing. I said, nah, we just.
I feel bad for Capone.
It's our energy. Don't feel bad for him.
No, he's the same way.
He knows what he's doing. Listen, he's doing this. Listen, but no.
He's enjoying it.
Nah, but seriously though, I understand what you meant.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I understand what you meant. And this is what I get from people all the time. And right now, dudes don't necessarily, you know what make me happy though? Not for no money, because niggas hot, but I want to do. I don't know what he's saying. Would there be another, it would never be, no, seriously. It would never be another war report.
But an attempt to create
I know if we just define it, but I know whatever. But I know if we really went in and tapped that same, I don't know. Times is different.
You have the infrastructure right here.
Wait. That's sort of like it's giving me that feeling. Like
that's the only way I think we should do it. If we all do it together.
What you think, man? I think
it'd be hot.
I think that's
For sure. Well, watch this. He said chaos. What is the world in right now?
Chaos.
Wow, chaos.
Let me walk with you for a second.
I'm with you.
Because I gotta be careful. This is my brother.
That's the same shit he got you from the beginning.
No, I'm telling you some real shit. Cause no, I wouldn't feel right. I'm dead ass. No, because you know why? Another person in my position like, nah, don't say that. I can't. Then that's not trash.
No,
right.
But trash don't disappear.
What?
Oh shit.
I'm saying that if we're gonna do this, we gotta keep that energy from the beginning. No.
Wait. Hold on. Wait. Let me tell you something. Right? Do not fall into this. Hold on.
He's been around.
Stop it.
Stay out of it. He's been around 25 years. He's seen.
Paul.
Yo, let me just say something. One night you called me out my bed, and we went to dinner and left. You remember that day?
This is what Trash does. He'll drop a jewel. You gotta keep that jewel.
What you want me to say?
And run with it.
I gave you what you needed.
Right, exactly.
I gave you what you needed. You want me to hold your fucking hand? You want me to hold your fucking hand?
I'm not saying that.
You are saying that.
I'm being facetious, but
I know you are, but I'm being precarious. Let's move on. Shit is shorter than a midget on his knees. I shouldn't have to stay around. Listen, I already did what I had to do, man. Now that we understand what the fuck this means, cause come on, listen. You know what? I gotta shake out. I got a family, man. You breaking me? Yeah, I'm a wait. I gotta make moves. Wait a minute. When I come through, I gotta come through, right? Sometime it gets to a point where we gotta leave that shit behind. We gotta leave that shit behind and we gotta move forward. Moving forward, Slime don't need to do this. Let's be clear. This is why I'm bringing it up. Don't start deviating over there while I'm going over here. Slime don't need to do this. This is why I'm bringing it to the table. Not because we all, not all, but a lot of us feel a certain way, but a lot of us won't say it. I gotta say it to Slime because whether he likes it or not, I'm his brother. I'm not his cheerleader. I'm not his yes man. We could bump heads, but guess what? At least you know where the fuck I'm coming from. A nigga I know where it's coming from is not a danger to me. You might not like me all the time. I don't like you all the time, but I'm always love you. And you're gonna tell me how you feel. I don't like to hear how you feel all the time. Let's be clear. Let's not play no games, man. That's not what we got in this for. When it was just us. Then it evolved now to us, and we can keep it us. But all that trash shit is not about that. It's about us moving forward. I wanna move forward. Hold on, you don't gotta defend it. I love you. You told me mad things. Listen, let's move forward. Slime, you don't need to do this. at some point, right? Because basically, I'm asking you. I want to do it one more time. I do. I want to do it one more time.
Oh, y'all shit is fire. Every time y'all get together, y'all shit fire.
Slime, you know, Slime, when it, like, you know when I'm in it, Slime. Yeah, I disappeared. But guess what? You know when I'm in it, so what? Motherfucking right, man. When I'm in it, I'm in it. Let's get in it one time, man. Just one last time. You know why? If we put our hearts and minds in it, with everybody here collectively, that's an ill force.
Yo, fam, what is Griselda? What is Griselda? Let me ask you that. Yeah. What is Griselda? It's an extension of what we did.
But I said, and that's he makes a good point. It's the energy that I'm talking about, Trash. It's the energy. Keep the same energy going forward. However we did it, like we all are in and out, or we all doing whatever. It's that same energy of not trying to do some commercial shit or trying to do something.
I'm not gonna listen.
Can't be some.
It's the energy of
When this man called me, this man was not speaking.
Slime, stop putting that disappearing shit out there, because you know what? You got a public watching this, and you're fucking up my bag. No. Don't do that, because you know what? Hold on. No. When you call me, Slime, and you like, yo, pull up, I'm pulling up.
It's true.
Today's the first day, but listen, any other time, I'm pulling up on my own accord, because, listen, nah, respectfully, because that shit gotta stay where it's at. Listen, man, this niggas that done shot people. I'm not praying, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, listen, moving forward, Slime.
Yeah. I like to clarify that. What I mean by that is, Trash, you live in your own world. And one thing about it, two things for sure, I live in my own world. What I started to realize is, in order for me to prosper, I gotta respect everyone other world going to that world.
Of course,
if I'm going to De Leon, in order to get there, I gotta sit here. I gotta make sure everyone likes me along this way. But once I get here, then I'm gonna be who the fuck out. I just put out a clip today where I said, "Yo, you know what? I don't need you to be like this. I don't need you. I'm gonna always show you love because I'm gonna be who I am." And that's the problem with us. It's like me, you, and Capone, or me, you, and Trash. We have the same problem that Wu-Tang have, and we three of us. These motherfuckers is 9.
It's hard.
There's no way we should have the same complications when it comes to a goal. Now, hear me out. What I mean by that is, back then when RZA said, yo, we need to have 19 songs done by such and such and such, they all looked at RZA and was like, what the fuck? But then they all individually got artists, and then when they tried to apply that same thing, they understood. So that's where we at with you. And that's why we started this, where we said, yo, you know what, Trash, you know how you taught us how to record, like how you so eloquently put, and how you helped me in those certain ways. That's exactly what it is. But now, it's just like now. Like, let's suppose we really said, you know what, tomorrow, you know, cause I want to do some fly shit if we were to do it. Let's go to Bahamas tomorrow, right? Boom. Now we go to Bahamas tomorrow. Mayhem calls every fucking producer that he knows. Geno calls every producer. Mark calls every producer.
Go ahead.
Just hear me out.
All right.
Neil calls every, CEO connected we got, and we do it. And then Pone doesn't show up. Do you understand that Pone not showing up this time does not affect just Pone? Pone not showing up this time affects me. Then affects you, then affects. And then if you're not showing up,
that's basic math.
And if you're not showing up, and then the thing about it is, it's so harder for me now if I'm the only one committed. Not to say you guys are not, but
but in a sense,
in a sense, let me be exactly what I'm trying to say. If we have a session at 6 o'clock, and now this time you say you showed up at 6 o'clock, you're on time, I'm there at 4. I want that same commitment. I want that same.
What session did
I'm gonna give you an example. This is not.
Oh, chill out.
No, we don't.
I'm just keeping it green. Like, I'm doing my shit. No. Stop.
But just hear me out.
It is kind of getting a little personal.
You don't gotta go through semantics.
No. I'm not going through that. It is kind of getting personal when somebody says something like that.
No, hear me out for a second.
And then you alley-oop that. Like, I'm not for that.
No, but hear me out for a second.
Understand that.
But hear my point that I'm trying to make. Let me clarify. See, the thing is, like, when I'm in. it's just like not to say when you're not in, you're not in. Not to say when you're not in, you in. But the thing is, one, I have to have the passion for it. I can't do nothing. Like I don't jerk off without being fully committed.
Oh, whoa, hey, yo.
I apologize.
Maybe I shouldn't have said that. You didn't need that example. That example was.
I wonder if this is gonna come out of the interview.
But what I'm trying to say is,
it's gonna get edited. I know.
No.
But let's get back to it. There's no session you call me for that ain't show up. There's no time you told me to come to Miami that ain't show up. But when you put it out there, kind of like that. But you gotta understand your influence. Wait a minute, bro. You gotta understand what.
It's just like.
When I not show up? Come on, stop.
It's not that. It's just not that.
Don't do that, bro.
It's just that we all have certain commitments. We have.
Bomb, man.
No.
Yeah, brother.
We all have certain.
People are here
just
that
like today.
and run
just
with
like
it.
today.
Today's the first time. Hold on.
Not the first.
No, wait. If today was the second, then name it first. Come on, I want you to.
I wouldn't do that.
You can't. Name it. I want you to.
Trash because I only.
No, I want to clear this up. All right. Because you put it in the air. And listen, don't put it in the air because you hold a certain form. When you put it in the air, people run with that. That's not necessarily good when it's not 100% true.
Today is 100% true.
Today is 100% true. Yeah. But then today will be the one. Don't make today seem like the 2 to 3, but it's like that. And don't jump on that, because I'm not with it.
I'm not jumping on anything.
Don't do that. Don't do that. Listen to me, bro.
This is how this
Hold on, bro. You just said, you talking about 20 years ago. Don't do that.
What are we talking about? With you.
Now we talking about the practice.
What are we talking about? Don't do that.
What are we talking about?
Don't do that.
Not only we talking about this, we're talking about the next level of this.
We connected.
Listen. I want you to understand something. There's a time and a place for everything, right? Don't do that. Matter of fact, you're not gonna do that. You know why? Let me tell you why you're not gonna do that. Because this is a public forum.
For sure.
No, listen, man. You're not gonna do that because I'm not with. Hold on a second,
You're
bro.
right.
Bro, this bone. You're not gonna do that. Don't do that. Because what do you like? I look like something to play with like that. He said so. Hold on, time out, son. Real shit. He said something, and you trying to alley-oop, but don't do that, man.
No, I think you misunderstand.
I am misunderstanding.
Yeah.
I am misunderstanding.
Because the thing
I don't
about
understand that.
No, but the thing about it is this: we all gotta accept our all flaws. Like me. You know, when it came time for me to reach out and certain things, and when no one didn't reach out back to me, I went and I did me. There's nothing wrong with that. That's exactly what
where's
you're
the
supposed
flaw?
to do. No, come on. So what I'm trying to say is, but let's just say, had you been accessible at that time, I might have not been able to reach out. Had you been accessible at that time,
we had a major. I hear you. Listen, we had.
Maybe
I think we're great. Listen,
we're great.
Stop. We're great where we at as compared to.
So we're saying moving forward.
I was saying moving forward.
Okay.
I wasn't accessible because there was a time where we shouldn't have been accessible to. We might have said some things that made things worse. Let's keep it green, Barry. We both needed time for certain things at that time. Nah, just keep it green, man. Yeah.
I didn't need time.
Yeah, I needed time.
Okay, I'm gonna let
Everybody needs time. Yeah. But, bro, moving forward for real, you can't. Bro, anytime I got the call, I'm pulling up. And you know I'm gonna even pull up even more.
I agree with you.
I don't like to hear this type of shit.
Good.
When it's not true.
Good.
And I'm gonna fight for every stain.
Good.
So make sure when you throw a stain, you willing to really establish that shit. It wasn't a stain.
But watch.
Bro.
Watch.
I think
Where did it start with? Trash. Where did it start with?
Start with that.
And where is it going?
That's right.
What's the future?
I love you. You
What's
always
the
been
future?
silent. I didn't say the shit he just said.
Yeah.
But Trash, he wasn't finished. He wasn't finished what he was saying. He wasn't finished what he was saying.
But what did he initially say?
No, let's
check him out.
The point is not about disappearing. It's about engaging and being active. You listen. The reason why this all happened is the way you came to me and the way you rolled it out. You had a vision, you had everything.
Straight up.
And you dropped enough. Listen, let me finish.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Right, don't interrupt me.
Yeah.
I'm not saying it like that.
It kind of came off like that. But I'm fall back. It kind of came off a little, you know what I mean? Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Come on, bro. Don't do that. Don't do that. You know me. Don't do that.
What it is that you're needed. You're needed. You're needed.
Yo, that's a great way to put it.
Right?
That's a great way to put it.
And you need to.
That's a great way to put it.
You can telecommute and you can metaverse and you can Web3 in.
He was giving you props actually, bro.
It's like you're needed to be like, yo, Trav, what do you think?
All right, cool. Let me bring it on you, because now you bring it on yourself. Let me bring it on you. The reason why is exactly what he said. At that point, I couldn't communicate. Chill. And I don't want to make it about anybody, because I couldn't communicate, and I couldn't say, yo, Slime, I need your help. Nas is calling me to get on the firm. I can't relate to that. I don't know who the fuck to call. I don't chill. No, you wanted us to prove it. You wanted us to prove it. You wanted us to prove it. And when I reached out, I had no one else to call.
Slim, you told. I don't want to say what you said to us.
What?
The last time I spoke to you.
But
I'm not gonna do that right now.
I will.
I'm not doing it.
I know what I said.
I'm not doing it.
Yeah,
But listen,
please,
Slime.
I'm ready.
We go both ways, Slime.
Yeah,
Go both ways. And
I remember I asked you to come with me to LA. I could not get you.
Slime.
I'm good.
It's your fault. It's your fault.
I never said it's your fault. What I said was,
you came to me out of nowhere. You didn't speak to me for months.
Nah, that's the
Listen,
other way around. You
didn't speak to me for months.
You were the leader.
Now you gotta understand.
You were the
gotta
leader.
understand. Wait a minute. Our medium was gone.
Yes. Agree with you.
You wanna really come on, man? I don't wanna.
What? You act like I'm gonna be embarrassed.
Come on,
man. I'm done.
I'm not certain things I'm not gonna say.
I'm looking at you.
I'm not doing that. I'm not. Nothing. Slime. Me and you was not speaking, son. The last time me and you stopped speaking, you said some crazy shit.
Wait, back then you talking about 25 years ago?
Listen, but you're talking about 25 years ago.
Okay, no, hold
when
on.
you said you called me, was like, yo, I want you to come to me to LA.
Yeah.
There's a reason why you did.
Okay.
I did hear that.
Maybe I did or maybe I didn't. But let me just tell you something. The fact that I couldn't reach you back then, when I couldn't reach you.
My little brother's telling me he want to leave.
Hold on.
Why would I don't want to talk right now.
I'll let you talk first.
Yeah. All right.
No. Because you gave up your opportunity just now. Okay.
You got that one.
But hear me out. Here's what I'm trying to say is. Huh? Here's what
So you got to wrap up?
No. Here's what I was trying to say was back then I wanted the reach out, and when the reach out wasn't available, that's how I took it. Now I might have been describing it in the wrong way, but there's each and every individual here that has a tragedy Khadafi.
You know how? Listen.
Disappearance.
You know how? First of all, don't do that. You know how?
Tragedy ever disappeared on you before?
You ever disappear on me?
I was speaking to English.
No, don't do that. You ever disappeared on me? Wait, time out. Stop. Then don't magnify the trash disappearance. Wait a minute. When the N.O.R.E disappearance equal on the other side of the table, bro. But the difference with trash is I just don't bring that up. As long as I get you when I get you. Now.
Question, what's the bigger picture?
No, don't jump off. The people want to hear this. Don't do that. We tough. Listen. Stop doing that to me. Straight up, man. Love you. You keep. Cause you talking about
shit unbreakable, nigga.
No, bro. Don't do that, bro. Cause you know why, bro? You saying the first time I had to see that.
Relax.
Nah, we're talking. It's beautiful. Listen, we're not being fake. We just beautiful.
And listen, that's all. Trash, you taking it way too. I'm playing around. Most of the shit I'm playing around. But
don't play like that.
Cause I'm not playing.
Cause you are fucking playing.
That nigga's confusing, man.
It's this nigga, man. It's not me.
The only thing that's confusing is you.
This nigga's under the table, tapping my leg. This nigga kicking my feet.
Fuck out of here, yo. That's how you doing this shit? Fucker.
I love you.
I didn't kick your feet at all.
That was crazy. That was crazy.
Take some Japanese whiskey, man.
This shit is crazy, man.
That's how I feel like I'm been torn apart, nigga.
Fuck it. I just want to come together and do something.
Hell yeah. And you know, you know, most of the part I was playing around. But the thing about it is, what made it great is the whole collective force. You know, as much as I can say, as much as I can sit around and I can say, yo, you know what? If it wasn't Capone, you know, me and Trash wouldn't have connected. If it wasn't for Trash, me and Neil wouldn't have connected. If it wasn't for Trash, me and Martin wouldn't have connected. Then Mayhem and then Geno, even though I went Mayhem and Geno, you know, I meant Geno. You know, I did it the opposite way. And we can say that, we can say that all day long, but it's really the collective that made it something special. You know, as I was making the war report, did I think I was making something special? No. I knew I was making something that was unique. I didn't know it was going to stand the test of time. I didn't know 25 years later, I'll be still sitting here on a totally separate gig, a totally separate world, right? And be sitting here bigging it up to these people. And I'm thankful for that. I'm grateful for it. Is it perfect? No. I think we proved tonight that it's not perfect. I think we proved that. But we got someone who's on the War Report album. Now, Bus, we always heard you on
keep it real with me.
Somebody asked me why is he just on that part?
What's up, Bus?
Hold up.
What's up?
Yeah, fan, what up? Everybody, what up?
What's up,
Peace,
What's
going on?
Peace, God.
And I'm gonna be honest.
Peace to the God.
I'm gonna be honest. And I would like you.
I ain't sitting here long neither.
Yeah, it's okay.
But I'm just setting the tone from now. All
in and out.
poisonous consumption is an emphatical now.
But let's just be clear.
Peace, God. Peace to the God.
In case,
cheers to the God.
One of the first people to show CNN love outside of our camp,
Right.
in my opinion, was Busta.
That's right.
Soundtrack Studio? Was it Soundtrack?
Soundtracks.
No, he's right.
I was in soundtracks then.
He had a red bottle of wine.
I was in soundtracks then.
You had red wine in the studio.
I was in soundtracks
You
then.
red wine in there, I remember.
I was living in soundtracks at the
That's
time.
a fact.
When CNN was my favorite
That's
show.
a fact.
Okay.
You the first rap nigga I seen drinking wine, dog. What's a fact?
Yeah, I ain't gonna lie.
You had red wine, and that threw me off, because I was like,
did that verse in that session.
this nigga drinking wine? I was like, this nigga's ill.
I was just being introduced to some fly nigga etiquette.
I remember
Trying to look the part, that's all.
I'm refuting that Driver's Seat was done in soundtracks. It was
No, it
done in
wasn't.
unique.
No, it wasn't.
With the Pluck You do.
No,
That's
it
with the
wasn't.
soundtrack. That's
No, it
still.
wasn't.
No, that's not unique. The one
Right
there
track.
on 8th Street across from NYU. Like
It definitely wasn't soundtrack.
Nah,
They went to see soundtracks.
You was in soundtrack.
I was in soundtrack. I was in soundtrack when I fell in love. When I was expressing how much I loved that album, I was living in soundtracks.
So that was already afterwards.
Me and Mobb was actually living in soundtrack.
Yes, there you go.
So
That's a fact.
When
I
when
went to soundtrack to see you.
Yeah, that's the only
That's
studio
a fact.
I
I went
went to record
there.
at.
That's how I wouldn't remember
You
that.
ain't making no mistake with that. I remember my first 4 solo albums in that studio and tried to do some of the 5th one in there. But then they started to change to doing more movie score and television shit, and they wasn't facilitating for, you know, regular album artists recording shit. Their business started to get, they was generating more revenue from television and movie scoring. Right. Times was changing. But when we did Driver's Seat, N.O.R.E told me what studio to come to. I don't remember the studio.
That was Platinum Mountain.
Platinum Mountain.
Broadway.
On
Broadway.
Right by
the Pluck You guy. Remember the Pluck You?
Right before that was down the block from West 4th.
Okay, continue.
But how did you guys meet though? Before that?
I don't recall what the exact date was. I just knew, and I don't recall how. I just knew T-O-N-Y, that record was fucking me up. And the fact that Pone was in jail,
right,
and had such a presence on the album. I ain't never seen that before. And the phone calls from the jail cell on the skits and all of that, that to me was a different type of camaraderie and loyalty and love, and it was refreshing, and it was interesting, because I was like, yo, is this allowed? You know what I'm saying? Like, could you actually be on the phone from the P-Now
making records, right?
And then the shit is on the record when, you know, in jail they recording everything. And I was definitely wondering if there was repercussion for that. I had a lot of questions, but I ain't really worried about anything that wasn't for me to worry about if they wasn't worried about it. Right. They was doing whatever they was doing, and I was just sponging it up, and I was in love with it. And the way they sounded on these records was weird, because all of them sounded like they were similar but with different voice tones. Tragedy, Capone, and N.O.R.E had a flow pattern that no one else was doing. Right. It was like this like it was this real like it was like this snarly, I don't give a fuck, I'm super criminal and I'm super unpolished to what politically correct shit was, and we still active enough to go back to jail. That's what they felt like.
Right.
Literally.
Right.
And that album made me call Chris and say,
Chris, like the recipes?
Yeah.
All the fact.
That's the album that made me call Chris and say, nigga, if you don't sign them and make sure that they on our team, I am going to be very angry at you.
Wow.
I called Chris and harassed him about snatching them up to be with Violator, because Violator was the strongest team at the time, and Chris and them was already doing such a great job at getting the elite niggas to be a part of the team, and the more and more that the team got the greats at the time, the Voltron of us coming together just looked super strong. Right. And I just wanted to make sure that our team was the strongest, just coming from being a team player. I was always a part of groups. So, you know, leaders and then flip mode and then violate. I was like, nigga, I just want my team strong as a motherfucker all the time. Whatever team I'm with, they gotta be the strongest team. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? So that was the perspective at the time. And for me, I just was like, what they was doing, it was like nobody could fuck with it in no capacity. Nigga said, put a bogey out in your face, ashtray face. I couldn't believe this shit.
You know what's ill? That, because he kind of said it too. And this is off the No Bullshit DVD, man. This off the No Bullshit DVD, now respect.
The Mobb D is speaking.
Yeah, factual.
Bill Mobb D, Bill.
You know what it was? For me, it was like, yo, a lot of dudes was popping. And everybody we went to, they didn't always support the movement. But you was popping. You was smart.
Thank you, Almighty.
Smart, G.O.D. Because you know what? I think because you just said it all right there. I didn't know all that about Chris. You was smart because you saw the future coming.
No question.
And you could not be left out.
Nah, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't believe this talk and the way that the talk and the way that Queensbridge left rack shit, I didn't understand why they was talking like that.
That's so
they wasn't saying nothing that wasn't super different from what any of us was saying. It was how they was saying it. Everything had like this, every bar had it was like downward it went downward as they ended the sentence.
Right.
It was like,
yo, the analyzation.
He's right.
Yo, it was like,
I like his perspective.
Yo, it was so new. It was just like, why these niggas is talking like this? Man in your hands. Man in your hands.
Like in a good way.
It's like everything went from here to here. Geo ain't mine. If he ain't mine. Multiply. Give the guy. Nigga, will I be? Nigga trying to shit on me. Muslim. I was like, this is not.
That's the shit I heard when I heard, I was like, yo, before Son, I was like, I heard the same shit you heard. With that energy, whatever it was, I was like, yo,
it was phenomenal.
I don't know what this is.
No, but I heard Tragedy was doing it too.
Right.
So let me give you your flowers, because let me just be clear. When that happened, underground, I would hear people talk about us. I would hear people talk about our movement. No one publicly ever co-signed.
Yeah.
No one publicly.
That's what hurts.
You know.
It shouldn't hurt though.
Wait, let me say
but
this.
You came.
That's what hurt it.
Yeah,
right.
That's what hurt it.
He was the first official co-sign.
Listen, wait a minute. That's my point. That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, that's my point.
That's what hurt it. Because
I'm
not gonna sit here. I'm not here to down nobody. So don't down me. I'm not gonna sit here. I know what I'm saying, God. Listen, I'm not gonna say everybody I approached.
Nah.
I'm not gonna say everybody. I'm not gonna say everybody I approached that behind closed doors was love.
Right.
But in the public, it wasn't love.
You gotta understand something though about our city, right? Which is an unfortunate reality about our city. When shit evolved from the Public Enemies and the LLs and the Run DMCs, you gotta remember, them niggas didn't have cliques. And they wasn't signing artists. They just was trying to be the dopest niggas to contribute to hip hop in a significant way.
But I wanted to fucking have...
This is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
See, that change brought about two things. The blessing of putting new artists on and breaking artists, and being an artist to do it.
That's what I wanted to do, bro.
But this is what I'm saying. Let me add on.
Add on, bro.
Being an artist to put on an artist and break an artist was a new thing, right? You helped champion that. What I'm saying is, what also started to happen in the process is code of ethics changed. So now you got artists putting on artists, and it becoming a challenge between the artists. Because you're not just an executive, you're an artist too.
Which is difficult.
It's very difficult. Because
it's difficult for me.
It's difficult for a lot of artists that's trying to be artists still while they're being executives.
You can't shake the competition.
You can't
the
shake
competitiveness.
that.
Right.
Competitiveness.
Right.
You can't shake the competitive nature of New York motherfuckers in particularly. I mean, it's everywhere, but in particularly in New York, right, was also the death of New York still having cliques. New York don't click up the way everybody else click up now.
That's manicotti sauce right there.
It's now, you know, if I ain't helping you if you ain't signed to me. That's what it became. So it's like, if I can't profit from you, blow up,
I'm not fucking with you.
I ain't fucking with you. When that's not the way it's supposed to be.
Right.
If we, the city, rep the city, and not even the city, just rep was dope, because you ain't gotta even be from the city to rep was dope. OT Genesis ain't from New York, but he was dope to me.
That's great.
Rod Digger ain't from New York, she's from Jersey.
But she's
incredible to me.
Right.
I don't give a fuck where you from, because the way I was raised was the goal at the end of the day was to make sure that our contribution to the culture was a significant one. So contribute in a significant way. Keep doing your job to advance and push the culture forward. Get your emotions and your ego out the way. The greatest niggas that were artists that became executives, and I use this one motherfucker as an example, is Dre. Because he was an artist. But Dre had no problem making sure he broke every nigga from their first album. Snoop, Game, Fifth,
Eminem.
Kendrick. He may not even work on any more albums after the first one. Right. But he'll make sure that first shit is so phenomenal, you don't even need to call him no more. Right. And the crazy shit is, he does it so consistently that he could put out one album every 20 years.
That's a fact.
And at the end of the day, make it such a stellar success and such a significant contribution to the culture that he's comfortable with not even trying to compete.
Right. He's so relevant without it.
And his boss up looks bigger than everyone's, and his bag still ends up being bigger than everyone's, not because he's robbing anybody, because he's not. He's out the way after the first one, so whatever you do with whoever else, that way that pie gets sliced up is between you and them. He ain't even involved. But you know, he's still, you know, the label that is you're signed to, whatever amount of albums that gotta come out after that, that's still aftermath, he get his cut because he's a part of that deal structure. Right. But you still make all your decisions that you want, and he sit like this. But with that being said, it didn't matter if it was Eminem from Detroit, Game from LA, Fifth from New York, Kendrick from LA, Busta Rhymes from New York, Mary J. Blige from New York.
At one point.
That ain't come out, so that
we're
not gonna count that. We're talking about the shit that came out.
Yeah.
You know, he delivered because of what was dope. And it wasn't about, nigga, I ain't helping you if you ain't signed to me.
Right.
And that's what's important. A lot of these other cities, you ain't even gotta be signed to each other. But they will rhyme on 5 albums of different projects with each other to make sure they keep each other up. Motherfucking right. And jump in every video.
Pop up.
Right.
That's how they do it.
And pull up to each other's shows.
DSPs.
And go to the fashion shows together.
Yeah.
And they'll go to each other's crib. And it's beautiful to see that. And that's the shit New York missing.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of the newer motherfuckers that's doing that, and I'm glad it's getting back to that, but
Lit Fit. I like Lit Fit. I like the crew.
I love Lit Fit, nigga.
I love Lit Fit.
Shout Davey, shout Jones, shout Mano, shout Loso.
Yeah.
Fuck you mean? They showing what that camaraderie and that coming together to form a new Voltron is about in the current time and space.
Yeah. Right.
And it's important to see that. You know what I'm saying? I love, you know, Fabio moving and shaking the way he moving. I love.
He just had a show the other day on 16th Street.
Word.
I pulled up to that.
I love to see that,
we know
man.
you say you're not drinking, but we do know you just celebrated your birthday.
Well, absolute. Thank you, man.
I didn't get a chance to build, but the last time I saw you was at Rest in Peace Biz Services.
Yeah.
The last time I saw you, man. I ain't even really build with you because of the. Yeah, you was with Scratch.
And look how many we done lost since Biz. Rest in peace,
This is why what you saying is imperative about clicking together, man, and just it shouldn't be all about the money, especially if you get in a couple of
No.
Wait, hold on, wait. Listen what I'm saying.
Beloved.
Listen what I'm saying.
That bag.
Listen what I'm saying.
I'ma listen.
Circulate the bag by all means. Wait. Circulate the bag by all means, but also the bag come when they see the value and the equity of unity. Sometimes the bag is not just $1, but the bag is the unity, and it shows a greater force that'll bring that dollar in. Listen, you eating, it's clear you're eating, right? Now, and let's put this in compare with other cities. Like, I see them alley-ooping an artist on the come up, like you did 25 some odd years ago. Look, that's smart. And there's times I made that mistake. I'm gonna keep it Greenberry. There's times I made that mistake with Prodigy. I made that mistake with 50. You know, just being fixated on my way of seeing things. But that's very important to see tomorrow. Because where you're at today could change tomorrow. And that's the artifact. And aside from that, not out of fear, but yo, man, the culture is amazing. This shit saved your life.
All of us.
Exactly. This shit saved my life.
Word.
Shit shit saved my life. This shit saved your life. I know that for a fact. It saved your life. I know that for a fact. We gotta support those if we feel them. But let's not feel them because they're not signing us and we're not automatically getting checks.
But that's what I'm saying.
Of course, I'm alley-ooping what you're
No
saying.
question. The only component about the bag that I'm talking about, right, is that it's important, and as I get to these different times in my way of thinking, as I continue to grow, I realize that that shit is also used against us. Our love and our passion and just doing shit because we feel it. Nah, I realized something a long time ago. Our feeling and our love is the most valuable shit in existence. And the only reason why there's even revenue to be generated is because of our love and our passion. And these niggas always been profiting and capitalizing off of it, and we be the last ones to profit and capitalize in the same way, if we ever do.
Right, and that's a valid point that you're making.
That's
right?
what I'm saying.
Like you gotta get paid for your value. You gotta get paid for your time.
Listen,
you gotta
man,
be paid for everything.
I'm gonna give you a perfect example. It ain't nothing to do something as a swap.
Ain't nothing to do what?
It ain't never a problem to swap with an artist, right?
Yeah.
You know, brother pull up, be like, yo, let me get a verse. And you fuck with that motherfucker and they hot too and give me a verse in return. Cool. We don't exchange no bread, right?
The equal values in a sense.
Nah, I'm about to make the point. So, we do this because we love each other, right?
Yeah.
But then this love ain't appreciated by everybody that is getting the money.
Right.
They don't give a fuck about that love. What they actually give a fuck about is how they're able to profit and monetize and exploit and abuse that love. Because with all of that love that's gonna benefit everybody else, them niggas will still look at you and say, all right, well, this is the deal structure you got with us, and based on your expenditures here, no matter how much that's generated as a revenue under this deal structure, and no matter how many records are sold, based on what you might have did as a deal, based on what you might have agreed to signing to, you still might not make no money.
Yeah.
So what I'm saying to you is, that's the only part that gotta start getting changed, especially
because I think that value that we think of love, like we undervalue in ourselves.
Yeah.
That value of love is not the monetary, like what we should be getting. Like,
But it is.
Everybody don't make what we making though.
It's the source of the monetary.
Right.
The problem is, we ain't doing what we supposed to do to make sure that we're the benefactors as the source.
That it is equal.
We're the direct recipients.
We ain't supposed to be the last one to laugh to the bank. If you even get a chance to giggle, let alone laugh to the bank, nigga.
That's our body.
That's all I'm saying.
Right.
If I'm coming in here with this brilliant creation and I'm sharing it with somebody that I love and they sharing that shit with me, we supposed to be the first ones to laugh, and we're supposed to be able to allocate who else laughs based on our discretion.
So if we look, wait, that's deep. If we came in, right, with that, then the people we sharing it with, if they're not reciprocating that, then what is it?
What I'm saying is it needs to change based on the way it's been. The way it's been is that.
I just want to look at it.
It continuing to be that after all of this time, and it ain't changing, something's wrong. And who is the fault of that wrong? It got to be you at this point. Because what I'm saying to myself is, as I'm celebrating this new cycle around the sun, I'm like, damn, a motherfucker be like, yo, Bus, you been around. Yeah, you know what the beautiful thing is of being around? How dangerous I am now. Because I ain't learning as I go along no more. I mastered the shit that I learned as I was going along. So now the shit that I'm gonna apply is gonna sting a little differently when I apply it now, because I'm the fucking Miyagi of this shit. I ain't Daniel San no more, nigga. You feel me? So that's the beauty of what I'm getting ready to do. Live my best life and apply it. It's like the gods when they say knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Knowledge is to look, listen, and observe. Wisdom is to speak wisely. Understanding is a reflection of knowledge and wisdom, and it's the best part, right? Why is understanding the best part? It's the absence of confusion.
Peace
That's why we
is
say
the absence of
peace.
confusion.
Understanding is the absence of confusion because it brings about peace.
Of course, you can't have understanding without the peace.
You can't
With a
have
balance.
You can't have peace without understanding.
With a balance.
So this is what I'm saying. When you understand, that's when you live in your most peaceful space. That's when you're your happiest. That's when you're the most potential threat.
I ain't.
Because a motherfucker now know, pardon me, Almighty, a motherfucker now know we ain't really able to fool this nigga the way we used to. We ain't able to take advantage of this motherfucker the way we used to. Sometimes that's a beautiful thing because motherfuckers that could respect that will find the experience actually that much more pleasurable as long as they come around respecting that shit that they know they shouldn't play with the way they used to when we didn't know better. So now that they know you know, just come to me and let's do this thing that we supposed to do the right way. See, the only time it's gonna be a problem is if you know that I know the fuckery way is something you shouldn't do, but you try to bring the fuckery way around me anyway. That's when it's wrong because now you insulting the nigga intelligence and you're insulting what you know even before you chose to bring the fuckery around. Had the opportunity to say to yourself, I'm not gonna bring the fuckery, but disregarded that and still brought the fuckery. Now,
there's a problem.
It's a different kind of accountability.
Right.
Because see, again, if we're gonna deal with the degree, justice, which is the 10th degree in the supreme alphabet, is the you reward or penalty for one's actions or deeds. So you do the right shit, you get rewarded for it. You do the fuck shit, you get penalized for it. That's it. Just do what you know is right, especially when you're dealing with a me. You dealing with a N.O.R.E. You dealing with a Tragedy. You dealing with a Poem. We celebrating 25 years of CNN, right? The beauty of this celebration is the motherfuckers who created CNN learned so much that there's now a Drink Champs, right?
Yep.
And the Drink Champs came about as a result of the fuck shit that they got tired of. Dealing with being CNN.
That's a nice bill. That's a nice bill.
You get me?
It's a nice bill.
So this is what I'm saying. They are now applying the mastered level of themselves. We ain't the dummies that is learning as we going along. We ain't bumping our head the same way. Nigga, one or two of them speed knots gonna sting different. And you're gonna be like, I'm tired of hitting my head like this, man.
Right.
Let me stop running in this brick wall, bro, and I could dig under that shit, climb it, go around the motherfucker. Going through this shit hurt, though. And I'm tired of that hurt. So, let me celebrate and be a drink champ.
I see what you did there.
Salute to the gods. Super proud of y'all, man. You know what I mean? And I'm grateful that I was even able to be a part of becoming a fan of some shit from its inception.
Yes.
Y'all did that shit to me. Y'all caused a whole
Peace,
nother
Almighty.
piece of the God. I ain't gonna front. I used to ride around with a few people. Used to play this shit all the time just to drive. Sometimes we would drive through Left Rack and Queensbridge just to see if what the fuck we was hearing was happening.
That's crazy.
I'm not gonna front. I'm a East Flatbush nigga.
Right.
So ain't no hood too different from the hood that I was raised in. But there's definitely different aesthetics. And the shit I was hearing was a little different. And I wanted to understand why. When there's so much shit that we identify with each other hoods and in each other hoods. What the fuck got them sprinkling the salt at this amount differently from how we sprinkle our salt and the adobo and the pepper They seasoning their food a little different. But the shit still tastes banging. I'ma still pull up to the same yard man spot to get that seasoning in Left Rack and Queensbridge because they still got official yard niggas out there like they doing Flatbush. They cook up just might be a little different.
Cook up.
You know what I'm saying? I want to taste their shit, so I'm coming through. And ultimately, man, I ain't get to see nothing that I heard on the records. Maybe I wasn't supposed to.
Exactly.
Because it wasn't supposed to. Let's leave it right there.
Right.
But with that being said, it made the desire grow that much more. It's like absence makes the heart grow fonder, right? So the more I couldn't see it, was the more that I wanted to see it through the work.
Right.
So the music, the visuals, the freestyles.
What time you went through?
That's what I'm saying.
Depends on what time you came to Queens.
That's my point. I wasn't coming through. I wasn't supposed to come through at the times when the bullshit was happening. There was another plan for me that I needed to be exempt from the shit. Nah, I ain't need to be in the eye of the storm, nigga. Respectfully. You know what I'm saying? So again, man. Like I said, I ain't sticking around long. I think I'm long-winded, and I show my appreciation. You know what I'm saying?
Everybody, listen. I did a novel. Everybody, quiet.
Let me just say something.
Got the best part.
Thank you,
because
Almighty.
being a part of this legendary, album for 25 years, which I didn't even know is 25, and it's not even until next month. So let's just hold on.
25
June 17th. June 17th. But earliest on, me sitting back and me just paying attention to what happened from the outside in is because that I know Trag and Capone's gonna clown me for this later. But Queensbridge is a very privileged hood, although they might be privileged not in the way that you guys think, but they had Ipsy Shan, they had a Marley.
They had the greats.
Privilege was pre-established.
Yes.
Not privilege. Privilege is given.
You know what?
Established already.
I like that. So
a lot of people put in work.
It's a fucking privilege, man.
No.
Manhattan right there, nigga. We had opportunity.
A view of Manhattan does not constitute Shan's rhymes, Dimple D, Marley's work. But I got to say that. They put no. I gotta say that. I gotta say that because Marley wasn't privileged. Marley put in work that constituted 90% of hip hop for a certain generation. That's not a privilege. That's work. Just gotta say that to you, beloved.
And difference. You know what? I agree with everything.
Difference, beloved.
But let me just try to make the point that I was trying to make. And sitting there and trying to calculate and put together, and let's just be clear, because I want to be very careful of what I say right now, because the brother I'm about to speak about has passed away. One thing about Prodigy was he was a product of Queens, but he's also a product of Long Island. Mm-hmm. And a lot of people you heard Shook Ones, a lot of people you heard from what was then the Twitter or then the Instagram, people was like, he's from Long Island. And it differentiated him immediately because people were saying, wait a minute, there's some people who say he's from Queensbridge, then there's some people who say he's from Left Rack. I didn't want to be that guy. Not to say that what he did was wrong, because I don't know. He's passed away. We can't ask him why he did what he did but I wanted to be different. And I wanted to represent the people who grew up with me, whether they were proud of me or whether they was like, hey, he's a scumbag and he's a piece of shit. I wanted them to still claim that too.
Yes.
So what we did with the War Report was we came in and we said we're going to this is what my friend nowadays says. He says we're unapologetically black. But we were unapologetically.
They put that on Khalid Muhammad too. Dr. Khalid Muhammad.
We were unapologetically real. We were unapologetic. Let me just finish and I promise you I'll pass it on. We were unapologetically the War Report. We actually came together And then with these people that's behind the scenes, all these brothers that was behind the scenes, that's why y'all here, that's why y'all understood this platform, you understood this body of work, and you stood by it. And for that, for a person that, like we were saying earlier, or I believe you said it while he was here, if you're not signing me, then fuck you. This is probably the first, this is the first artist, not probably, let me take that out. This was the first artist that stepped up, said I'm fucking with them. But then, let's just be clear, we got accused of some crazy shootouts that happened. So that at that point, it was exactly the time to say, get the fuck away from us.
Yeah, but guess what though? Not to cut you, only add on. Not to cut you, like for me, and I know how it is. That's why, but you know what? I know the staff love me. You love me, but the staff love me because they know I'm not gonna say what's politically correct all the time. And you know what? You know I can respect his contribution? Because he actually made a contribution in the beginning. That's why when he spoke, I didn't really say too much. A lot of people could come on and talk, and that's my nature. You don't gotta like me. Like you said something earlier, I'm not here to be liked. I'm not here to be liked. I figured that out a long time ago. But when he spoke, I don't know if you noticed the temperature change, because he actually showed up for me, for us. He showed up.
First one.
I went to I remember the studio.
Pardon me?
Go ahead, Bill.
What I really love about this moment, y'all showed up for me. I was really trying to help my artists. Y'all ain't tell me to rhyme on the record. Y'all let Spliff shine.
That's right. That's right.
Like, that's a whole nother thing people ain't peeping.
But everybody doesn't do that.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, I talked on the record. You don't think I wanted to rhyme on that motherfucker? I was a little frustrated. That beat was so stupid. The nigga Top Fife was not playing on that album, Playboy.
Right.
And I was living with the beat too while Spliff was writing that rap. And I sat in the studio and I was thirsty to black.
But for me, not to cut you. Everybody see you now, Bus.
I was on everybody's shit at the time too. So it felt weird to be told to fall back. But Spliff having that moment meant more to me, just in the same way, you know, I needed Rampage to get on. And I said, Puff,
Flavor, yeah.
I need ramp on Flavor, yeah. And nigga said, all right, well, the money I was gonna pay you, if you want ramp on the record that bad, then you just gotta rhyme for free too. Okay, fuck it. I'm gonna make the sacrifice.
Right.
I wanna put my niggas in position. So I thank y'all for giving an opportunity to Spliff to be able to be a part of a milestone moment.
I know I'm jumping in, bro.
25 years later, you and Spliff was behind the wall together.
Spliff was on record.
That's what I'm saying. You and Spliff.
That's why this shit be interconnected already.
Together.
We was in the same dome.
That's what I'm saying.
On the side of me.
This shit is
my guy, yeah.
The correlation of this shit is so crazy.
I'm trying to tell you,
And it's a different level of deep rooted. That's beautiful. So thank y'all for letting Spliff live and shine.
Yeah, it's my brother.
And I love y'all direct relationship from behind the wall to the street, and our relationship separate from that. Our relationship before CNN,
separate from that.
You know what I'm saying? It's like
it's
so much moving parts that brought this shit together again. Congratulations to the 25-year anniversary.
Come on, man. Can we do that?
I'm gone.
Peace and love.
Thank you so much.
Make some noise for Busta Taking a 15 TP.
Yeah, I'm about to wrap it up, but that's okay. PB first, then wrap it up?
Yeah, PB first.
PB first, then wrap it up?
PB wrap up, that's what we call it. PB wrap up.
great. Let me just be honest. Let me be honest, man. You know I thanked everyone individually earlier, but this is not like a phony thank you shit, like at all. Because this is real shit. Like, you know, me looking at the history, me looking at where everything has started, and where everything is going, and where everything is going to. Without this beginning, it wouldn't have been anything. And I want to be thankful to each and every one of you individuals who participated, who took a part of it. Even down to Raheem from just saying, yeah, you know, regulate the court on bloody money to, you know.
How about the cabs with us?
You know, yeah, that part too.
The budget, the car budget, that's it, right?
The car budget, you know.
That was our
to Trash telling us to control the budget and say, you know what? If you guys keep, you know, bullshitting your time in the studio, it won't work out. And, you know, from Geno Sims to some of those calls, to Neil from being the, you know, the big boss, from Martin,
Neil's amazing, man.
From
Neil's
being
amazing.
the guy that was the go-to guy, and then hiring the next go-to guy. I couldn't be more thankful, you know, for everyone that's here in the presence. I want to thank you all individually. You don't, I mean, you don't have to go home and anything. It's, you know, we can still get drunk off camera. Right. You know, we're good at this.
We gotta get home. We gotta get the.
No, but the thing is, I wanted the people to see the camaraderie. I wanted the people to see that me and Trash
can argue.
Can argue, can talk, can argue, can talk.
And we do that every day. Like when we speak to each other.
That's family shit.
It's real shit. He doesn't always agree with me. I don't always agree with him. But that's life. I don't always agree with Capone, and Capone don't always agree with me. Yep. But it's between us. Me and Martin, me and Mayhem, so on and so forth. But, you know, so forth. But what we've all been able to do with each other, and outside of, you know, the War Report has been remarkable. And I just want to thank everyone for taking this time to come back and just, you know, salute this masterpiece. You know what I'm saying? Because I call it a masterpiece.
It is a masterpiece.
It is a masterpiece.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So
25 years, here we are. Masterpiece.
So, Chad,
Let me tell you something.
you gonna take the
When
lead?
Supreme comes to you and wants to do a clothing line of
Don't
your
take it the
album,
wrong way.
your shit is a masterpiece.
Straight up.
Yes, your shit is a masterpiece.
Supreme
And I got that
T-shirt.
I think Supreme knows how to see the value in something,
Yes.
in which was already seen way before Supreme.
Okay, so let's say one thing and let's get up out of here. Let's start with you.
Yeah.
Man, say one thing and get up out of here. Whatever you want to say. It could be more than one thing.
Listen, I think
I
think honestly, this was a special moment of men and women coming together to make something classic, not understanding what it was at the moment, but we believed in something and we came together and we did that. And to come back together and circle back to that is impeccable. I think from all the producers, the beats, the rhymes, the different cadences, the flows going left, and it should be right on time.
On track.
I mean, man, oh man, this is something special. I'm glad to have participated in the small way that I did, and to be around all of y'all and to circle back to this was dynamite. So I appreciate everyone here.
Thank you, man.
Amen.
Love you, man.
And I want y'all to know, I took my kids back to Left Rack in Queensbridge. There's a show where we remade the War Report. You know what I mean? I took recently, definitely.
Nice.
But go ahead, Martin, let's say what you got to say.
No, all I have to say is real simple, man. Like, you know, I'm glad that I was, you know, put in the place God put me there at the time to just bring this together. Trash for, like, you know, just, you know, having a vision. But I'm just glad to just, you know, be there at the moment to help y'all see y'all vision, right? And just, you know, keep moving things, you know, forward. I'm just glad I was there at the moment in time. It was just a moment in time and space or whatever. And it just, everything that's, the worlds collided, whether it was good, bad, ugly, but we're here and this is beautiful. And I'm thankful that I was just able to just put everyone in position to just move how we need to move moving forward.
Thank you.
Levine, I'm almost curious to give you a shot, man, Levine. I'm almost about to say,
You can't have my copy,
Yeah.
I'm not going to take your copy, but I'm really happy, proud. I'm proud of all of you guys and what you've done with your lives. Because from 25 years ago, to see what everyone is doing with their families and how you're affecting the culture, I'm so proud. And it's a wonderful moment for me personally. And I'm really happy to be here. And I want to thank you.
I just want to say, thanks for, the open arms of the brotherhood, everybody here. You know what I'm saying? Accepting me, Neil giving me my first official paid job.
He set off a lot of people.
He set off a lot of people. I was trying to figure it out. I ain't gonna lie, I was trying to figure this shit out.
And you figured it the fuck out, G.
Like I was literally hustling, and I'm working a record store and intern at Penalty, and fast forward, I'm here. So, just want to give thanks, and, I think, again, follow your passion, get productive, and everything else will follow, man. And y'all just keep doing what y'all doing, and it's an open door here, and let's do it again.
Let's go.
Right. I just want to introduce my new album, Flash. It's lonely at the top.
Actual.
No, seriously though.
It's gonna be my last record with the group.
Flash, it's lonely at the top. Nah, man, it's been a lot of well-paid lessons, man. A lot of well-paid lessons. Glad to see the vision come alive and even go further than what the initial vision was. See, I called them flowers. You know what I'm saying? The reflex is sharp. Right or wrong, up or down, love everybody at this table. Martin don't play with me no more. No, because I love you. You know why? Man, it's not easy to see these dudes, man. It's not easy to see. It's not easy to see these dudes. It's not. But to see these dudes, that's a beautiful thing, man. And I'm proud of these dudes. I'm not here to validate nothing. My stretch might be a little longer than yours or anybody else's here because I was privy here from the beginning. And that's not an ego thing. I'm not easing God out. But it's ill to see these dudes not just N.O.R.E. N.O.R.E. got drink champs and all that, but even Pone. For Pone to say,
Amen.
Listen. Stop. For Pone to say, daughter went to college. I don't think you really understand what that means to his mother. Rest in peace, Barbara Holly. What that means to his mother and what that really means, man. That was wrong, man. This is
Shit, man. For me, I look at it like this. I ain't have to take my brother with me, and he ain't have to take me with him. So for everybody that say, yo, you put this together, or you did this, or N.O.R.E. didn't leave you, nah, we did what we were supposed to do. We remain brothers.
No pat on the back. That's what we do.
We remain brothers. So all this, I love the 25, I love this, but each one of y'all, when my mom's died, y'all sent me flowers. Y'all asked to pay for my mom's funeral. Y'all did shit in my ways that Penalty was not a record label for me. When I went to jail, if it wasn't for Penalty, my mom's died, 3 months before that? Before I went to jail?
I moved back to my seat. I moved back.
Y'all made sure, this for me is different. This shit hit different.
That's right.
So, I was totally alone. You know what I mean? I'm the only child, no brother, no sisters. My mom's died, all I had was my dad and y'all motherfuckers. And each one of y'all proved to me that this shit is bigger than these flowers, it's bigger than N.O.R.E., it's bigger than Tragedy, it's bigger than me. This was about a family. So I want to say this one thing. I love y'all. Thank you, my brother. Thank you, Neil. Thank you, Martin. Thank you, Mayhem. Thank you, Geno. Especially fucking Geno, bro.
Amen.
Because Fuck all y'all right now.
He held you down.
Geno
He held you all the way down.
He need to hear this.
He held you all the way down.
He don't need to hear this.
I will cry, bro.
Yeah.
Every collect call.
Geno accepted.
Held you all the way down.
That's very true. I'm gonna tell you something.
This nigga came to visit me. I had a girl at the time. He would make sure she flew from Atlanta, flew her to the jail, flew her back to her. Nigga, it was never nothing that this brother right here. I said, yo, I need a fucking cherry red SC 430 coupe.
Done. Geno. A teardrop as he said that.
I said I needed that shit.
And he got
Nigga
it.
V said, you want a cherry red SC 430 coupe?
I remember the night.
And I said, because I had that fucking picture on my cell for 3 years. I want that car. And I came home and I had the car.
Straight
up. And then he fucking drove me around for like 2 weeks.
Wow.
And said, wait, you can't drive me around and be at work at the same time. So I let the car go, right? Realest shit ever, man. That's the realest shit ever. Thank y'all, man, because I didn't have no fan.
Solid shit.
But y'all niggas, man. This shit hit different for me. So everybody was on the street. Everybody had their time. But the fucking notebooks were telling me, this is your artwork. This is, what do you want this? The CEOs had no idea that I was getting fucking artwork pictures on notebooks. They just wondering why I got 10 fucking black and white notebooks with stickers on them. Because they made sure I was involved as much as possible.
Wow.
Word.
Thank you. Thank you.
Wow.
Thank you.
To me.
Wow.
To me, it's better than a Grammy.
Wow.
To me, it's better than a Grammy.
Raheem,
I respect Snoop
you
Dogg.
in there. You were my friend literally through these sessions. I only had 2 other friends that was literally through these sessions. Their name was Rel and Steph. They are well documented throughout my music. The problem is Rel and Steph are both dead.
Wow, rest in peace.
Steph Bauer, man.
Have to come on.
Steph Bauer, man.
And there's one other person who wasn't a part of our crew, but is a part of our crew. Still around, J-Rock. We ain't going.
Infinite?
Infinite, yeah.
He's Infinite?
Yeah, we ain't
Jay Sheen?
Yeah, Jay Sheen.
That's my guy.
You tell us your not your one memories. One of your great. Hold on, y'all. Let the y'all go. One of your memories of the War Report.
Yeah.
That's the mic. In the studio, outside the studio. There was so many issues.
Yeah,
so many. I remember like used to.
25 years, man. Be good.
252. My mom's and my fucking father.
Shoot up your whole crew.
Got so many stories.
That's real shit.
Y'all remember 252?
His mother and my father are best
25
friends.
years.
Really?
No shit.
Really.
Wow.
His mother and my father. Wow.
Give us one. Just give us one. Everyone else gave it.
But in the studio, I got one after the studio.
Okay, tell us.
After the studio,
That's all I know.
we much bud we used to smoke. Me, Rel and Steph. We go to White Castle on Queens Boulevard. So
By the mall.
Remember White Castle be mad cheap, so we like, yo, we gonna burger eating contest.
White Castle.
And I wasn't this big. That I was playing ball.
You was a little slimmer. You was gonna say that to you.
We was all skinny, so
You was a little slimmer.
so being Rel like slowing down Steph.
Steph is the skinniest.
He the skinniest. Like,
Steph Bauer.
Yeah.
I put Steph on it again. Go ahead.
yo, so I dropped something on the floor, and Steph was eating one bite and throwing all his burgers under the floor.
Oh shit.
I say something about
I want to say one more thing, man. Like me and Martin had a problem before, and I apologize, man. Like, you know what I mean? I was a kid.
I don't even remember.
Yeah, but you don't remember me. You don't remember.
Funny.
We had a problem when I was a kid, and I apologize, man. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
You want to say something?
Yeah, man. As a mixtape DJ in Miami, trying to compete with these mixtapes coming from New York, the Clues, the Tony Touches, the SNSs, the Doo-Wops, all these guys. I'm trying to get like the most underground shit that I can get my hands on. And CNN was that when I was able, the white label of the LA and everything I could get a hold of. And then I hear, and as a Latino, I hear this guy throwing these Spanish words. He's not throwing them in the right way. He's throwing Spanish words. But as a Latino, we don't care. Just throw some Spanish words. Make no sense. Talk about us. We don't care if mango doesn't belong there. You like the mango? Chico. I was like, is he Latino? Oh shit, he's actually Puerto Rican. But he don't want to speak in Spanish. But that just it just I love the War Report. It means so much, and eventually to meet N.O. on the promo room for the War Report, and then to be a part of like everything after that, and then actually become a part of the street team for Penalty and Tommy Boy. And
this shit is so organic.
It's just crazy to me. And
this is hip hop.
And this is why we have Drink Champs, guys. This is what Drink Champs is that it's War Report, and it comes to Miami. And we all connect, and then you have Drink Champs.
When you say that, I actually believe it, yo. It's organic. I'm believing it before they knew each other.
I'm gonna finish it out.
But E, let me say one thing, because I never gave you your motherfucking flowers. I wish I had a thing to give you. When I first came home in 1999, you made me feel so comfortable. You was like 5.
Let me get about it.
How old was you in 1999, Boris?
Boris was not even born.
Boris already think about this and shit. In my mind, at this moment, you think about
Boris, like, it's I see the same people.
Absolutely.
The same people from 1999 with you.
Yeah.
That says a lot about your character. That says a lot about your upbringing. That says a lot about you as a man. And I appreciate you, my brother.
No, I got you.
But FM right now, it's about me and you.
I'm gonna push you. I'm gonna push you. I'm gonna push you.
All right.
Crazy hood.
There you go.
How many nights I was with y'all?
Right.
With y'all. With y'all. I'm crazy.
He was dirty things with Charlie Skins. Let's be honest.
Two of the most funniest niggas I know.
Why would you say beside you?
Charlie, when Charlie out, I see you out on your
Nah, bro, we family, bro. I love y'all, man.
I'm really a bad guy. Don't do that.
Don't make me put you ding.
Come on, I'm gonna succeed.
I want to
I got integrity.
Thank you, because
I got integrity.
now, even when I was quiet, you say, Paul, what you doing? Let's do a mixtape. Let's do this. You cared about me in the same light, even though I was in your face every day.
No, absolutely.
Nah, he stand up. He's straight up and down.
I know
6
what this
o'clock.
moment means for us, but I also want you to know what it means for me.
Thank you, brother.
Here, interviewing me.
Amen.
Thank you.
Giving me flowers.
I'm talking about live it out. Live it out. You solid do it. I'm not saying you solid do it.
My brother E, 19, I remember that E, you had hair. You had hair. Oh, y'all niggas was real slim and shit. Like,
Man, shit was amazing.
I'm so glad. I don't think I ever had hair.
This shit is amazing.
Why you wearing
Let me
that
give you one thing.
Then I go.
Do a couple.
December 15th, 2015. We bumped into each other in Weehawken.
This is New Jersey.
In New Jersey.
Sheraton Hotel.
Sheraton Hotel.
Yeah.
And you said, yeah, I'm working on this podcast. I got a food show. I'm doing this, that, and the third. I was like, word, all right, yo, that sounds kind of crazy. That's dope. This, that, and the third. And to see 7 years later what you did, like literally, it wasn't, like you said, it's coming. But to see that it happened to the degree that it did was impeccable, brother. So I just want to say, we got to acknowledge you for putting this together and making it happen.
what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna do an organ. I'm gonna do this awkwardly. And I want to start from you, E, but I'm gonna do it even more awkwardly. I'm gonna start from him.
Whoa.
Because him and his family had did something for me. Hold on.
Nah, we here.
That didn't even make sense. What at the time was, I was known as the tough guy, right? Played for Aim High, and then Aim High fired me. Found out I was selling crack.
What's Aim High?
Aim High is with Kenny Anderson and Kenny Smith.
Like a league?
Mark Jackson. It's the A-League program. Yeah, no problem. No, hey, we unlimited. Go ahead, continue.
Get emotional.
Come on. You get emotional and pop a bottle there, brother. Okay. You like to pop a bottle over there? Feel like you should pop a bottle over there. All right, it's the first time we popped 2 cases.
Pop that
It's a special day.
Special day.
Because I gotta end this.
See some more pops over here.
Sunshine real though. That's real.
So I started
Coastal basketball. Coastal basketball.
Yeah. So I started, and what happened was, Aim High got rid of me immediately. Found out what I was doing, and it was like, said that doesn't work. This doesn't work out. What happened was, Aim High went to Coney Island, and they realized Coney Island don't have the same rules. They let their gangsters play on their team.
Oh.
Yeah.
The stepdad, Vincent Smith, immediately came back to the hood and said, "You're back on the team."
It's okay. It's okay. No problem. Let's go.
No problem. I don't want to sound it like that because it made it sound like he didn't know what I was doing, but he knew I wasn't a sucker, and he knew that he needed people who wasn't suckers on his team when you go play at Marlboro. Is that what it was called?
Brooklyn?
Yeah.
Marlboro.
It was alright. Yeah, it was alright.
That's where Marlboro from.
Stuff from
That's
Marlboro was
probably
alright.
why I'm calling it Marlboro Projects.
Marlboro
It's Coney
was
Island
alright.
Projects, whatever.
Little tough.
You ran back. Went back to my hood. M and Rel was walking. M and Rel was walking. Y'all gotta come hang out with me. I ruined them niggas' life. 1,000,000%. Trash, you not popping that at all like a champagne.
I'm gonna let you shout it. Guys, you're scared. I'm not scared. Here's how you better yourself. That nigga's crazy, man. Popping bottles before you was walking, man.
So that was
tough.
That's me getting Raheem this round. Yes. There's one person that didn't get his roses and don't got his roses, but I did invite out here.
Crazy. Speak on the guys.
It's been our DJ. I think I stole him from you, right?
If you stole my DJ, you should thank me. Like, nah, I just
No, I'm not gonna thank you, sir.
Nah, you
Just being honest, I feel like you was using him wrong.
Bush gonna tell you the truth. Don't say that. Don't turn out your wing.
I'm not doing that. Come on, go ahead, Butch Rock. Go ahead,
Bush don't know who you gotta go talk to.
Butch Rock. Yeah. He just wanted to finger pop your girls. Keep it real. He didn't.
What's the matter there? What's the matter there?
The reason too live? Hey, listen, keep it real, Butch. When he met you,
I only see Butch in Miami, and we live in Queens together.
terrible.
It's kind of crazy. Butch is a legend. Butch is a
So
legend.
Butch, keep it real. When you met Pone, he just wanted you to chill.
Hey.
Nah, that's my guy. Without Pone, I'm gonna be honest with you, Pone didn't introduce me to you.
That's what we all say. Make some noise for Paul. Make some noise for Paul. I like that. Make more noise for Paul.
What's my people's at, man? What's all that, man?
Good.
I've always been pulling up. He brought me to the team. He believed in me and asked me to fill in one day.
But he also left you when he didn't pay. He didn't pay
Oh,
that bill.
see, this is where it.
That's a different story.
I like this.
But who answers your text messages?
Your show.
Phone calls?
Don't do that.
I love my brothers in all individual ways.
No.
What the hell kind of answer is that? No, I'm not talking about Paul. I'm talking about in general.
I like that.
Text messages.
I like that.
What are you doing? It's your CNN.
What are we doing? Don't do that to me again.
DJ club, bro.
Did you hear?
Mayhem, you was on DJ for 2 weeks.
What?
You was a DJ.
What is that? Reno.
Hold on. Let's just be clear. You remember Reno?
I remember Reno. It was a setup. That's a check.
Jermaine Debris.
Yo, you owe me a check for that.
I remember paying the bar that night.
His name was DJ
Who you said the
Mayhem.
police?
I think it's
Brandy Straight?
Michelada.
Randy Straight.
Brandy
you want?
Straight out of Tall Ass.
Tell us, Mayhem. Tell us.
Just take it, bro.
But by the way, this is let me just be honest, Levine. First time we are approaching a #1 record.
Getting there.
And Jermaine Dupri says, I'm remixing the record. You know
Your
what
record?
This is Super Doug. Super Doug is just
And
climbing
Jermaine
up.
Dupri says he's gonna remix Super
But he
Doug.
says it to Neil. But I'm at the bar. And, you know, at this time, Jermaine Dupri, to have Jermaine Dupri remix the record is dope.
At that time.
It's big. But I don't want no one to remix my record. I want these tight shirt dudes with these chokers. I want them to do the remix. But I can't tell that to Neil at the time. He's like, N.O.R.E, perfect shit. He got Jermaine Dupri to do the remix. And I'm looking like, we're at the bar. And then Neil goes, well, give him a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Neil's smart. You gotta love Neil.
The first time I ever seen him,
He knows how to turn it on.
Yeah. But I was so like, no. And then the next day, I don't remember if you remember this. Y'all all remember this. Jermaine Dupri sent his own remix. It's a Super Thug with the brat on it.
Yo, who has that remix?
Nah.
Mayhem! No! Mayhem! I got that! Open your back! I got the face! Open your back! Open your back! I got that one! Open that suitcase! I got that one! I got the heat!
I'm gonna come clean. I listened to that shit one time.
I remember hearing that. I was like, yo.
Time out.
It stayed there.
Time out, guys. The way I just put that together, I described it as if I was offended from the Brat and Jermaine Dupri's remix.
You
was not offended. I just didn't.
I bet you that remix is
remix.
It wasn't the vibe.
I bet you that remix is hell.
And I can't remember who it was. It probably wasn't no one here who brought the remix, but everyone else was like,
Wasn't it?
and there was someone from the company who said,
I don't remember it.
Did you hear
I
it?
don't remember it.
I love you. You got that in that fucking case. I don't got that. That shit is stacked up. That shit is stacked up.
Never.
That shit is stacked up. I can't say that. I need that. No.
It's not me when the dad was on a cassette.
Trash.
it was cassette of that. It was like,
No, because I know because when Martin left,
You got that in the box.
and I went through.
By the way,
do not remember.
I
probably never. And I thought it was a card in joint.
and I love Jermaine Dupri.
Facts.
And I love him.
You probably just left it and never thought about it.
Facts. Yo, look, I'm gonna say this for the record.
We were not in Vegas. Everyone said Vegas. It was Reno.
Reno.
It was Reno. It was Reno.
N.O.G. Jim doing cartwheels.
I remember the cartwheels.
Cam and Jim doing cartwheels. I was drinking brandy straight and a cold ass glass. We called them Moeshius. And I can remember me just listening to it and just saying, and by the way, I love Jamaica, but no.
But you don't know stuff.
I went further. I went worse than that.
Eso está disgusting.
Exacto.
He knows his judo well.
And I said,
you don't know?
but at the time, Super Thug is so big that they could have easily manipulated me and said, probably, y'all don't know the story. Y'all do know the story because y'all was there.
I don't remember the record. I don't remember
the record, so it never happened.
No, we know Nevada. No, we
I remember Reno.
I paid for the bar.
Yes,
It was very expensive.
Jermaine goes like this to us and gives us a new version of Super Thug. And my middle verse, which I love, was gone. And the brat was in there.
Wow.
And I listened to this shit and I was like, holy shit, I'm about to be commercial.
I think the brat killed it. I want to hear it.
No, the brat killed it. No, killed it. But it just wasn't a line of what we were doing. I think you said that earlier.
Right.
Of what we were doing, and I was like, they fell victim.
Except we didn't put it out.
Except you never put it out.
Right.
And you always said, if you don't want it, and that's it. I didn't want it. And for years, I thought Jermaine Dupri hated it.
He probably did.
He was rich. No. But he would remind me like.
Not hated you. He probably was upset.
Yeah, I would see him and he would be like, "You ain't take my remix, motherfucker."
Yeah, he was You know how big a Jermaine Dupri remix was at the time?
Yeah. Jermaine Dupri was.
Yeah,
that was crazy.
I don't even remember the record.
Yeah, you were a dick at that time.
It was like, that's not it.
Yeah.
You were right, but you were a dick.
And probably only because of Cardan. It was probably
We did 2 records with Jermaine with Cardan.
Yeah,
we flew down.
You're correct, though.
Wait, what are y'all talking about? Y'all shit's important. What are y'all talking about?
I was telling Neil that we flew down. Remember,
because we had
Cardan did 2 records with Jermaine, so I flew down with them. But Kuda,
that's what happened.
But Kuda had Nelly at the time, so we flew down.
He wasn't dirty.
He plays the record. He plays Nelly to Jermaine, and Jermaine's like, yeah, he's cool. And meanwhile, we're down there. Jermaine has Ferrari. He has like ridiculous whips, like bowl of car keys of like
before
a bowl of car keys.
Ridiculous at the time. Ridiculous.
Crisscross already
Yes.
happened.
Ridiculous. And then he passes on Nelly, and he does these records
Who's
for
passing
Cardan.
on Nelly?
This is Jermaine.
He passes on Nelly.
He does, but
The
watch
scientist.
this. As we're driving down, we're like, wow, that's crazy. Whose house is that? They're like, oh, that's Evander Holyfield. It says Evander Holyfield Way, and it's miles. That's Rick Ross's current property that he bought from
What is
Evander
it? Paradise?
Holyfield.
What's the name of it?
Promised Land.
Promised Land. Promised Land.
When I tell you, miles of land and property.
Shout out to
The
the
property
whole
was
team. Made it.
way in the back, like way down there. And wild property, and Jermaine was not too far from that. And he had a crib.
He still lived there too.
Oh, ridiculous. So at the time, we presented Nelly and this, that, not we, but Kuda presented Nelly and this, that, and the
Kuda love
third.
from up above.
Correct. And he said, nah, I'm not fucking with him. And at the end of the day, Nelly obviously got signed, blew up, this, that, and the third. Crazy.
Yeah, Nelly's finger pop everything.
Everything.
It all comes back to finger popping.
Everything.
That is the ultimate ending of everything.
I gave my pictures of that day to Nelly, and I saw
The end of the fairy tale is finger popping.
I got stories.
Fucking live on our couch.
Yes.
If Dream Shack was a fairy tale, finger popping is the ending.
Finger popping.
Listen, man, finger pop is a great thing.
I think we finger pop. We ended it. We're done.
But
we not finger popping?
I just want to say it one more time, reiterate everything. War Report has brought so much success and so much joy and so much whatever. That where we're here right now is a result of it. I never made this album and said, 25 years later, I'm gonna be at a Spanish block listening to.
Spanish block?
Because I just feel like Spanish music playing right behind us. I feel like it's Puerto Rican beers everywhere.
It's Puerto Rican beers everywhere. I like it.
25 years later, with this, their trash is fucked up over this. Okay. We signed up for it 25 years ago. We all did. But you know what? Again, especially thinking trash, for putting up with both of us. Prior to y'all being professionally being able to put up with us. But we're here, and very thankful for everything I went through, even the bad shit.
Yes.
The good shit, the medium shit.
Yes.
You know the shit in between, like the butthole and and the ball. That little area is okay, man.
It's not okay when you talk about it.
We've all been watching a football game and just scratch that little area. It's fantastic. I say that to be funny. I'm not being serious. You never scratched that area? You never?
When you watching basketball?
I don't watch basketball. I watch basketball. I watch.
Listen, guys, come on, guys.
Basketball.
What is this BL talk?
Let me just come on there, no. But what I'm saying is, I'm very, very, very thankful for everyone who's been here, everyone who's came here, everyone who's took a part of this album, because it truly is a legendary mark.
Speak on it.
My life, a legendary mark in a lot of people's life, not just ours. I had no idea talking about shooting somebody in my projects, selling drugs to the person's art. 25 years later, would be considered art because I didn't put it in a foul way. I put it in an artistic way. And it's beautiful. It's beautiful for me to see what everyone has done with their life, leaving this, coming back, and again, I'm thankful. Thankful for my partner, who was a fan of it prior to me meeting him, who didn't know me. Thankful for my DJ,
Butch,
who was from the other side of Queens, and said, these guys are talking about everything they're talking about, because he knew exactly. Thankful for one of my closest friends, who was a basketball player, who I probably fucked up your basketball career. A little bit, like
a little bit.
And then I'm thankful for my other partner, because the moment we met each other, we really just locked in. It was like, you know what? Fuck it. We go on. Do what the fuck we want to do. And we did it. And we continue to do it. You kind of doing it more than me. You keep doing some shit. I'm like, why? But you continue to live your motherfucking life. And Geno, same shit with you.
Sounds like I gotta question this guy.
No, but Geno, same shit with you, Geno. At one point, I could remember you learning the game, then you venturing out, and then when you learning the game when you're home.
Then Geno was the game.
It was two different things. It was two different things that you learn in the game when you were supposed to learn the game, and then when you learn the game when you're home. And from Puff to ASAP, and for me to see your transitions, and for me to see how calm and how collective you are now, it's a beautiful thing, and I salute it.
Amen.
I salute it. Yo, Levine, we always want to give you more of your flowers than you deserve. Because everyone here said it. You know, we didn't kind of know you was like the oracle back then.
Facts.
That's who you wind up being. You wind up being the oracle. Anybody who saw the Matrix knows the oracle's a bad motherfucker.
In a good way.
In a great way.
In a great way.
Great way. Because you got good dog. And Lil Levine, that's who you are for us.
That's who you are for us, Neil.
And we love that.
I thank you.
We love that, and we continue to love that. We continue to embrace it, whether it's in your face or not in your face. Everyone comes around and says, you know what? Yo was right. He might have been cheap. Right.
Fiscally responsible.
Yeah, fiscally responsible.
And to this day, I live that same fucking model.
Fiscally responsible.
So someone said,
first corporate card.
Listen. I tried to do a whole nother record label. I tried to make a whole other name. That was my only thing that they said about me. Said, N.O.R.E's a little cheap. I couldn't help to think, but I said, oh, Jesus. This was the same exact shit I complained about. And I couldn't, I didn't want to call you so much. I was like, and then you called me that day. You was like, do you want to be at the Hip Hop Museum? I was like, just come and see me, Lil Wayne. Because it was that same day. Martin Most, moving on to you. Martin, I wanted to see you. I wanted to hang out with you. I wanted to reiterate everything that we did. What makes me even more proud of what is tonight is you brought your wife.
Amen.
You brought your son.
Amen. Amen.
And in case you don't know, my son works here. Well, all my sons work for me for some reason. There's some values. But all
How
of
they
my
felt working for you?
because they good.
Are you paying them?
I pay everybody. I pay the lighter. I don't even know why. But I pay the lighter. All right, but you know, you to bring your family, that meant the world to me. Because, you know, everything that we all went through, we all have rather great memories. And for you to come and bring your family, it made me feel like, you know what, this is where we're supposed to move on to. This is where we're supposed to go on to the next chapter of our lives. It's our family supposed to know our family.
Sure.
Like your wife's supposed to go come in, get a bag or get a meal with my wife.
Right.
Without calling us.
Right.
That's what I love about me and Fat Joe's relationship. I don't think me and Fat Joe's ever been on the phone in the last 5 years. Our wives just talk to you. I don't know why we think we Gambinos and shit. But I actually enjoy it. And that's what me and you spoke about.
Sure.
Mayhem, which ironically, because when Martin left, you kind of like, you was there.
Yeah,
That was Mayhem. You had to get on
Mayhem, you stayed. That's why you got all the other dads. I looked, and I was like, yo, that's the word for that. And nigga boss said, it's some Melvin Flynn here.
Something else.
Which was real.
Right.
That's real because if you think about it, if you were just here for the War Report, very next album is N.O.R.E.
Correct.
And if you listen to the N.O.R.E. skits, it's it's you and Jungle.
Straight up.
A lot of people don't know that other
Jungle's
person on that
A&R.
skit.
And by the way, I bumped into with Jungle, with Andreessen Horowitz, with Ben Horowitz, whole other thing, and it's crazy that we met there.
Right.
Wow. But I'm at dinners and events and this and that and third with Ben and his family and Felicia Horowitz and Sophia Horowitz and meeting and then doubling back with Jungle. Like, remember when we did this, that, and third? And remember I called you, we was at a dinner. I was like, yo, N.O.R.E, you have one for Jungle, this, that, and third.
Yes. Wow. So I say that to say, proud of you.
Thank you.
Because through the grapevine, it wasn't through just the war report. Through the grapevine, everybody said, do you know how good your man is doing? You know how good this guy is doing? I'm like, no, how good is he doing? Luckily, I'm doing great myself, but I'm just don't want to tap in. And they're like, man, Mayhem is doing phenomenal. And then people start calling you Greg, and I said, this is
Greg?
That's
That's
one of
Greg, the real estate tycoon.
But they start calling you your first or last name, you're different. And I was like, what? I'm so proud. I am so proud. And I'm so proud of this machine, of just us being able to sit here and maintain this camaraderie. Did I say it right?
Yeah.
To be able to continue to represent the War Report. I remember me sitting there with one of our producers. Our producers asking, well, are you gonna do a concert for it? And today's episode can find that I would definitely. I'm doing one concert. Now my leg is fucked up.
Hey, fuck it.
We'll figure it out. Got time.
But my leg is fucked up. That's a thing.
I never said today, like, I used to go in the studio, that shit was done already. But I was working on War Report, that shit was like,
yeah, I ain't gonna lie. That was me.
Serious, like.
Oh shit, here he is.
My rounds is rolled already.
He wasn't right. I wasn't right. We was doing that shit in your crib.
I would literally.
That's the beef.
I would literally write
it fast.
Like, soon as someone, soon as they said
on the radio, like.
Yeah, I would write rhymes on the radio, real shit. But think, bro, you ain't got to do that. Listen.
He's taking his left right shit too far.
No, real shit.
No, real shit is very
but real shit. Because I want everyone to know that everything I said is not play around. Everything is really to live and to do it and to help what Trad said earlier. Because he said he wanted to do it again. And I would love to do it again. I would love to do it again in a version, in a fashion.
I could do it again.
Studio, I gotta.
No, I'm going to the Bahamas, brother. Like shit.
I don't think the Bahamas is the right spot. Toronto.
Like shit different for me.
You gotta be in the city. You gotta be in the city.
I do Toronto. I like that just because it's different.
I've been to St. Bart's.
No, it can't be an island.
That's more of my stuff. That's more of my stuff.
I agree. You gotta be in the city. You gotta
Where
be.
you wanna go?
Toronto.
Where do you wanna go?
But it's crazy.
Yeah, what would your choice be?
Y'all too nice. I fuck with y'all, man. It's gonna be island reports.
I think what you got to do is the beat first from everywhere,
and then go somewhere.
Pick the beach in New York, be angry,
and go somewhere. Right.
Pick the beach in New York. You got to pick the beach in New York and be angry, because
Don't do it in Long Island, bro.
What producers?
Mexico, in the hood. Let's go. I'm still coming home while we do it.
You know what? We're gonna let you do your thing. We gotta hire the next.
The next
DR, I'm gonna do DR.
Nah, don't do DR. Cause you'll be on the fucking. No, you're gonna be in paradise.
Let's just go to Haiti.
I'm in. I'll be the tour guide. I'll be the tour guide because Sonny don't know what.
Let's go to City Soleil.
I've been there. Let's go.
I've been there.
Let's go.
Oh shit. You got it on your feet and all
I got you, kid.
They said that's the.
No, I'll never go back to
Colombia.
Haiti. No, guys, Toronto I think is a good place.
No, you gotta get trash.
Yo, we gotta go back to Power Play, man. Come on, man. They still got the reels, EPMD reels, on the floor, man. You know that.
Yeah, they still got them there. Let's go get him and let's put him in a museum. Let's get him.
You see how I roll. Come on.
I'm gonna tell y'all. That's why we should do this
I
album.
already got him.
Because I want to go to Bel Air.
No, man, that's not word for it, bro. Let's go take a picture. We out of here.